Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Job transfer for all people. I became a mythical beast master at the beginning. Chapter 81. Any more hints? Chen Xon felt that as the level of Onai of the beginning rose, the information he could see became more detailed. Sure enough, under Xiao Wu's simple and rough probing, he found this hidden elf forest in no time. Just think, if you don't search in this way, you can't find it at all unless you can go through this ordinary big tree just by searching in the forest a little bit. Now that he had found the right owner, Chen Xon no longer hesitated, and waved to the little ones, and Chen Xon put them all into the contract space. Then he appeared in front of the big tree with a movement. When Chen Xon raised his hand to touch the tree trunk, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Prompt: you found the elven forest, do you choose to enter it? Tip: after entering, your quest props and elf camouflage will be activated. Elf disguise: after activation, your appearance will change and become the appearance of a natural elf, which can perfectly blend into the elf forest. There's still a disguise. Chen Xon was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what it meant that the nature elves were waiting for the return of the warriors who had gone out in the mission prompt. It turned out that he was going to pretend to be a natural elf and resist the attack of the titans together with the other party. With this in mind, Chen Xon directly chose yes. A suction came, and Chen Xon felt a blur in front of his eyes, and he was directly sucked into the big tree. When he opened his eyes again, there was a completely different dense jungle in front of him. Reminder: you have entered the elven forest, and elf disguise has taken effect. Reminder: you become a natural elf, get the protection of nature, and your perception will increase by 100%. Hint: you feel a familiar atmosphere, and there seem to be natural elves around. 3 reminders in succession made Chen Xon quickly gather his mind and look into the distance. With the help of increased perception, he found that there was a familiar smell not far away from the depths of the forest. Is it a nature spirit? Seeing this, Chen Xon moved his footsteps, his figure quickly shuttled through the dense forest, and he chased towards the opponent's direction with vigorous steps. A moment later, Chen Xon appeared from the dense forest, and suddenly saw a female elf with pointed ears and fair skin singing softly by a pool. That melodious voice and melodious singing voice attracted swarms of colorful butterflies and birds to circle around. There is even a group of small animals around the feet, listening. Chen Xon did not show up directly, but used the eyes of Yuanchu to observe. Elf Queen Evelyn, Epic. Race: Elf. Level: LV 150. Life: 9810. Magic power: 12,750. Power: 981. Agility: 1730. Spirit: 1275. Skills: Smart Level 4, Blessing of Nature Level 5. Archery Mastery Level 7. Battle Power: 200 stars. Comment: as the newly succeeded king in the elf forest, she bears too many responsibilities, and she can only be released when she is alone. Chen Xon didn't expect that at the beginning of the game, he would meet an important person in the mission, the elf queen in the elf forest. But what puzzled him was that, as an epic NPC, the elf queen's combat power was only 200 stars. How can this withstand the attack of Titan? Fortunately, the introduction in the evaluation made him realize that she had just succeeded her. At this time, a person appeared here precisely because of too much pressure and wanted to find a short-term tranquility. The melodious singing gradually came to an end, and to Chen Xon's surprise, 2 tears fell from the corners of the eyes of the beautiful Evelyn at the end of the singing. A strong sadness emerged from his face. Mother, Evelyn misses you. Woohoo. A slightly choked voice slowly resounded in the quiet forest. But she doesn't have to worry, because this place is far away from the tribe in the elven forest, so she doesn't have to worry about being discovered by the tribe. However, just as Chen Xon was secretly observing, he saw the elf queen jumping up from the ground like a bow and arrow, and yelled coquettishly towards his direction. Who's there? You found me so soon. Chen Xon was taken aback for a moment. Wasn't he fine just now? How do you say you found it? Come out. If you don't come out, I will be rude. The originally soft and beautiful Evelyn suddenly changed her temperament, and a sharpness began to emerge from her body. The huge gap in this sudden change seemed to be different from the elf girl before. Seeing this, Chen Xon wondered if he should show up. After all, the mission this time is to help the elf tribe fight against the Titan. However, before he could open his mouth, the ground behind him suddenly trembled, and then only a roar was heard. Ah! When the deafening roar resounded, a Titan figure with a height of 50 meters suddenly climbed up from the forest. There was only one eye on the top of his head, but there was a cunning light shining inside. He reached out and grabbed a big tree that was hugged by two people, pulled it out, and threw it at the elf queen. Ha ha ha, an elf who is stupider than an ogre, get ready for death. Whoosh! At this time, the big tree turned into a hammer and smashed heavily in the direction of Evelyn. Chen Xon originally thought that the young elf queen would panic, but there was no movement on the other side's face. When he raised his hands, a dark green bow and arrow dotted with leaves appeared out of thin air. Evelyn's elastic long legs tapped lightly, and her figure disappeared from the spot like an afterimage. Boom! The trees smashed into the pool, splashing a wave, scaring the small animals to run away. And seeing that the figure of the elf queen was already standing on the trunk of another ancient tree, she raised her hand and shot an arrow instantly. Call out! Snapped! The one-eyed Titan instinctively raised his hand to block it, and the arrow pierced his palm, but he ignored it, swung the big tree in his hand again, and launched a frenzied attack on the elf queen. Boom boom boom! A series of loud noises came, turning hundreds of meters around into ruins. But the elf queen was extremely agile, jumping and dodging continuously, and at the same time directly launching attacks one after another. Chen Xon could even see that the blood bar of the same LV-150 Titan was actually shortened by 1/3 under such a struggle. If there are no other accidents, this one-eyed Titan should be consumed to death in a short time. But who would have thought that the mutation would suddenly happen at this moment? The Titan, who failed to hit one after another, seemed to be furious, and smashed the big tree in his hand at the elf queen. With a swipe, the elf queen jumped up nimbly, narrowly dodging the opponent's attack. However, just as she fell, the one-eyed Titan seemed to have calculated everything, and a dazzling light suddenly shot out from inside the huge one-eyed. Call out! The falling point of this ray of light happened to be at the moment when the elf queen landed. The elf queen was shrouded in light, and Chen Xon suddenly found that her speed had slowed down instantly. Sluggish light. Chen Xon discovered this skill when he was looking at the one-eyed Titan's information just now. Once hit, it can greatly weaken the speed of the opponent, and it can last for 3 minutes. This time is already enough for the Titan to do it. Haha, stupid elf, how do you think your mother died at the hands of the great leader? The Titan succeeded in one blow, and laughed wildly from his mouth. With a wave of his hands, he pulled out the big trees around him one by one like pulling out a carrot, and then threw it wildly at Evelyn. Who said Titans have no brains? They have begun to know how to use long-distance attacks to consume the opponent's combat power first. Boom boom boom. Under such intensive throwing, Evelyn, who was surrounded by dull light, felt stretched. After finally making a mistake, he was crushed under a big tree. Seeing this scene, the one-eyed Titan moved towards Evelyn. I saw him raising his fist and covering it towards the opponent. Feeling the approach of the fist, a flash of remorse flashed across Evelyn's face, regretting that she shouldn't have come out alone, let alone come out so far. If he died, who would guard the tribe that lost the elf queen? Just when she was desperate, Chen Xon, who was not far away, knew that it was almost time. Since it is necessary to build a good relationship, it is better to give charcoal in the snow than icing on the cake. What could be more grateful than being rescued from a desperate situation? At the moment when the fist was about to drop, Chen Xon's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then Evelyn felt herself lighten. Boom! She looked at the position she was in with some surprise, and was punched into a big hole by the Titan's fist. And she herself didn't know when she was hugged in someone's arms. She turned her head subconsciously, and saw a handsome face with pointed ears. It was Chen Xon. Klaus, it's you. Seeing Chen Xon, the elf queen not only did not feel strange at all, but even had an extremely excited look in her eyes. Klaus. Chen Xon didn't speak, guessing that this should be his name here, and he even knew the elf queen before. Fortunately, Chen Xon had read the other party's information before, so he took advantage of the opportunity to interface. Evelyn, why are you here? Be careful. She was about to speak, but saw Titan's fist rushing again. Swish. Boom. Chen Xon's figure also disappeared from the spot, and the one-eyed titan's fist fell through the air again amidst the loud noise. Klaus, you go to the tribe for help, I'll hold it here. Chen Xon's figure stopped, and Evelyn said hastily. No, I'll let you down and leave the rest to me. Chen Xon shook his head and put Evelyn down. The jade feet landed on the ground, and Evelyn finally realized that she had been hugged by Chen Xon just now. Suddenly, 2 red clouds rose from his face. But Chen Xon was so focused on the one-eyed titan at the moment that he didn't notice all of this. 2 consecutive attacks failed, and the one-eyed titan roared angrily. Another stupid reptile, die to me. The one-eyed titan's eyes once again condensed light, facing Chen Xon with a dull light. However, with an agility of over 3,500, he dodged the light's attack with just a dodge. Then the wings of the sky spread out behind him, and his figure rushed towards the opponent like an arrow from the string. Cross, don't. Seeing this, Evelyn exclaimed quickly. As a member of the natural elves, they have always focused on long-range attacks. Wouldn't it be courting death to fight a melee with a titan? What's more, Chen Xon is even more unarmed now, not even a weapon. This looks even more like a mantis arm. However, as soon as Evelyn's words fell, the one-eyed titan in the distance had already let out a ferocious laugh, and punched Chen Xon with one blow. I was worried that I couldn't hit anyone, but I didn't expect the other party to come to my door. Elves are a bunch of stupid bugs, after all. But it was the bug in his eyes, but when he punched out, he also punched him. Almost in a short moment, 2 completely disproportionate fists collided in midair. An astonishing scene appeared. Hearing a slap, the one-eyed titan's fist, which was comparable to a house, slammed, and felt a terrifying force pouring out from the fist. The point of contact was pierced by this force without the slightest pause. And this is just the beginning. The berserk force pierced through the titan's fist and moved forward crazily along the arm, only to hear a click, and half of the one-eyed titan's body was completely shattered under the punch. Flesh and blood mixed with blood mist floated in midair. The titan who shot was stunned for a moment, and then let out an unstoppable scream. Ah! The one-eyed titan desperately tried to cover his gushing blood with his hands, but to no avail, and finally fell to the ground with a bang, dying. Dead, dead. Evelyn watched this scene with a shocked face. The horror in her heart turned into waves and crazily heaved in her chest. This is a thick-blooded, high-defense one-eyed titan. Even an archer like her, known for her lethality, had to grind her blood slowly to die, but Chen Xon killed the opponent instantly with just one punch. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Evelyn would never believe anything. Chen Xon looked at the fallen titan's body and tried to collect a little blood, but unfortunately, the system prompt did not appear. It seems that the blood of the leader of the titan tribe he is looking for can complete the task. Cross. Chen Xon, who was thinking, turned around subconsciously when he heard someone calling him. Then I felt my body tremble, and I was hit by a graceful figure. You were really amazing. Evelyn wrapped her arms around Chen Xon. The hot air from her mouth could almost reach his neck. It seems that Mother's decision to send you out to practice is very correct. You have become very powerful indeed. She let go of her arms and took Chen Xon's, with a very happy smile on her face. Let's go back now. The tribe will be very happy to see you. Welcome back, Cross. You are our hero. Klaus, tell me, how did your strength become so strong? Thank you for saving Her Majesty, my child. The originally quiet and peaceful elf tribe became extremely lively because of Chen Xon's arrival. Chen Xon greeted every elf who greeted him with an embarrassed face. In fact, he didn't know any of them. Surrounded by the crowd, Chen Xon was seated at the guest of honor seat closest to the queen. There are abundant fruits and various nectars in front of him. The natural elves don't eat meat, but only eat these. After the queen made a speech, the banquet officially began. Chen Xon, who is used to eating meat, just tasted these things, turned his head to look at the sitting there, and looked at the elf queen with his beautiful eyes from time to time. Chen Xon couldn't help asking, Eve, cough cough, Your Majesty, where is this titan tribe? Heck, Cross, you can just call me by my name. Evelyn smiled coquettishly, and explained to Chen Xon, the titan tribe has always lived in the frozen mountains in the north. Frozen mountains. That's right. It's nearly 1,000 miles away from here. The climate is cold, and the trees are sparse. Evelyn introduced very familiarly. We have fought against the Titan tribe several times, but the living environment there is too harsh, so we have to give up. Because of food shortage every year, this group of Titans will attack us in large numbers, killing animals as prey, and robbing our fruits. Speaking of Evelyn's eye circles began to turn red. Chloe, if you could come back a few months earlier, mother. She didn't go on, but Chen Xon could also guess the situation. Most likely the previous elf queen was killed during the Titan's massive attack. In this regard, Chen Xon did not have much fluctuations. In his opinion, this is all a plot requirement. If the previous queen did not die, there would be no current elf queen. The current queen wouldn't be going to the waterhole if she wasn't stressed out. And he had no chance to integrate into the entire elf tribe so quickly. As for the grievances between the elves and the Titans, Chen Xon has no intention of paying attention to it, he just wants to complete the task of this link as soon as possible. So he paused, and then went straight to the point. I plan to go to the Titan tribe tomorrow and destroy them. What? No, Cross, there are too many Titans in the Titan tribe, and they can be resurrected. Your plan to go to the Titan tribe is too dangerous. Can it be resurrected? Certainly. Evelyn nodded seriously. Didn't you realize that the one-eyed Titan you killed earlier didn't have any hints? Hearing her reminder, Chen Xon suddenly realized, yes, Owen did not hear the system prompt just now. It's just that he has killed too many monsters, so he didn't pay much attention to these things. Seeing Chen Xon's expression, Evelyn smiled and said, right. Mother once said that the leaders of these Titans are not real leaders. If you want to achieve peace, you must kill the real leaders. Where is the real leader? Chen Xon asked. I don't know, but it must be related to these Titans. Chen Xon didn't speak. He could understand that he had indeed obtained some information from the conversation with the NPC. First, these Titans can be resurrected. Second, the leader of the Titan hides very deeply. Third, if you don't kill the real Titan leader, you shouldn't get blood of justice. The situation is complicated, but the handling is simple. No matter how deep you hide, you won't be able to get rid of even the forbidden spell, right? Chen Xon thought in his heart, no matter who you are, you will feel cool if you cast a forbidden curse. If one curse doesn't work, then two. Thinking of this, he stubbornly said to Evelyn, I want to try. Hee, Cross, although your strength is strong, it is not realistic to solve the difficulties that our natural elves have been facing. An old elf man with a white beard persuaded with a stick. I have participated in the 500-year war. Every time your majesty wants to kill the real Titan leader, but all failed without exception. Yes, Klaus, you just came back. One person's strength is limited after all. Why don't you teach us the skills you have learned, and when all the clansmen are strong enough, we can kill the real Titan leader together. The other elves also persuaded. Klaus, take a good rest and wait for all the clansmen to become stronger. Those Titans are too powerful to be defeated, at least for now. All of our clansmen have failed together, and it is even more impossible for you to succeed. Unlike others, the persuasion of nature elves is very kind. Chen Xon could feel that they really didn't want to take risks by themselves, but in order to complete the task, Chen Xon naturally couldn't follow their arrangements. Seeing this, he just nodded temporarily, without rejecting everyone's kindness. The banquet became lively again, and it lasted for a long time from the afternoon until the evening before it dissipated. Chen Xon was arranged in a very luxurious treehouse, which was the most luxurious treehouse in the entire tribe, except for Her Majesty's bedroom. When the crowd dispersed, Chen Xon looked at the night, and jumped out of the window lightly with a movement of his figure. Under the cold moonlight, he quickly left the tribe after a few ups and downs, roughly identified the direction, and then quickly moved towards the north. As dawn approached, Chen Xon saw the end of the elf forest, a mountain range covered with frost and moss rolling up and down on the ground. Frozen mountains, here we come. The mountains are so big. How can you find all the Titans? Chen Xon looked at the endless mountains and whispered to himself. Of course the horn of nature can be used to start a war. The sudden words made Chen Xon startled, and subconsciously looked back. I saw Evelyn riding a hippogriff, smiling at herself. And behind her, there were elf warriors sitting on large swaths of hippogriffs. Evelyn, why are you here? Chen Xon was puzzled. Letting the warrior fight alone has never been the purpose of my natural elf. Evelyn said seriously. Since you want to try it, Cross, we are naturally willing to accompany you. To be honest, at this moment Chen Xon was really moved. Being able to still support the whole clan even though he insisted on going his own way would be absolutely impossible for a human being. It is this simplicity that makes the natural elves so downcast. Thank you, Evelyn, then blow the horn of nature. Don't worry about Cross, every war requires careful preparation. Evelyn stopped. We need to arrange the ambush and formation first, and we can only sound the horn after discussing the countermeasures for all offensives. No need, Your Majesty. Chen Xon didn't have time to wait for them to study slowly. You just need to blow the horn and leave the rest to me. What, you alone? No, I'm not alone. Chen Xon's eyes flashed, and he said directly, I have help. Helpers, where are they? Evelyn froze for a moment, then suddenly became pleasantly surprised. She thought that Chen Xon would come back alone, but she didn't expect that this time, she brought back a helper. If there is a powerful helper to help out, then this war may really have a chance to win. They have been hidden, Your Majesty, you can rest assured to blow the horn. Chen Xon then said nonsense, when all the titans show up, they will show up naturally. Well, General Keisha, sound the horn of nature. Evelyn glanced at Chen Xon hesitantly, but did not pursue further. Yes, Your Majesty. Behind him, a beautiful female elf heard the words and bowed to salute, then raised her palm, and a horn made of bark emerged from her hand. I saw it placed on my lips, opened my cherry mouth and blew it down in one gulp. In an instant, a deep, loud sound of the horn resounded through the entire mountain range. Woo, 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 click. The mountains vibrated, the rocks rolled down, and the huge figures woke up from their deep sleep the moment they heard the horn. At the next moment, huge figures over 50 meters stood up one after another from the mountains. Enemy attack. Reptiles are coming, charge. The furious roar echoed endlessly in the mountains, and then the earth shook, and a large group of countless titans began to run wildly towards the direction where the elves were. As the titans, their height and weight are their greatest advantages. As long as they run wildly, no matter how powerful the elves are, they cannot stop them. There are so many, I'm afraid there must be 100 of them. Chen Xon looked at the figure of the titan running wildly all over the mountains, raised his hand in a calm manner, and immediately 6 little guys who were sleeping in the contract space appeared directly. Seeing this scene, Evelyn's beautiful eyes suddenly showed surprise, and she blurted out. Cross, is this the helper you said? Yes. Chen Xon nodded without looking back. What, this is the helper? Hearing this, not only Evelyn, but even all the elves who were waiting in battle changed their expressions completely. They originally thought that Chen Xon could invite some powerful helpers, and they had great expectations in their hearts. But when these 6 little guys appeared, even the natural elves, known for their simplicity, couldn't hold back. 2 cats, a lizard, a bird, a little turtle, and the floating humanoid lily, is this the helper you're talking about? Everyone is completely speechless. Let you find a helper, all you are looking for are pets. Evelyn, who was the first to react, was no longer in the mood to delve into the reason. She opened the green bow and arrow in her hand again, and let out a coquettish shout. For the goddess of nature, let's fight. For the goddess of nature. General Keisha also raised the long sword in his hand. For the goddess of nature. Many elves shouted slogans, ready to go. But at this moment, among the 6 little ones, the little turtle with the smallest head stretched its neck and let out a low growl in front of it. Woo! A khaki yellow light burst out in a fan shape from the little tortoise, covering several mountain ranges almost instantly and completely covering all the one-eyed titans. The next moment, all the one-eyed titans who were still running wildly ran, as if their bodies were slapped by a pair of invisible hands. Boom, boom, bang bang, the whole body burst like a rotten watermelon. Blood and minced meat, internal organs and bones were all scattered and splashed all over the ground. Forbidden Curse Black Tortoise Force Field. This is a forbidden spell that Xiaowu obtained at LV60. It can create a large and powerful force field, and the direction of its internal force is controllable. In just a split second, countless force fields squeezed the titan, and this situation just appeared. Silence, deathly silence. The elves who were about to make a move were completely frozen in place. A thought came to mind almost at the same time. Who I am? Where am I? What do I see? Every war in history has been a bitter battle from the beginning to the end, even how many times they have to watch their own tribe die tragically in front of them. But it was indeed the first time they had seen such a simple and crude solution. It is shocking because of its simplicity. Evelyn Cherry's small mouth opened into an, oh, shape at this moment, enough to stuff a banana into it. All the long swords in General Kesh's hand fell to the ground, but she had never heard of it. After being silent for nearly 3 seconds, all the elves burst into earth-shattering cheers. Hey, we won, we won. Roar. The sudden cheers startled Chen Xon. He turned his head and saw the actions of many elves, and couldn't help being a little speechless. Isn't it just a forbidden spell? Is there any need to make such a fuss? Klaus, you really gave me too many surprises, Evelyn said with a shocked face. Your Majesty, it's too early for surprises. Chen Xon's tone was very calm. I haven't received any kill prompts. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Evelyn and the others changed immediately. Too bad, their resurrection is very fast, and we must prepare for the next round of battle. No one would think that this ability that can instantly kill all titans can be released easily. Chen Xon had helped them win a huge advantage before. This time, they needed to rely on themselves. However, unlike before, Chen Xon heard from Evelyn that the resurrection this time is not the disappearance of the corpses, but the transformation and convergence. On the ground, the originally broken flesh and blood began to gather at a speed visible to the naked eye. Broken bones and scattered meat began to gather together as if they were alive. Unexpectedly, under the watchful eyes of everyone, they forcibly gathered into a titan's body. This titan is completely different from any previous titan. His height alone was over 100 meters, and his whole body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Not only that, but his head is also bigger than the one-eyed titan, especially his forehead, which towers as high as a mountain. On the forehead, densely packed potholes are formed. Those are the eye sockets, and according to estimates, they should all be eyeballs of one-eyed titans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 100 eye sockets, proving that 100 eyeballs will emerge from above. Swish swish swish. Tentacles like flesh and blood spread out from all the eye sockets, landing on every scattered eyeball with incomparable precision. When all the eyeballs were pulled into their sockets, an earth-shattering roar resounded from Titan's mouth in an instant. Who is it? Phantom Destroyer, let me, 100 Eyes Titan Grendel wake up. The gigantic Titan, which is 100 meters high, has 100 eyeballs moving in unison on its head. Looking at such a figure that makes one's scalp tingle, Chen Xon knew that this must be the final boss he was looking for, the leader of the Titan. It turns out that all the Titans are the illusion projections of this 100-eyed Titan, so that they can be resurrected continuously during death. As long as these Titans are not all destroyed, the real 100-eyed Titan will not wake up. Well now, Chen Xon directly wiped out all the Titans with a forbidden spell. Directly let the 100 Eyes Titan show up. Glendale, is the catastrophe recorded on the slate of the natural elf tribe? Evelyn exclaimed when she heard the name. When the entire natural elf tribe was just created, there were records that they were attacked by the catastrophe Glendale and suffered heavy losses. It was the first generation of elf queens who repelled them at the cost of their lives. Now she finally understands that Grendel is not repelling, but splitting into 100 one-eyed titans that can be resurrected continuously and continue to grow here. Now, Beimu Titan is back again. Buzz. While Beimu Titan was speaking, his 100 eyeballs rolled at the same time. In an instant, a white light turned into a halo and spread wildly towards the surroundings. In an instant, it completely enveloped all the elf army including Chen Xon. Everyone only felt their bodies sink, as if all movements had completely slowed down. Oops, this is the effect of dull light, and now it has become a range of skills. Seeing this, General Kesh's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly wanted to slap the hippogriff into the sky. But under that halo, their speed was as slow as a turtle crawling. Not only has it become a range-based skill, but the strength of the skill has also become stronger. Chloe, go, get out of here. Evelyn hurriedly shouted to Chen Xon, you are the strongest among us, only if you live, can we elves have hope. As she spoke, she held up her bow and arrow and shouted. For the goddess of nature, fight to the death against the catastrophe. Yes, for the goddess of nature, fight to the death. Fight to the death. The shouts of seeing death as home sounded, and many elves had given up on running away, and directly began to prepare to release their most powerful skills. However, just as everyone was resolutely preparing to launch an attack, they saw Chen Xon casually saying to the little loli who was floating in midair next to you. Then I saw little loli raised his small hand, and the forbidden curse soul dimension condensed from the void. The illusory figure of the cursed queen slashed at the 100-eyed titan with a death scythe in her hand. An invisible clicking sound emerged. The next moment, the body of 100 Eyes Titan was intact, but his soul was instantly annihilated in this terrifying attack. Puff puff. Big streams of blood flowed continuously from the pupils of the 100 Eyes Titan, and his body just trembled, and it collapsed like a mountain peak. He never expected that before he started to do anything, he had already completely fallen. Reminder: you killed Beimu Titan, epic boss, you will get +1 experience value, and the contracted beast will get +1 experience value. When the notification sound appeared, Chen Xon knew that the boss had completely fallen. He rushed over in a hurry, put away all the equipment that exploded, and then used a container to catch a large bucket of blood. As soon as he picked it up, a system notification sounded in his head. Reminder: you have obtained the blood of justice, you can submit the task after leaving the secret realm. Do you need to leave the secret realm? Chen Xon was stunned for a moment. That's okay, just a little later. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. After collecting the blood of justice into the contract space, Chen Xon turned around and saw many elves still petrified. Huh, isn't the boss dead? Hasn't the effect of the halo of dullness dissipated? Chen Xon murmured to himself suspiciously, and flew towards the elf army as soon as he moved his feet. His pet, is so powerful. When she saw Chen Xon's figure returning, Keisha was the first to recover from the shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise when she looked at Chen Xon. Yeah, Cross has become so powerful. Evelyn sighed from the bottom of her heart. Compared to him, I am such a shameful queen. Your Majesty, do you want more kings? Kesha grew up with Evelyn and blurted out almost automatically. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong, and quickly bowed to apologize. Your Majesty, forgive me, I said something wrong just now. General Keisha, your proposal is worth thinking about. However, what Kesha didn't expect was that the answer Evelyn gave her was actually this. What? Worth thinking about? That's interesting. General Keisha instinctively wanted to refuse, but suddenly found that a handsome and powerful elf like Chen Xon, I am afraid that every female elf would fall in love with it. When Chen Xon returned, many elves had burst into applause. Cross, cross, cross. All the elves shouted Chen Xon's name, and there was even more fanatical emotion in their eyes. It is precisely because of Chen Xon's existence that the entire elf forest has gained permanent peace. Without the persecution of the 100 Eyes Titan, the elven forest will no longer have to worry about any threats, and can enjoy the free air to its fullest. To this, Chen Xon just nodded casually. He just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible and hand in the task. Unexpectedly, this journey was surrounded by many elves. Before Chen Xon could open his mouth, the oldest elder among the elves came to Chen Xon with a walking stick and said something that completely stunned him. Discourse. Clo, your bravery is enough to be recorded in history. In the name of the goddess of nature, I invite you to become the king of the elf tribe, complete the wedding with Her Majesty the Queen, and jointly manage the elf forest. What? To be king? Chen Xon stared in astonishment at the shy elf queen next to the elder of the elf tribe. I was kind enough to help you kill monsters, but you are actually greedy for me. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Xon was about to refuse, but the system prompt sounded in his mind. Prompt: you have triggered a hidden mission. Elf bride, do you accept it? Hiding the mission again. Chen Xon didn't expect that he would encounter a hidden mission again. Once you pick it up, you don't need to guess and you know that you will marry this Evelyn. But if you don't accept it, you won't be able to see the information of the hidden mission, let alone see the reward of the mission. I just want to complete the task, not because of beauty. Chen Xon secretly drew a conclusion for himself, and directly chose to accept it. Task name: Elven Bride. Task target: complete the wedding with the Elf Queen and collect a tier. Task reward: obtain the only permanent control over this secret realm. Blood of Justice will receive an upgrade. The Blood of Justice can still be upgraded. Chen Xon's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the blood of justice he had obtained could be upgraded again. Does that mean that once he completes the job transfer task, the rewards he gets will also increase? Fortunately, I killed the boss in seconds so that the elves offered to trigger the hidden mission, otherwise I really didn't know that I could still upgrade. This time the task was really right. Surrounded by many elves, Chen Xon pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and smiled. Is the wedding okay now? I'm in a hurry. Is the wedding okay now? I'm in a hurry. Chen Xon's words made everyone stunned for a moment, and then burst into applause. That night, Chen Xon and Evelyn completed a grand wedding under the witness of everyone. Chen Xon has always been a little absent-minded about the wedding, because from the beginning to the end of the wedding, he didn't get any reminder that even one task was completed. A little anxious, he couldn't help looking at Evelyn and asked, "Hurry up and rest, I'm sleepy." "I'm sorry, dear Cross, I know you must have had a hard day today." Evelyn, who was covered in a dark green wedding dress made of leaves, smiled coquettishly. "Let's go to the bedroom now." Different from Chen Xon's expected route, Evelyn actually led him towards the deepest part of the tribe. Surrounded by an old tree more than tens of meters high, he saw a somewhat dry old tree. Above the big tree was an old wooden house that had been built for an unknown period of time. Close, this is the ancient tree of life. According to the tradition of our ancestors, we must sleep in the wooden house of the ancient tree of life on our wedding night. Ah, this tree is like this, can it withstand tossing? Chen Xon looked at the old tree suspiciously. What if he accidentally collapsed the wooden house? The ancient tree of life was not like this before, but it was only damaged because of the destruction of the 100 Eyes Titan. Seeing the appearance of the ancient tree, Evelyn showed heartache. When the ancient tree of life withers completely, our elves will lose the possibility of continuing to breed, and the number will only decline, not increase. Chen Xon nodded slightly. He knew that apart from breeding elves, the most important way for the birth of elves was the ancient tree of life to bred elves. Forget it, Cross, today is our wedding day, don't think about those unhappy things. Evelyn took Chen Xon's hand and went straight up to the wooden house step by step. Soon, in the quiet and deep night, only the creaking sound from the wooden house continued to echo. Chen Xon admitted that he might have been too strong, even Evelyn couldn't bear this kind of strength, and was finally beaten by him and cried. A tear was successfully obtained, and at this moment, the mission notification sounded. Reminder: the mission of the elf bride has been completed, and you will be rewarded. You will be the only one in control of the secret realm forever. With a buzzing sound, Chen Xon felt his mind tremble, as if he had been connected with the entire elf forest. It's different from the secret realm of Mermaid Ancient City before. I don't know if it's because Chen Xon has become stronger. He found that as long as he was here, he could mobilize the power of the entire secret realm, as if the entire forest could be controlled by him. He doesn't even need any pass, even if he is hundreds of miles away from the secret realm, he can directly appear in the secret realm. Even the secret realm can be controlled, not to mention all the natural elves inside. But before he realized it carefully, he heard a reminder sound. Hint: you have obtained the tears of elves, and the fusion of tears and the blood of justice makes it sublimated. Is this a breakthrough? Chen Xon was overjoyed. As expected, the hidden mission was powerful, not only allowed himself to control the secret realm, but also sublimated the blood of justice once. It's just beautiful. Thinking in his heart, Chen Xon found that the restlessness in his heart began to feed back to his body, and he couldn't help but look at Evelyn, who was already asleep due to exhaustion. The NPC of LV 150 shouldn't have such a bad physique, right? Nodding affirmatively, Chen Xon raised his leg again and leaned against it. Soon, there was another continuous creaking sound from the wooden house. In the early morning of the next day, Chen Xon stood comfortably outside the wooden house and stretched, feeling refreshed. Beside, Evelyn shyly held the door and walked out. Apart from a little trembling of her legs, there was no other abnormality. Cross, why have you changed? Suddenly she saw Chen Xon's appearance and couldn't help but exclaim. Only then did Chen Xon realize that the disguise on his body had disappeared. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that the effect of the camouflage props must have disappeared after controlling the secret realm last night. But before he could explain, he heard Evelyn take the initiative. I knew that the former Cross would not be so powerful. She walked up to Chen Xon, pressed against his chest gently, and whispered. Thank you, my king, you have brought light to the elves, no matter who you are my hero. Ahem, Chen Xon coughed dryly. He didn't expect that he didn't even have to explain. No matter the former mermaid princess or the current elf queen, each one is more understanding than the other. Chen Xon felt that he must have helped too many old ladies cross the road in his previous life, and was blessed by the European emperor's luck after crossing. Just when he was about to say something, suddenly his eyes flashed, and he looked at the ancient tree of life under his feet. Chen Xon discovered that he could actually feel the pain of this ancient tree of life. The other party's roots seemed to have rotted, as if the vitality is constantly passing away. What's wrong? Sensing Chen Xon's strangeness, Evelyn asked. Wait, I may have a solution for this ancient tree of life. With a thought, Chen Xon directly took out the 2 5-elements orbs obtained from the contract space. Before that, he obtained the water element orb and the wood element orb, among which the wood element orb has a powerful wood element ability, which might be able to help the ancient tree of life heal its problems. Chen Xon put the 2 orbs directly close to the ancient tree of life. In an instant, he felt the 2 5-elements orbs tremble, and a majestic elemental force began to erupt from them. Water, wood, the power most desired by the 2 ancient trees of life began to infiltrate into its body frantically. In Chen Xon's eyes, the ancient tree of life almost cried out in joy. The originally withered and yellow leaves began to open, the old bark began to rot, and the dry branches began to sprout green buds. Even the ancient tree of life, which had withered to a height of less than 50 meters, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Caw caw caw. The old tree house couldn't bear this kind of tossing at all, and it completely disintegrated as it grew. Chen Xon took Evelyn's hand and fell lightly from the tree. Evelyn opened her mouth wide in surprise. My God, the ancient tree of life has actually recovered. Many elves rushed over after hearing the news, and fell to their knees excitedly when they saw the ancient tree of life revive. The elders in the clan were even more excited and burst into tears. By heaven, the goddess of nature has performed a miracle. No, it was Cross, he saved the ancient tree of life. Evelyn said proudly, he is the god of nature elves. Rumble. After a few minutes, the ancient tree of life not only completely recovered, but also directly grew to a terrifying height of more than 300 meters. On the canopy of the trees covering the sun and shrouding the heavens, little elves shining with dark green light are being bred. It won't be long before a new batch of natural elves will be born. Tick. A drop of emerald green liquid flowed down from the tallest leaf of the ancient tree of life, just in time to drip towards Chen Xon. Chen Xon reached out to take it, and suddenly a reminder appeared in his mind. Hint: you have obtained a drop of holy liquid of life. Holy liquid of life. The essence accumulated by the ancient tree of life through countless years can quickly replenish life value, and can also be fused with the blood of justice to sublimate. Can it still be sublimated? This is really good and good rewards. Chen Xon did not expect that he would do it casually, and actually let the ancient life tree take the initiative to give him a drop of the holy liquid of life. If this can make the blood of justice sublime again, then this reward will not go up to a higher level. It's a pity that Chen Xon couldn't bring out the secret realm from the ancient tree of life, otherwise he really wanted to take it away. With his miraculously healing ancient tree of life, Chen Xon didn't need to say much about his human identity, he had already been worshipped by all the natural spirits. Finally, under Evelyn's reluctant eyes, Chen Xon left this secret realm with a thought. The space distorted for a bit, and Chen Xon's figure slowly solidified. He looked around and found that it was still next to the old tree. Looking at the bareness around him, Chen Xon directly took out the 5 elements orb, and a burst of wood-type elemental power bloomed. Then let the forest that he destroyed before grow back rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the cover of this forest, no one can find the abnormality in it. Of course, the elf forest, which has become an exclusive secret realm, cannot enter even if abnormalities are found. But Chen Xon has a cautious temperament after all, so he still thinks this is safer. As soon as it was done, the system's notification sound reappeared in my mind. Prompt: discover the quest item Blood of Justice, do you want to submit it? Submit. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xon chose to complete the task. Reminder: you have completed the 7th link of the 4-job transfer task, and the 8th link is now open, the heavy hammer of the craftsman. Task name: Craftsman God Heavy Hammer. Mission description: the mountain dwarves hidden in the mountains and forests have always been good at forging. Because of this, the Craftsman God lent his proud hammer to the other party for generations. Now, it's time to get it back. Task target: retrieve the hammer of the Craftsman God. Task time limit: 1 hour. Punishment for mission failure: clear all job transfer progress. Task remarks: 1. This task is a self-starting task, and the countdown will start automatically after opening. Task remark 2. Once opened, it will be sent directly to the task location. Professionals, please prepare before opening it. Task note 3. The mountain dwarves are favored by the god of craftsmen. Please don't take back the hammer of the god of craftsmen by snatching, stealing and other disgraceful methods. A new task prompt appeared, and Chen Xon saw that there was an additional switch option on the task list. As long as you choose yes, this round of missions will start directly. It can be found through the remarks that the mission location this time is directly teleported there, and there is no need to search for it by yourself. And the task time limit is shorter, only 1 hour. This means that the difficulty has increased. What made Chen Xon a little headache was that he couldn't use snatching, stealing and other means, which was tantamount to further increasing the difficulty. Otherwise, he just needs to let any one of the 6 little guys steal all the others' things directly. Simple and rude. How can I get it back? Chen Xon thought hard. The most important thing for him now was to complete the job transfer task, but he thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't think of any suitable way. In the end, Chen Xon simply gave up, and directly chose to start the task. Anyway, there was an hour, and he didn't believe that he had no chance to finish it. The moment Chen Xon started the mission, he immediately felt an inexplicable force covering his whole body, and then he saw a blur in front of him. The whole person disappeared immediately. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was actually standing among the crowd. Chen Xon was stunned for a moment, and quickly glanced around, only to find that there were humans all around him. I'm not looking for mountain dwarves. Why are they all human? Chen Xon looked at the crowd and muttered to himself in confusion. Hey, who doesn't know that you are looking for the mountain dwarves? Unexpectedly, a young man with a very Western appearance next to him, dressed in aristocratic attire, couldn't help but smile disdainfully when he heard Chen Xon speak. I also know that you came to borrow a hammer from the mountain dwarves. What? How do you know? Now Chen Xon was completely shocked. Could it be that he revealed his identity as soon as he teleported in? HMPH, who here is not here to borrow a hammer? Chen Xon was even more confused by the nobleman's words. He looked around. On this mountain road, there were at least a few hundred people lined up, and they were all here to borrow hammers. Yes, who doesn't know that the mountain dwarves have a powerful hammer of the Craftsman God in their hands? As long as they can be borrowed, they can forge extremely powerful equipment. Someone next to him said. This young man's mind is not bright. This time, he probably got rejected again. HMPH, it's as if you can succeed. Is there still not enough people coming to our kingdom every day? When has it ever been borrowed? This time is different. I have prepared the barley wine that the mountain dwarves like most. Even if they don't lend me, they will still build me a piece of equipment. Haha, I also brought a ton of iron ore this time, they must build me a piece of equipment. Listening to everyone's discussion, Chen Xon felt that he had to prepare some gifts. But when he wanted to check it, he found that the own job transfer space couldn't be opened. This shows what? Explaining that I am going to borrow a hammer from someone empty-handed now, it would be a ghost if I could lend it to myself. Chen Xon looked up at the endless line, and suddenly found a more serious problem. At this speed, I'm afraid it will take 2 hours to start just by queuing. Seeing this, Chen Xon didn't hesitate anymore. He patted the nobleman in front of him, and said with a smile. Hi, let me go. Let you go there. The nobleman sneered. Didn't you see that everyone is queuing here? Why did you let me pass? Hearing this, Chen Xon suddenly grinned at the nobleman, the next moment raised his hand and grabbed his collar, then shook it hard. Ah! The nobleman screamed and was thrown directly from the hillside by him. The terrifying force made it impossible for others to see where the man landed. At this time, Chen Xon grinned at the others who were already stunned. Is it okay now? The task requires not to do anything to the mountain dwarves, but it didn't say that you can't do anything to humans. All the humans around looked at Chen Xon dumbfounded. Almost the moment he opened his mouth, he dodged a passage with a swish. Thanks. Chen Xon grinned, and walked quickly and easily on the crowded mountain road. His speed is very fast. As long as he encounters obstacles along the way, Chen Xon will communicate with them in a friendly and polite manner. Sure enough, humans are easy to communicate with, and they all seem friendly. On the long winding mountain road, it took Chen Xon less than 5 minutes to get close to the top of the mountain. When he squeezed out of the crowd, he saw a castle that almost merged with the entire mountain peak in front of him. The whole body of the castle seems to be made of poured steel, and it looks extremely solid. There are 3 large characters engraved on the thick iron gate: Heavy Hammer Fort. Where are people? Chen Xon looked at the closed big iron gate and asked in doubt. Wait, every once in a while, the gate of Fort Heavy Hammer will open, and you will naturally be able to enter then. A young man with a big nose next to him introduced that he just saw Chen Xon throw a nobleman who was blocking the way behind him down the hillside, and he couldn't even see a shadow. At this time, it seemed that he intended to get closer to Chen Xon, so he took the initiative to explain. I see. Chen Xon didn't speak, but watched the countdown on the mission panel, waiting quietly. There's no way, he doesn't want to wait, but he can't do it by force. Time passed, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that there were less than 20 minutes left, Chen Xon couldn't help feeling a little anxious. If the other party doesn't show up again, I'm afraid he will try to break through. Just at this moment, the sound of a rumbling mechanical operation suddenly sounded. Then, a gap was slowly opened in the heavy iron gate, and a group of 10 humans came out of it one after another. These people had different expressions on their faces, some were happy, some were depressed. As soon as they came out, they went down the mountain directly by a road. Immediately after, a casually dressed mountain dwarf looked up and down at the people in front of him. You, and you, yes, there are 10 in total, come in. After speaking, he turned his head and walked back. Because Chen Xon was at the front, he was naturally among the 10. It happened that the big nose next to her was also selected. What do you mean 10 people at a time? Chen Xon just felt that he could use this big nose as a tool, so he asked directly. The owner of Hammer Castle is also the leader of the mountain dwarves. He has a strange habit, that is, he likes to show off. Big Nose explained, do you know why we all know Smith's heavy hammer? That's because the castle owner took the initiative to tell us that he selected 10 people to enter at every time to visit the hammer of the craftsman. Satisfy his vanity by demonstrating the power of the craftsman's hammer. And also claimed that as long as he can impress him, he can borrow the hammer of the craftsman. Quote, has anyone succeeded? Chen Xon asked. No one has ever made it. Big Nose spread his hands. It is said that everyone who asks for a hammer will be ridiculed for a long time, especially humans, who will be even more ruthless. But without exception, all failed. Gradually, many people began to change their minds and asked him to make equipment. Some people have succeeded in this. Quote, while the two were talking, Chen Xon saw the end of a long corridor, and his vision suddenly became empty. In a hall transformed from a huge mountainside, the scalding heat turned into air waves and transpired around. A series of shirtless mountain dwarves kept beating with hammers in their hands. It can be seen that some red-hot iron blocks began to take shape rapidly during their rhythmic beating. Among the many mountain dwarves, a middle-aged dwarf wearing a long robe with a haughty look and a long beard braided on his chin was pacing back and forth proudly. And from time to time, he commented on the dwarf who was forging iron. Are you a pig? Don't you know if you use force on the left side and force on the left side? Knock, knock, knock even if it's deformed. Are you blind? What are you looking at? Is your body quenched? If you are a second late, you will completely disappear in front of me. Do you understand disappearing? After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Chen Xon and the others, and the angry face disappeared instantly, replaced by a happy smile. Ha ha ha, are there any guests coming to Fort Heavy Hammer? I, Gosman Ren, the owner of Fort Heavy Hammer, welcome everyone. Ren smiled and clapped his hands. I guess everyone can't wait to see the power of the hammer of the craftsman, right? Come here, take our guests to the rooftop. Chen Xon followed the flow of people all the way to the edge of the hall, and found an elevator. The elevator, driven entirely by magic elements, carried everyone directly to the top floor of Fort Heavy Hammer. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Chen Xon saw a wide roof. In the center of the roof, on a specially built platform, there was a hammer with radiant light. Chen Xon's eyes at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty swept over directly, and the information of the hammer appeared immediately. Machine hammer, myth. Category: weapon. Basic effect: strength plus 10,000, life plus 1 million. Durability: never wear out. Level requirement: LV 210. Additional effects: God's control. Holding it will have transcendent control over power, achieving nuanced effects, destruction, ignoring any target, armor bonus, ingenuity, transcendent comprehension in forging. Is this the effect of the artifact? Seeing the information about this equipment, Chen Xon couldn't help feeling a little envious. If it wasn't for the hints of the mission hovering in his mind, he might have rushed straight up to take it. Did you see it? This is the hammer of the God of Craftsmen, the most perfect work from the God of Craftsmen. Ren adores authenticity. So far, only I can control it. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at one of the humans. This guest, you can tell your purpose. Hello Lord Ren, since your hammer is so powerful, can you lend me one, and I am willing to pay the income of my manor for a year, do you think it is okay? This is a farmer who controls a huge manor, and he gets straight to the point. Haha, so this guest wants to borrow a hammer. Hearing what the farmer said, the smile on Ren's face disappeared instantly after he said a word. Do you think that the income of your manor can be compared with the hammer of the great Craftsman God? Bah! Is your brain a pig? Not to mention your annual income, even your lifetime income, cannot compare with a piece of pattern hammered by the Craftsman God. The next one. Quote. It's me, it's me. Before Chen Xon could speak, suddenly a young man took the initiative to grab him. Lord Ren, I'm not here to borrow a hammer, I'm just trying to build a piece of equipment. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and piles of metals of different colors were scattered on the ground. I know you like ale, and these 5 barrels are given to you, and it has nothing to do with the reward for making equipment. Seeing the ale, joy appeared on the vicissitudes of the face of the master of Ren Castle. With a wave of his hand, all 5 barrels of ale were collected into the space. Seeing this, a gleam of joy appeared on the young man's face, and he even put away the wine. Isn't this equipment ready? However, after the 5 barrels of ale disappeared, the joy on the Lord Ren face disappeared instantly. 5 barrels, are you underestimating my mountain dwarf's drinking capacity? Suddenly, anger rose in his eyes, and he was even more angry than before. You humans have always looked down on my mountain dwarves, don't you think I don't know? Crash. He actually stomped on his feet, and his figure appeared in front of the young man, but he was only as tall as the young man's chest, but he lifted the young man up. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, he threw it out of the rooftop. This scene completely stunned all the other guests who were about to speak. Even if you give a gift, you just throw it out. Chen Xon looked at the mountain dwarf with strange eyes, always feeling that this guy was targeting humans. That's right, it's aimed at. He suddenly understood that the difficulty of this mission was his own identity in the human camp, how to make the mountain dwarves who were already hostile to own willingly lend him the hammer of the craftsman. Instead of taking combat prowess, you start to rely on IQ, right? Chen Xon was thinking about it, when he suddenly saw the mountain dwarfs gaze directly on him. You, come, it's your turn. Ren raised his finger to Chen Xon and asked, what are you doing here? Borrow a hammer. Chen Xon said directly. You borrow the hammer too. Ren sneered, where's your gift? Take it out. No gifts. Chen Xon spread his hands, if you have a condition, you can ask for it, and I will try my best to meet it. I make a condition. Ha ha ha. Ren laughed loudly, his voice was extremely rough, it's the first time I've heard someone dare to ask me to ask Ren to make a condition. As he said that, he nodded, okay. Human, you only need to be able to lift the hammer of the God of Craftsmen, and I will lend it to you, how about it? As he spoke, he glanced at the others, and said maliciously, not only you, but everyone else can, as long as they can lift it up, they can borrow the hammer. What, just lift it up? Everyone else was surprised when they heard this. They never thought that there would be such a good thing today. All come, all come. Before Chen Xon could move, a young man with a long sword on his waist rushed over. This is a LV-90 fighter. Chen Xon glanced at the time. There were 10 minutes left, and he didn't continue to fight. Instead, let these tool people test the water first. If this craftsman's heavy hammer is deceitful, wouldn't he be killed? Hearing this, Ren didn't stop him, but let the young man charge forward, but he folded his arms as if watching a show. Hey! The young man rubbed his hands, let out a low shout, and grabbed the handle of the hammer and pulled it violently. After a moment, the hammer didn't move at all. Ah hey! The young man tried his best once again, and this time he almost used up all his breastfeeding strength. However, apart from his flushed face, the hammer remained motionless. Ren, who was on the side, laughed happily when he saw this scene. Seeing human beings deflated is the most exciting thing for him. Chen Xon stood aside and watched calmly, because he knew very well that the level requirement for this hammer of the god of craftsmanship is LV 210, that is, only professionals with 7 turns to the top can lift it. And this mountain dwarf named Ren happens to be LV 210. He had read the information of everyone present, and none of them exceeded this level. Therefore, no matter how hard they try, it is impossible to lift the hammer. However, Chen Xon can. Although Chen Xon is only at LV 90 now, his strength attribute is far from being comparable to ordinary 3 or even 4 ranks. Nearly 5,000 strength attributes, even among rank 8 professionals, can only be possessed by fighters. Even, these fighters have to go through the guild and equipment bonuses to reach Chen Xon's level. Therefore, if you just pick it up instead of assembling it directly, then Chen Xon has no problem. After witnessing 3 humans trying in succession, Chen Xon finally stretched his wrist and walked up. Now, it's my turn. Ha ha ha, don't you give up. Ren felt that today must be the happiest day for him, to be able to see the uncomfortable side of these human beings. Okay, then go ahead and make me happy again, human. Chen Xon didn't answer and stepped forward to stand in front of the platform. He didn't need to be too prepared, but simply reached out and held the hammer handle. Seeing this, even the audience among the humans shook their heads. Hey, give up. This hammer is not something humans can pick up. Yes, it seems that the rumors are true. This is a gift from the god of craftsmen to the mountain dwarves, and only they can use it. I've decided to give up the idea of borrowing a hammer forever. It's useless even if I borrow it back. Ren didn't speak, but the smile on his face told everyone that he was ready for the show. However, at the next moment, Chen Xon just lifted the palm of the hammer handle lightly, and the originally extremely heavy hammer was lifted up so lightly by him. In an instant, the smile on Ren's face froze completely. Here, did you lift it up? Did you actually lift it up? I'm going, isn't this amazing? How did he do it? I take back what I said before. It's not that humans can't lift it, it's that I'm not strong enough. Everyone was shocked by Chen Xon's actions. They didn't expect that he could easily lift the hammer that no one could lift before. Swish! Chen Xon even raised his hand and waved it twice, but because he couldn't equip it, he couldn't experience the tyranny of the craftsman's hammer. With a bang, it was placed on the platform again. Chen Xon looked at the already misfired Lord Ren, and said with a smile. How about it, Lord Ren, can you lend me the hammer? How did you do it? The Lord of Ren Castle did not answer Chen Xon's words, but asked rhetorically. I don't think there is any difficulty. Chen Xon said lightly. No difficulty. Lord Ren stared. Why? You think my questions are too easy? Are you looking down on me? Quote. Chen Xon looked at him silently, feeling that things did not continue as he imagined. Why are you unconvinced? The owner of Castle Ren laughed loudly. Then get lost, and still want to borrow a hammer. Go ahead and dream about it. You don't agree. Chen Xon's tone suddenly became indifferent. What, do you want to do it? The master of Castle Ren looked at Chen Xon fearlessly. Then you can try the strength of all the mountain dwarves in my entire hammer castle. The mountain dwarves only fought to the death and did not flinch. Quote. As he spoke, he actually stretched out his hand to pull the rope on the wall beside him, and a series of bells resounded throughout the entire hammer fort. When the bell rang, and all the mountain dwarves who were still forging stopped their movements, and then rushed up to the roof like crazy. Surround the remaining 9 humans. Did you see it? Humans and mountain dwarves only died in battle and did not back down. Lord Ren folded his arms and looked at Chen Xon arrogantly. Yeah, Chen Xon looked at such a scene, calmly retreated a few steps towards him, and turned his back to the crowd. Want to run? A sneer appeared on the face of the Lord Ren. Ha, human beings are always so timid, they dare not fight in the face of danger, they only dare to run away. Ha. Seeing this, many mountain dwarves laughed together. But before their smiles disappeared, they saw Chen Xon raise his hand and move a little farther away. Buzz! There was a sudden tremor above the sky, and an incomparably rich earth element began to gather crazily. In an instant, everyone was stunned to see boulders as huge as mountains falling from the sky. Forbidden curse. Wanyu skyfall. Boom boom boom. Terrifying roars resounded throughout the entire mountain range, and countless mountains fell down, smashing the originally towering mountains into a deep pit. Under the impact of such aftermath, the entire Heavy Hammer fort continued to shake, like an earthquake. Everyone, including the mountain dwarves, was dumbfounded watching this scene. Is this guy still human? Raise a mountain range to the ground all at once. Numb. Now everyone is completely numb. The arrogance on the Lord Ren face had completely disappeared at this time, replaced by an unconcealable panic. What exactly is this skill? This is too scary, right? He seemed to have only heard the feeling just now from the legends of his ancestors, and it was very similar to the fluctuation produced when the craftsman released his skills. Could it be that this seemingly young human boy is actually a god? After a while, after the aftermath subsided completely, Chen Xon turned his head to look at the other party. Seeing Chen Xon's eyes, the mountain dwarves all shrank their necks. The mountain dwarves only died in battle, and did not back down. A mountain dwarf shouted a slogan with the last of his courage, but before he could finish speaking, he saw the Lord of Ren jump up and give him a big punch. Who the hell told you not to back down? The owner of the castle is. Just as the beaten mountain dwarf was about to speak, he saw Ren jump up again and hit him again with a big cock. Snapped. After several rounds in a row, the only mountain dwarf who shouted slogans was knocked out. After making up a few more kicks and confirming that the other party had indeed passed out, Ren was relieved. Turning his head, an incomparably flattering smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he rushed forward at a trot. He bowed and said, I knew it, you are the one I've been waiting for here, this hammer of the Craftsman God is now yours. Really give it to me. Chen Xon gave him a puzzled look and asked back. Of course, it is determined and affirmed to you. Lord Ren nodded and bowed authentically. All the humans nearby stared at this unbelievable scene with their eyes wide open. Is this still the proud, eccentric owner of Heavy Hammer Castle? Why are you so dog-licking now? Don't go back on your word, right? Chen Xon confirmed again. Certainly, the Lord of Ren Castle said, turned and ran to the platform, grabbed the heavy hammer of the craftsman on it, and handed it directly to Chen Xon. Don't worry, the hammer of the God of Craftsmen is indeed yours. After getting affirmation from the opponent several times, Chen Xon finally reached out and took the heavy hammer. If he knew that a forbidden spell could solve the problem, he wouldn't have to delay. Before Chen Xon could continue to speak, he suddenly found that the heavy hammer in his hand suddenly glowed, and then his vision blurred, and he disappeared from here. When Chen Xon regained his sight again, he returned to the relic forest in Linzhou again. The heavy hammer of the Craftsman God in his hand has disappeared. Reminder: you have completed the 8th link of the 4-job transfer task, and the 9th link task is released. Task name: Key to Feud. Mission Introduction. A key that can open the door of the Craftsman God, a feud that has been entangled with you, it has been eyeing you for a long time, you can't hide it, you can never hide it. Task target: kill the mission boss, legendary. Task time limit: no time limit. Punishment for mission failure: clear all mission progress. Task remarks: after the mission is started, it will be automatically sent to the boss space, please start it after getting ready. Do you want to fight the boss directly? When Chen Xon heard this prompt, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Compared with the previous missions, he still prefers the frontal hard steel. But what the hell is this feud? And still eyeing the own feud early. Chen Xon felt a little puzzled. The bosses he had encountered so far had never had a chance to be instantly killed. Can't talk about any old grudges. After thinking for a while, Chen Xon couldn't figure it out, so he simply shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter what old grievances, don't you know when you go in? The moment Chen Xon started the mission, he was shrouded in a teleportation light, and his figure reappeared in a strange space. Unlike before, this time there were no forests, no mountains, and no crowds. Chen Xon found himself standing on the edge of a cliff, with the endless sea in the distance. But at this time, the waves were raging, which was actually caused by a huge python's tail beating on the sea. Suddenly, as if sensing Chen Xon's appearance, the snake tail sank into the bottom of the sea with a bang, and then, a strand of hair made entirely of poisonous snakes, a terrifying figure with a snake tail rose from the sea surface. Medusa. Seeing this figure, Chen Xon couldn't help blurting out. Isn't this the most famous Medusa, the youngest of the 3 Gorgon sisters in the legend? Thinking in his heart, Chen Xon looked at the past with the eyes of Yuan Chu. Mother of the Snake Clan, legendary boss. Race, Snake Demon. Level, LV 240. Life, 300 million. Magic power, 100 million. Power, 150,000. Agility, 100,000. Spirit, 120,000. Skills, Mystical Spiritual Snake Level 7, Summoning Swarms of Snakes Level 8. Gaze of the Mother Snake Level 8. Battle Power, 2,000 stars. Comment. As the source of the Snake Clan, there are always many legends about it, and Medusa is just one of them, nothing more. It is it. Seeing the mother of the snake family with a head full of ferocious poisonous snakes, Chen Xon finally remembered why he became his own feud. This is when he killed all the Naga sea monsters in the ancient mermaid city, and a stone in the king's hand became. At that time, he did remember that the other party chanted the name of the mother of the snake clan. Now it seems that I killed a poisonous snake given to King Naga by the mother of the snake clan, and I started to hold a grudge against myself. It's you, human beings, you actually destroyed my medium of collecting beliefs. A hoarse, echoing, scalp-numbing voice resounded from the mouth of the snake mother. You will be one of my many works of art. After saying that, the strands of hair condensed by countless poisonous snakes on her head looked at Chen Xon together, and let out a deadly neigh. Hiss. In an instant, the deep and dark sea surface was instantly illuminated by this terrifying light. At this time, Chen Xon suddenly discovered that on the reef under the cliff, there were unexpectedly many stone carvings densely arranged. Among these stone carvings, some are humanoid and some are strange beasts. They have all turned into stone statues, with horror on their faces, staring at the mother of the snake clan. As soon as Chen Xon saw it clearly, he saw that the light had enveloped his whole body, and then a terrifying magical force began to penetrate On's body. But at the next moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Reminder: you suffered the petrification curse and were immune to the decree of the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. Hint: your edict of the beginning of the Yuan dynasty reported this attack. With a buzzing sound, Chen Xon's body trembled, unexpectedly directly reflecting back the light that was shot at him. In an instant, the whole body of the mother of the snake tribe who had been baring her teeth and claws began to freeze, and layers of petrified breath began to bloom from her body. No, how is it possible? You can actually rebound my curse. The huge mother of the snake tribe set off a raging wave on the sea, her eyes were full of shock. But after all, she is the mother of the snake clan. With such a terrifying ability, she has a strong resistance to the same curse. This petrification only lasted for a moment on it, and then slowly dissipated. Chen Xon shook his head regretfully. He thought that the battle could be ended by simply bouncing back the petrification of the target as in the legend. Okay, after talking for a long time, I have to rely on myself. With a wave of his hand, a light flashed in the contract space, and 6 little guys appeared at the same time. Come on, everyone is free to play, beat me to death. Chen Xon gave the order without hesitation. The next moment, the 6 little guys all shot. Hey! A phoenix cry suddenly appeared, and terrifying flames were brewing crazily above the sky. The mother of the snake clan who had just recovered looked up, doubts flashed in her eyes. However, before the doubt dissipated, it saw with great astonishment that besides the scarlet flame and fire phoenix, the phantom god leopard, the holy beast white tiger, the holy beast black tortoise, the frost holy dragon, and the cursed queen appeared one after another. Wait for all kinds of phantoms. It just spit out a word, and saw the 6 forbidden curses attacking one after another in no particular order. Wong Nirvana Flame, Holy Dragon Ice Soul Slash, Annihilate the Star Field, Black Tortoise Force Field, Soul Dimension Cut, the Gate of Shadows. This is the first time since Chen Xon got the 6 contracted beasts, he let them go full fire. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying waves exploded directly above the sea surface, and in just a moment, Chen Xon clearly saw the blood bar on the head of the snake mother beating wildly. -5.79 million. -7.81 million. -3.51 million. Before the mother of the snake clan could react, she saw that the own health bar was instantly emptied by 6 forbidden spells. Just at this time, God seemed to give it a blessing. When the blood bar reached 1%, it was locked at once. Reminder: the mother of the snake tribe triggers the blood lock buff, and remains invincible within 3 seconds. This old monster is the incarnation of Emperor O, right? Actually turned on the blood lock buff again. Gia, I am resurrected, human beings, you are ready to die. The mother of the snake tribe showed a smile on her face, frantically twisting her own tail, and was about to fight back. But at the next moment, the shadows of the 6 forbidden spells reappeared in the sky. Before it could react, it discovered that the completely different 6 attacks fell again. No, the mother of the snake tribe screamed in despair. It just thought it could turn the tables, but unexpectedly, it was killed before it had time to react. Before she died, there was always a thought circling in her mind. How can there be such a terrible human being? To be able to release 12 forbidden spells in succession. The key is that the opponent is all instant, so there is no chance for it to react at all. In fact, how did she know that Chen Xon's 12 dishes were just appetizers, and she could prepare 20 consecutive forbidden spells now? When the mother of the snake family died, a large wave of materials and equipment burst out directly. Among them, a key emitting colorful light instantly attracted Chen Xon's attention. The feud key. That's it. Chen Xon put the key into the space, and with this, he could complete his 4-turn job transfer task. At the same time, he also gained a lot of equipment after killing the legendary boss. He even saw a piece of legendary equipment. What's that? Suddenly, Chen Xon looked at one of the many equipments. It was not equipment, it looked like a stone ball, but the stone ball emitted a colorful light that was more brilliant than the legendary equipment. Chen Xon looked directly at the past with the eyes of Yuanchu. Immediately, all the information of the entire stone ball appeared. Cursed Eye Myth, a god created by Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. It turns a kind girl into a terrible banshee. Be careful, when you touch it, there will be a terrible curse advent. Athena's fetish. Chen Xon's complexion changed, and he suddenly thought of the powerful goddess Athena from ancient Greek mythology. Could it be that she created the mother of the snake clan, and now the mother of the snake clan, death, the fetish of the cursed eye appeared from it? It's a good thing I didn't touch it. Chen Xon couldn't help but rejoice that he checked with the eye of Yuanchu first out of caution, otherwise he would not be able to discover the mystery of this fetish. However, at some point, the cursed queen, Little Curse, appeared in front of the fetish. Little Curse, don't. Just as Chen Xon was about to remind him, Xiaoke had already touched the fetish with his hand. With a click, the originally intact cursed eye burst open, and a terrifying light enveloped everyone including Chen Xon. Hint: you have been cursed by the gods. Reminder: the imperial decree at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty blocked this curse and gave feedback. Reminder: your contracted beast cursed the queen to be cursed by the gods, leaving a brand of curse. Reminder: your contract beast Qianhuahuang was cursed by the gods and left a mark of the curse. A series of prompts made Chen Xon frown. He never expected that Xiaoke would pass by. That's right, this kind of item that contains the aura of the curse will indeed make the little curse very interested. Chen Xon opened the attribute panel, and found that in the list of contracted beasts, among all his contracted beasts, there was an unfamiliar logo. Cursed brand, a mark from the gods. When he descends, the mark will guide him to find you. Being targeted by God. Chen Xon's heart skipped a beat suddenly. This was not a good thing. This mother of the snake clan, who looks a lot like Medusa, is just a legendary boss with over 100 million blood bars. In Chen Xon's perception, Medusa is just a weak god in Greek mythology. On the contrary, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, has terrifying combat power comparable to Zeus and Poseidon. Once he really descends, how terrifying will it be? In an instant, Chen Xon's sense of superiority that he had just exterminated the mother of the snake tribe with the 12 consecutive curses disappeared instantly. No matter how powerful he is now, his name can only be called Beastmaster Demigod. It is still far from the real god. Even Chen Xon didn't know if the gods they called were on the same level as Athena. To become stronger, we must become stronger as soon as possible. Chen Xon secretly vowed that when he returned, he would immediately complete the job transfer task of the 4th rank, and at the same time try every means to improve his own strength. After clarifying his thoughts, Chen Xon directly put all the equipment into the space, and at the next moment, the light flashed all over his body, and he teleported and disappeared directly from the entire space. Prompt: It is detected that you have harvested the task item, do you want to submit it? Submit. Chen Xon, who had just come out, heard the system beep and submitted the task without hesitation. Reminder: the mission of the 9th link is completed. Congratulations, you have completed the job transfer task of the 4th job. Please go to the job transfer temple as soon as possible to complete the last job transfer and get rewards. Finally finished. Hearing the reminder, Chen Xon let out a sigh of relief. The 4-rank job transfer task has been completed. As long as he goes to the job-changing temple, he can directly become a 4-rank powerhouse. The timing of the previous record smasher mission is also coming to an end, and you can get a 5 elements orb by then. Chen Xon's body trembled, the anchoring feat activated, and his figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time, at the moment when his figure disappeared, in a mysterious space far away, in an extremely ancient temple, a beautiful figure exuding bright rays of light was sleeping deeply. This figure is none other than the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena. Suddenly, the golden eyelashes trembled slightly, and then a pair of shining golden eyes suddenly opened. Ha! Someone killed the mother of the snake clan. There was no wave on her beautiful face. Very well, wait until I find you, and let you become the next carrier of the curse. After she finished speaking, she glanced into the distance, and then closed it again. The entire temple seemed to have fallen into eternal silence, without any movement. When Chen Xon reappeared, he was already in an alley outside the career transfer temple. Turning his head to look around, Chen Xon stepped out of the alley after realizing that no one appeared. A noisy sound from the street poured into the eardrums in an instant, and Chen Xon couldn't help being a little dazed. All this seemed simple, but in fact every step was extremely dangerous. If it was a second professional, Chen Xon guessed, he might not be able to get to the end at all, and he might have completely fallen in the first few links. Yes, if you really die in the middle, it is a real death, and there will be no chance to do it again. As he walked, fortunately, the iconic building of the job transfer temple came into view. Let Chen Xon gradually recover from his absence. Hiss. Looking at the tall and majestic job-changing temple, Chen Xon took a deep breath. The world is difficult, but he must live on and get better and better. Caw caw caw. The door opened, and Chen Xon greeted the waiter in charge of the job-changing temple. Although he didn't accept the job-changing task of the 4th job here, all job-changing temples in the world are common to each other. The same goes for his job change here. Rumble. After spending a little time queuing up, Chen Xon finally walked into the job transfer temple. When the door closed, a reminder sounded in his mind. Reminder: check that you have completed all the tasks of the 4 job transfers, and whether the job transfer is enabled. Open. Chen Xon had just changed jobs, so naturally he didn't hesitate at all. The 6-pointed star under his feet burst into bright light in an instant, and countless powerful elemental fluctuations began to brew. This level of strength simply surpassed the magnitude of all Chen Xon's previous job changes. Almost at the moment when the light shrouded, Chen Xon felt that his own attributes began to improve, but this feeling of improvement was not exaggerated, and even felt ordinary. In fact, it's not that the 4th job change is not exaggerated enough, but that Chen Xon's current 3-dimensional attributes are too exaggerated. So that this increase is not so obvious. The improvement of attributes was ignored by him. Of course, what he cared more about was the 2 new skills he acquired and the most important talent system. However, just when he thought everything was over, suddenly a bright light flashed in front of his eyes. It was as if an invisible big hand pulled him above his head. At the next moment, he just felt his whole body swish, being pulled into an incomparably mysterious and illusory space. Here, what happened? Chen Xon looked around suspiciously, and suddenly realized that he was actually in an illusory state. When, in the surrounding misty space shrouded in mist, the sound of hammers beating continuously resounded. Suddenly, the beating sound disappeared, and then a rough and wild laughter resounded. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been? Finally someone found the token left by my old Lu. Old Lu. Chen Xon froze for a moment. Who are you? Ha ha, boy, I am the god of craftsmen, you can also call me Lu Ban. That rough voice spoke casually, but fell on Chen Xon's ears like thunder. What? Lu Ban, the legendary name of the god of Sha Kingdom. How is it possible? His heart was full of shocks. As early as when he traveled, Chen Xon knew that many secret realms even contained shadows from various myths. But did not find a secret realm about the myth of the Sha Kingdom, let alone any clues about the gods of the Sha Kingdom. How many scholars have studied it before? The myth of the Sha Kingdom did not know what went wrong when the game was invaded, so that the data was missing, so it never appeared. This was a consensus reached over the years, but now, Chen Xon actually heard the voice of Lu Ban, who claimed to be the Craftsman God. Haha, I know you are confused, but time is limited, and there are some secrets that I can't tell you in detail. Chen Xon didn't see the other party's figure, but heard the sound of iron hammers continuing to resound. Boy, you are the first person from the Sha Kingdom who has been perceived by the gods of the Sha Kingdom in many years. Lu Ban said while striking the iron. If you are strong enough in the future, you must bear in mind that as early as the age of mythology, the kingdom of Sha was the enemy of the whole world. The age of mythology. Sha is the enemy of the whole world. Chen Xon was shocked, feeling that there was too much information in this sentence. So he subconsciously asked, Senior, please make it clear. Why is everyone enemy? What happened in the age of mythology? And why did you come to me? Quote. In order to hope. If it's not good, they will find out. You have put away the gift that the kid gave you, so let's go. Just as Lu Ban was halfway through speaking, he suddenly seemed to sense something. The next moment Chen Xon saw a dazzling light flying towards him, like a hammer. Boom! He felt a pain in his head and lost consciousness instantly. When he opened his eyes again, a series of system prompts suddenly appeared in his mind. Reminder, you have completed the job change, and your attributes have been greatly improved. Hint, you have acquired 2 skills, which are financial protection and disaster prevention, and contract shadow reduction. Reminder, it has been detected that you have reached the 4th rank professional, and now the talent system is turned on, please choose the talent route. Reminder, your talent has been distorted, and you have obtained 3 talent trees. Please check the talent for details. Reminder, you get an initial reward of 10 talent points, and an additional 40 talent points will be rewarded due to the difficulty of job transfer, please allocate it yourself. Reminder, you have received a gift from the God of Craftsmanship, pendant of the God of Craftsman, legendary. Please check the details for yourself. Chen Xon was a little dazed by the series of prompts, and he waited for several seconds before he came back to his senses. First of all, there are 2 skills, and he quickly opened them to check them. Financial and disaster avoidance consume 10,000 gold coins to draw a disaster avoidance talisman. The disaster avoidance talisman can be awarded with different titles according to its level, and lasts for 1 day. Limited to 10 times per day. Disaster avoidance talisman, after use, it can continue to take effect within 1 day, exempting the disaster of the corresponding level. Graded. Red disaster avoidance talisman, no worries about minor disasters. Green disaster evasion talisman, turning danger into peace. Blue disaster evasion talisman, good luck. Italy. Purple disaster relief talisman, Fu Xing Gaojiao. Gold disaster relief talisman, luck like a rainbow. Remarks. Calamity avoidance talismans take effect automatically. After all disaster evasion symbols are drawn, the title of the best level will be automatically selected for use. Hiss. This skill is a bit awesome. Chen Xon read the introduction carefully and couldn't help but gasped. This is simply equivalent to a man-made European emperor. As long as you spend 100,000 gold coins every day, you can automatically get a title that can avoid disasters. This is a dream benefit for every professional, right? Especially the last title of Luck Like a Rainbow. If Chen Xon wears it, he may be able to pick up diamonds in just one step. Just yawn and you might drop a piece of epic material. This feeling, even thinking about it, feels extremely comfortable. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Chen Xon checked another skill again. Contract refraction. Designate the contracted beast as the target, allowing the owner to reflect the adult phantom of the contracted beast in a short period of time, and gain some attribute bonuses. The amount of the bonus is related to the owner's own level. The phantom properties of each refraction are non-stackable. The introduction of this skill is simple, and it is also not difficult to understand. It is equivalent to that Chen Xon can directly improve own attribute and combat power at critical moments, which makes the opponent feel caught off guard. Chen Xon had just encountered the crisis brought by Athena, so he possessed such skills, and to be honest he was very satisfied. In addition to skills, there is also the talent system that he values most. However, when Chen Xon opened the talent panel, he couldn't help being stunned. Isn't there only one type of talent? Why do I have 3 types? Chen Xon looked at the talent tree with 3 lines in surprise, and suddenly recalled the content of the prompt tone just now. Could it be, is it the relationship between the Craftsman God? Generally speaking, different professions will open a talent tree that matches their profession when they turn 4. Generally, the talent tree will be strengthened in 3 aspects, such as attack, defense, and survival for fighters. Mage is attack, survival, support and so on. For the Beast Master, there are also 3 aspects: the beast is strong, the master is strong, and blessings. There are 3 aspects: one is to strengthen the contracted beast, the other is to strengthen itself, and the other is to focus on various auras, blessing buffs, etc. Choosing different routes will determine the future development direction of professionals. Because of this, the 4th rank has extraordinary significance to professionals. But now, Chen Xon has 3 talents all at once, which means that he can choose 3 routes for promotion at the same time. But it also needs to consume more talent value. Thinking of this, Chen Xon couldn't help but look at the 3 talents, only to find that it was completely different from what he had imagined. Fighting. Passive talent. Every time you consume 1 point of talent, the skill strength of you and the contracted beast will increase by 10%, the upper limit is LV 100. God of War descends to earth. Active talent. After activation, your HP and mana will increase by 10 times in a short period of time. Use it once a day, the duration is related to your level. Craftsman's Heavy Hammer. Active talent. Arbitrarily combining 2 pieces of equipment into 1 new equipment, the new equipment will have a chance to improve its own quality. Passive talent 1. You are extremely proficient in forging. From now on, no matter whether it is strengthening or enchanting, it will not be difficult for you. Passive talent 2. You are blessed by the God of Craftsmen. After any enhancement and enchantment fails, the durability will not be lost. After watching the 3 talents, Chen Xon can only say, strong. Powerful, powerful. It's so strong that it makes your scalp tingle. Originally, he wasn't sure if it was the God of Craftsmen's help, but when he saw that the hammer of the God of Craftsmen had turned into his talent, he was completely convinced. The change of talent this time must have been done by Mr. Craftsman God. Among the 3 skills, only one can be added with talent, but the tyranny of this fight is even more terrifying than Chen Xon imagined. A little talent value can increase the skill strength by 10%. He now has 50 talent points. If all of them are added to fighting and killing, it will be 500% skill strength. If this is placed on the forbidden spell, 1 forbidden spell is worth 5. And the second talent is equally tyrannical. Once God of War descends to earth is activated, it will directly increase one's current health and mana by 10 times. In other words, if he is in a state of full mana and full blood, he will directly have the possibility of casting 100 forbidden spells in a row. Of course, he didn't have so many forbidden spells that he could cast. Similarly, this talent also has a disadvantage, that is, there is no way to replenish the mana while increasing the upper limit. Is this on purpose? But when Chen Xon saw the gift from the job transfer, the legendary quality Craftsman God pendant, he couldn't help but exclaim. Pendant of the Craftsman God, legendary. Category: accessories. Basic effects. magic power plus 100,000, health plus 100,000, intelligence plus 1,000, strength plus 1000. Durability 10,000 10,000ths. Level requirement LV 90. Additional effect. Source of pendant active effect. It can instantly replenish 100% health and 100% magic value after release, can be released once a day. Leaving aside the exaggerated basic effects, the active effect of the only remaining source of the pendant alone can shock Chen Xon into a diva. As long as the effect is activated, even if Chen Xon only has 1% of his blood left, he can be resurrected with full blood, which is equivalent to gaining an extra life. And it's still full of life. If it is combined with God of War to go down to earth and directly increase the magic power value by 10 times, it will be terrifying. Just imagine, the enemy is about to win, but in the next second, Chen Xon not only recovers, but also directly increases his mana by 10 times. What is the experience of smashing dozens of forbidden spells? Even if you have a billion health, Chen Xon is confident that it will be completely wiped out. But, even so, Chen Xon did not take it lightly. The matter of Athena was like a sword of Damocles hanging above his head, which made him unable to feel at ease. He didn't think that the attack fed back by the imperial edict at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty could kill the opponent in seconds. Can't even kill the mother of the Snake clan, let alone the strong and boundless Athena. Also, what exactly does Lu Ban, the Craftsman God, mean? After calming down, Chen Xon began to analyze. Since the age of mythology, Sha Kingdom has been the enemy of the whole world. Why is Sha Kingdom an enemy of the whole world? Could it be related to the gods in those myths? Or, the reason for the disappearance of the gods of Sha Kingdom is also related to this? In the end, why is Mr. Lu Ban so anxious? Chen Xon frowned, feeling that Lu Ban was afraid of being discovered, and sent himself out of the space before finishing his sentence. Is this also related to other myths? Chen Xon feels that things seem to hide layers of secrets, but the only thing that is certain is that all of these are connected with other myths. As early as when Chen Xon traveled through, no matter in the news from various sources, he could find the shadows of various myths and gods, but only the Sha Kingdom myths were missing. Coupled with Mr. Lu Ban's reminder, Chen Xon can be more sure that the Sha Kingdom myth seems to have been targeted by other myths in the age of mythology. No matter what, getting stronger is the primary goal. Chen Xon murmured softly to himself, pushed open the door of the job transfer temple and left. There are still many places he needs to study next, but it is not convenient here. When he returned to the hotel in Yuanling City, Chen Xon opened the own talent list again. He originally had 50 talent points, but he hadn't had time to add points to the talent. For 3 talents, only fights can add points. Chen Xon directly added all 50 talent points to fights without hesitation. Reminder: you have added a little talent value in fighting and killing, skill strength plus 10%. Reminder: you have added a little talent value in fighting and killing, skill strength plus 10%. Reminder: you have added a little talent value in fighting and killing, skill strength plus 10%. Comma. When all the talent values are consumed, the fighting skills increase by 500%. According to the rules, every time you increase the first level, you can get a talent value. As for other ways to obtain talent values, Chen Xon has no time to explore. In addition to fighting and killing, Chen Xon set his sights on the God of Craftsman's heavy hammer, which seems to be a sideline talent, but if you study it carefully, you will find that as long as it is used well, it will bring terrible increase to own. Being able to combine any 2 pieces of equipment into a new piece of equipment is unheard of in the entire Blue Star. I'm afraid only a skilled craftsman like Mr. Lu Ban can do it. With doubts, Chen Xon directly took out the 2 pieces of equipment in the space. If Chen Xon hadn't beheaded the mother of the snake tribe, the boss, and exploded a lot of equipment, he would really only have equipment above the epic level in his hand. 2 gold level weapons fell into his hands, a long sword and an axe. With a thought in his mind, Chen Xon directly activated the Hammer of the God of Craftsman talent. Reminder: the Master Hammer talent activates, please select the main equipment. The main equipment refers to what is the main thing to synthesize. After synthesis, at least the current quality of the opponent can be retained. Chen Xon was an experiment, so he directly chose the golden long sword. Prompt: the synthesis is complete. Hearing a ding, the axe in front of him turned into a spot of light and disappeared, and then a notification sounded. Chen Xon quickly opened the golden long sword to check the information, and suddenly found that the opponent's original strength had increased by 1/3. Awesome! Chen Xon sighed from the bottom of his heart. This is not the result of 1 + 1 = 2, but to limit the gold level breakthrough and increase more bonuses. If the number of synthesis is large enough, it can even forcibly upgrade the quality of the gold level to the diamond level. He synthesized several pieces one after another and tried them out. Surprisingly, this kind of synthesis does not require similar equipment at all, and can be synthesized arbitrarily. At this time, Chen Xon suddenly thought of a suit in his hand, the Time Annihilation suit. This set is a rare set that can reduce the cooling time of skills. Chen Xon used it well before, but now that he has stepped into the 4th rank professional, it seems a bit stretched. Originally, Chen Xon was thinking about whether to find a new suit to replace Time Annihilation. Well now, with the talent of the Craftsman hammer, you can directly synthesize equipment based on Time Annihilation. In this way, the problem of Time Annihilation tasteless can be avoided. Just do it. Chen Xon directly took out all the equipment he had accumulated, and began to frantically combine it with the Time Annihilation suit. Prompt: the synthesis is complete. Your equipment attributes have been improved. Prompt: the synthesis is complete. Your equipment attributes have been improved. Prompt: the synthesis is complete. Your equipment attributes have been improved. Comma. Reminder: the synthesis is complete, and the quality of your equipment has been upgraded to epic level. After spending a lot of epic equipment, Chen Xon finally upgraded the Time Annihilation set to epic quality. Originally, the cooldown of the skill that Chen Xon was most looking forward to was directly increased by 5%. Excited, he smashed all the equipment into it, but no matter how hard he tried this time, the quality of the Time Annihilation suit remained unchanged. Seeing that, there were only 3 pieces of epic equipment left in Chen Xon's hand. Give it a go, or stop the loss in time. Just as Chen Xon was thinking about it, he suddenly had an idea, the ability to save money and avoid disasters, which he had never used before. With this in mind, he directly consumed 100,000 gold coins without hesitation, and directly let the money-losing and disaster-avoiding start drawing the disaster-avoiding talisman. Reminder: you have spent 10,000 gold coins to get a disaster avoidance talisman, no worries about minor misfortunes. Reminder: you have spent 10,000 gold coins to get a disaster avoidance talisman, no worries about minor misfortunes. Reminder: you spent 10,000 gold coins to get a disaster relief talisman, save the danger. Comma. Reminder: you spent 10,000 gold coins to get a disaster avoidance talisman, Fu Xing Gaojiao. When all the times were completely exhausted, Chen Xon actually drew a disaster avoidance talisman emitting purple light. As soon as the purple disaster avoidance talisman came out, it was directly transformed into a title and equipped on Chen Xon's body. Other than that, there was no other change. This time, Chen Xon took the only 3 pieces of epic equipment left and launched the hammer of the god of craftsmanship. Reminder: the synthesis is successful, and your equipment has been upgraded. Reminder: the synthesis is successful, and your equipment has been upgraded. Reminder: the synthesis is successful, and the quality of your equipment Time Annihilation staff has been improved. The current quality is legendary level. Legendary level. Chen Xon couldn't help being pleasantly surprised when he heard this prompt. Sure enough, the disaster avoidance talisman was not given for nothing. There are only 3 pieces, and they are so lucky that one staff can be directly promoted to the legendary level. Although it has accumulated the effects of other equipment synthesis before, but after all, if you want to upgrade from the epic level to the legendary level, you still need to look at the face. Sure enough, today's lucky stars are shining brightly, and even the synthesis has unexpected surprises. If it's possible to synthesize it, can I also strengthen it? The Time Annihilation staff in Chen Xon's hand has been promoted to the legendary level. If there is another wave of enhancements, the promotion will definitely be even more terrifying. Without further ado, he quickly made a video call to old man Feng Ling, and soon there was a response from the other side. Haha, boy Chen, I haven't seen you for a few days, where have you been? The old man Feng Ling saw Chen Xon smiling, especially when he knew that the other party had already started preparing for the 4th rank mission. He was very optimistic about this divinely favored one. How many rings do you complete the job transfer task for the 4th job? How come you have to get the 3rd ring, right? Old Feng, I have already completed the 4th round. Chen Xon said something casually, and then asked quickly, I'm looking for you to inquire about where it is easier to obtain strengthening crystals. Do you have any news? Strengthening crystal, this me, what? You said you completed the 4th round. Feng Lao nodded subconsciously and said, but suddenly realized that something was wrong, and quickly exclaimed to Chen Xon. How long has it been since you took the task of changing jobs? How can you turn 4 so quickly? As far as he knows, everyone of God's favor will not choose the lowest difficulty job transfer task, at least the starting level is high. If there is no help from the boss for such a job transfer task, I am afraid that it will be difficult to succeed in less than half a year on my own. But when was the last time Chen Xon told him to accept the mission? In less than 2 weeks, he actually completed the 4th round directly. Yeah, it's been almost 10 days since I accepted the job transfer task. Chen Xon nodded, and said with a little fear, don't tell me, this job transfer task is indeed a bit difficult. If I delay some, I might really fail. 10 days. Feng Ling felt the corner of On's mouth twitching. Chen Xon quickly asked, what's wrong with Feng Lao? Is it because I'm not efficient enough? Cough cough cough. It's okay. Feng Ling looked at Chen Xon's ignorant and harmless expression, and couldn't help but want to give him a big blow, but thinking about it, didn't it reveal his own weakness? So, your efficiency is actually not bad, but don't be complacent. Starting from the 4th turn, the difficulty of each turn task will increase exponentially. Don't take it lightly. Oh, by the way, what did you just ask? Let's move on to the next topic. Quote. After saying a few words, Feng Lao hurriedly changed the topic. He was afraid that if he asked any more questions, he would probably be beaten badly. How long did it take him to do the 4th rank job task? Half a year, or a year? That's right, I want to ask how to obtain strengthening crystals. I've inquired about the firm before, and it seems that there are not many of them. Chen Xon asked directly, a strengthening crystal. Feng Ling smiled slightly after hearing this. Have you also started preparing to strengthen your equipment? That's fine. Before the Tianzhou tournament, one more point of improvement is 1 point. After a pause, he said directly, the strengthening crystals are generally in the hands of alchemists. Of course, some high-rank professionals will choose to collect strengthening crystals for strengthening in the late stage. Generally, this kind of secret realm that produces enhanced crystals will be controlled by the Grand Guild. Our Yuling Pavilion has a legendary secret realm called the Fortified Catacombs. Quote. Strengthen the crypt. That's right, as long as you join our guild, you can enjoy the opportunity to enter once a month for free. The old man Feng Ling explained with a smile. This fortified crypt is not that kind of dangerous secret realm. It is composed of sealed crypt spaces one by one. When you enter it, you only need to dig casually to enter the next floor. As long as you kill the wild monsters inside, you can explode the enhanced crystal. The level of wild monsters inside is not high, but how many enhanced crystals explode depends on luck. Some dug inside for 6 hours without seeing a single one, while others burst out hundreds of them within 10 minutes. Quote. Is it all by luck? Chen Xon was taken aback for a moment. He is a lucky star today, isn't it right in his arms? What about the enchanted elemental crystal? Chen Xon asked. It's the same. There are enhanced crypts, and naturally there are enchanted crypts, and it's also free to enter once a month, for 6 hours at a time. Great, then I'll go to the guild headquarters now. Chen Xon was overjoyed. If he could accumulate this time, he might be able to strengthen his own equipment today. Once equipped at that time, the combat power will soar again. You are LV4 authority, you can use the transmission authority once a month. The old man Feng Ling looked at the time. It's the beginning of the month, and many young guys are there, maybe you can win some money. A lottery. What kind of lottery? Chen Xon was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously asked. Ha ha ha, you will know when you go, but I can tell you. The old man Fengling suddenly turned his face slightly and reminded, my lineage of beastmasters in Yuling Pavilion is gradually declining. When you can compete for face, you will never give in, you know. It's a big deal, we old guys are helping to handle it. Is that so? Chen Xon nodded thoughtfully. If he had been in this muddy water before, he probably wouldn't have been in this muddy water, but now it's different. After finally getting a lucky star, if I don't go, it will be a waste. Therefore, Chen Xon greeted the old man Fengling, then shut down the communication, and the next moment appeared directly at the anchor point near the teleportation station. Directly revealing his 9th level Guild LV4 authority, Chen Xon walked onto a teleportation array alone without hindrance. The next moment, the figure disappeared from the teleportation array in an instant. Buzz. When Chen Xon's sight became clear again, he found that he appeared in a huge secret realm unexpectedly. No, to be precise, it is a world. A magnificent world full of magical elements. The sky is colorful and changes its luster from time to time. A round of bright moon hangs high in the secret realm forever, and it seems to be always in a full moon state. A series of powerful figures of strange beasts are constantly shining from the sky. Professionals who know the history of Yuling Pavilion will know that this is a defensive circle left by the first generation of Yuling Pavilion. It is said that it can resist forbidden curses. Attack. I don't know if you can resist my 10 bursts. A thought flashed through Chen Xon's mind. If he really made a move, the old man Fengling might rush out and tear him apart. Looking around, Chen Xon found that the headquarters of the Yuling Pavilion was so big that he looked for a long time, but he couldn't find any shadows of the enhanced crypt and the enchanted crypt. Moreover, in the 9th tier guild, each professional is usually very busy, and almost no one is seen. Hello, I want to ask how to get to the strengthened crypt and the enchanted crypt. Helpless, Chen Xon could only take the initiative to ask a young lady guarding the teleportation array. On one side, the young lady who was tinkering with bottles and cans subconsciously opened her mouth to refuse, but when she saw Chen Xon's appearance from the corner of her eye, she swallowed her words back. Wow, little big brother, are you new to the guild? The young lady straightened her messy hair. It happens that I have nothing to do here, so I'll take you there directly. As she said that, she stood up directly and leaned towards Chen Xon's body. Chen Xon took a step back subconsciously, looked at the empty teleportation array. Doesn't this teleportation array need to be guarded? It's okay, no one dares to come to Yuling Pavilion to make trouble anyway. I will send you there and come back. It's rare to meet such a handsome young man, so I naturally don't want to miss it. I just want to strengthen the crypt, just show me the way. Chen Xon felt that the young lady looked at him in the wrong way, and after thinking about it, he couldn't help but refuse. It's okay, I'll bring it to you. Why don't we add a contact information first? The young lady volunteered to introduce. My name is Song Yanjin, and I am an alchemist. My measurements are 92, 71, 96. Chen Xon took a weird look at this young lady with messy hair. We just met for the first time. Should we be so direct? Ahem, hello, my name is Chen Xon, Beast Master. Whoa, Beast Master, are you the one who has just been recruited into the guild by the Beast Master? Song Yanjin couldn't help but exclaimed. At first I thought you were an old man, but I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Am I that famous? Chen Xon looked at her suspiciously. He didn't say anything just now. Why did he even reveal his identity as a divinely favored person? Of course, our Yuling Pavilion is mainly divided into 3 major factions: hunters, summoners, and beast masters. In addition, there are also neutral factions composed of special professionals such as druids and alchemists. Song Yanjin explained, there have been no new members from the lineage of beast masters for many years. A while ago, it was rumored that the giant of the lineage of beast masters found a divinely favored person to join Yuling Pavilion. Just now you said it's a beast master, and it's a newcomer, so I naturally thought of it. I see. Chen Xon nodded slightly, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, he could hide his joining the 9th ranked guild from others, but he couldn't hide it from the old guys in Yuling Pavilion. As long as a little information is revealed, it can be spread directly. Let's go. The Fortified Crypt is a bit far from here, we have to hurry up. Song Yanjin raised her hand as she spoke, and an object that looked like a metal block was thrown on the ground. The next moment, a strong magical wave was transmitted from it. The metal block turned into a cool red supercar in the blink of an eye. Song Yanjin jumped into the driving seat and waved to Chen Xon. Come on, get in the car, my driving technology is really good. Chen Xon looked at this modern and magical supercar, and couldn't help nodding secretly. It seems that every professional who can join the 9th level guild has his own unique side. Chen Xon was sitting in the co-pilot, only to see Song Yanjin screaming excitedly and stepping on the accelerator. The next moment, the flame burning with magic elements roared out from the engine. With a strong push-back feeling, Chen Xon could only feel the speed soaring crazily in an instant. Laugh. After a precise drift and tail flick, Song Yanjin stopped in front of the portal of the reinforced crypt without a trace. How is it? My driving technology is good, right? Well, Chen Xon thought for a while, then gave a thumbs up. It's great. Really? Then I can drive with you more in the future. Song Yanjin happily got out of the car, and pointed to the teleportation array not far away. You came just in time, and the odds will be closed in 5 minutes. Without waiting for Chen Xon's reaction, Song Yanjin dragged him to the side of the teleportation formation, completely different from the coldly clear Chen Xon's impression. A lot of people gathered here unexpectedly. They all stared at a huge light curtain in front of them, with a 5-minute countdown at the top. Below is a series of numbers. This is spinach. Chen Xon glanced at it and couldn't help being a little surprised. This is organized by our guild boss. It is opened 4 times a day, corresponding to the opening time of the enhanced crypt. Song Yanjin pointed to the light curtain and introduced, this is the number of enhanced crystals you will eventually get after entering the cave. You can choose different odds to bet. What you bet is also enhanced crystals, and what you get is also enhanced crystals. Chen Xon looked at the light curtain and found that the lowest odds were between 10 and 100, not even double. On the contrary, after exceeding 100, the odds began to rise rapidly. 100 to 200, 2 times. 200 to 300, 3 times. 300 to 400, 4 times. 400 to 500, 5 times. 500 plus, 10 times. Hiss, if you get more than 500 enhanced crystals at one time, wouldn't it take off? Chen Xon couldn't help saying when he saw the final odds. PFF'd. At first glance, you are a rookie who has never played before. Song Yanjin chuckled, if it's really so easy to hit this high-powered one, then those big guys in the guild won't pay for it. I have pressed many times, and 8 out of 10 times I was under 100. It is very rare to be able to exceed 100 occasionally. As she said that, she patted her chest confidently, follow my sister, I will guarantee you the victory. Ahem, I just came here, where did I get the strengthening crystal? You can get a loan. Song Yanjin pointed to the old man dozing off next to the light curtain, the senior is in charge of guarding the light curtain. You can borrow freely according to your authority, but the interest is higher if it is overdue. Good guy, even Yuzuri came out. Chen Xon couldn't help shouting in his heart that he was an expert. The upper limit of the loan is limited through the authority, so that the professionals will not owe sky-high debts, and it can stimulate their desire to continuously obtain strengthening crystals. My lucky star shines brightly on me, so I should be able to fight for it, right? Chen Xon looked at the old man and couldn't help talking to himself. Then he separated from the crowd and walked over with Song Yanjin. Senior, I want a loan. Chen Xon got straight to the point. View permissions. Member information. The old man sat on the rocking chair and closed his eyes to rest, and said with his eyes closed. Chen Xon directly revealed own personal information, LV4 permission. Chen Xon. Seeing Chen Xon's name, the old man who had closed his eyes and meditated suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Xon. Are you the newly favored one? As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused a commotion. The one favored by God. Is it him? No way, the divinely favored one found by the Beast Master. It doesn't look very good either. Wow, you look so handsome. Is he here to spinach? Or does he want to clear the burrow? It must be both. It's normal for newcomers to want to gamble. Looking at how handsome he is, maybe his character will explode. TCH, if the burrows can look at faces, then wouldn't I be rewarded every time? Regarding the surrounding discussions, Chen Xon's face did not fluctuate much, but looked at the senior and nodded slightly. Yes, okay, don't be surprised by changes. It's a good seedling. The old man made a comment with a blank face, and then asked, you have LV4 authority, you can borrow 400, do you want it? Everything. After a simple operation, Chen Xon found that there was an extra message in his guild information, and the 400 enhanced crystals had already arrived. This is a virtual currency. You can choose which one to press. I'll record it for you. If you win at that time, you should come to me to exchange for real enhanced crystals. Chen Xon was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said directly, Senior, I choose to bet on the 500 plus one. What? 500 plus? Before the old man could speak, Song Yanjin on the side suddenly exclaimed. Are you crazy, handsome guy? Don't think about betting just because the odds are high. Once you lose, you'll have to come here for several months to pay off your debts. The old man at the side suddenly sneered when he saw Chen Xon's choice. Boy, have you thought it through? I've figured it out. Chen Xon nodded without hesitation. 400 will weigh this. Good. The old man did not speak, and directly registered Chen Xon, only to hear a ding, and the 400 enhanced crystals that had just arrived in the account disappeared instantly. Hey, you, why don't you listen to persuasion? Seeing Chen Xon's stubbornness, Song Yanjin said helplessly. Aren't you sending money? Hehe, if you believe me, you can also suppress it a little bit. Chen Xon smiled slightly when he heard the words, and said something more to Song Yanjin. This is because the other party helped own at the beginning, so he just mentioned it in passing, otherwise he would not be too lazy to talk to the other party. No way, little big brother, you look so confident. Seeing Chen Xon's plain expression, Song Yanjin couldn't help becoming a little suspicious. Do you want to give it a try? In case of being hit, wouldn't it be a turnaround? Just as she was hesitating, a voice of disdain sounded from the side. Confidence. I think it's arrogance. Crash, the crowd parted, and several figures walked towards the light curtain. The aura of arrogance during the walk made everyone around them step back. Mo Shan, it's him, this guy actually came. Last month he made a lot of money, so he won't come to get the strengthening crystal again this month. Needless to say, he is the chosen player of the Tianzhou contest Yuling Pavilion, and he will definitely spend everything to improve himself within this month. But it seems that this guy is quite hostile to this Chen Xon. Is the hunter line and the beast lineage so hostile? That's not the case. I only know that one of the 5 people originally appointed by Yuling Pavilion was occupied by a later divinely favored person. And the one who was squeezed out happened to be a divinely favored person from the hunter lineage. Quote. I see, comma. While everyone was discussing, Chen Xon saw a tall young man with eagle eyes walking over. Subconsciously, the eyes of Yuan Chu glanced at the other party. Name, Mo Shan. Occupation, Super Range Hunter, Turn 5. Level, LV 129. Super Range Hunter. Chen Xon's heart moved. This is probably the name of that divinely favored one, right? Speaking of which, since he turned 4, he hasn't had time to check the own attribute panel to see if his name has changed again. Chen Xon, right. Mo Shan separated from the crowd and walked straight to Chen Xon. You must be able to squeeze out my little brother spot. You must have some skills. Why don't we compete now? Are you interested? Chen Xon sized Mo Shan up and asked suddenly. Are you the strongest in the hunter line? Mo Shan frowned. Isn't that why I can't challenge you? Chen Xon nodded casually, because you are not qualified. Hiss. As soon as this remark came out, the audience immediately burst into an uproar. I'll go, this divinely favored person is very arrogant. Don't tell me he's less than 20 years old. It's more than that. I heard that he just took the college entrance examination not long ago. Hehe, it's no wonder that you are young and energetic. Mo Shan is 20 years old, and it's been 3 years since the college entrance examination. Tisk tisk, shouldn't Mo Shan do it directly? Comma. You have a big breath. Mo Shan stared at Chen Xon for a few times, but found that Chen Xon was covered in a fog, which he couldn't see through at all. Forget it, casual hands are not allowed in the headquarters, why don't we change the method? Mo Shan raised his finger and pointed at the light curtain in front of him. Look who is right, the loser will not only lose the own enhanced crystal, but also pay the winner according to the odds, how about it? Mo Shan, you are going too far. Before Chen Xon could speak, Song Yanjin on the side couldn't help saying, Chen Xon bet on the highest odds just now, isn't it clear that you cheated him of money? Song Yanjin, what are you talking about between senior brother Mo and Chen Xon? The few people following Mo Shan sneered. Just so, who are you? You're an alchemist, and you're not from the lineage of beast masters. You don't want to take a fancy to this little boy, do you? Ha ha ha, senior sister Song, you said that your eyesight is getting worse and worse. Is there anything else this guy can do besides his appearance? That's right, only a fool would dare to come up and press the high times, right? Seeing the appearance of the crowd, Song Yanjin was about to speak up, but was stopped by Chen Xon raising his hand. He smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Deal." Chapter 91. Why don't you want the strengthening crystal delivered to your door? Of course I want it. So after Chen Xon heard the opponent's bet, he directly chose to make a deal. Because he was afraid that he promised late, what should he do if the other party refuses to admit it? Good. Have fun. Seeing that Chen Xon took the bait so easily, Mo Shan walked in front of the light curtain without thinking. Senior, I bet 500, not 3 times of 1,000. The old man glanced at him blankly and nodded directly. Immediately, the strengthening crystal on Mo Shanhei's account disappeared. This is all the savings he has accumulated during this period of time. This time, Chen Xon, a fat sheep, came to his door, so he studs all of them. After the bet was over, Mo Shan seemed still uneasy, and took the initiative to bow to the guard senior. I also ask the senior to be a witness to the bet between me and Chen Xon. 10%. The old man spit out a word without raising his head. No problem. Mo Shan turned his head to look at Chen Xon. Chen Xon nodded on the surface, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart that the old man would make money, so he would get a 10% commission just to be a witness. Seeing that both of them agreed, the bet was confirmed this time. Song Yanjin wanted to interrupt several times, but she didn't find a chance. Seeing Chen Xon agreeing, she hurriedly approached her and whispered, "Oh, don't you know he's trying you on purpose?" "It's okay. I'm irritating him too." Chen Xon smiled indifferently. "You don't understand," Song Yanjin whispered, "that Mo Shan has a lucky scroll on him, otherwise how could he be so sure?" Lucky scroll. Chen Xon froze for a moment. It was the first time he had heard of this kind of scroll. That's right. It's a scroll designed to increase people's luck, and it can't be made by an alchemist. It can only appear in some secret realms or bosses, and the probability is extremely rare. As an alchemist, Song Yanjin has thoroughly studied these props. Judging from his previous harvest, at least it is a scroll with luck plus 1/5 or more. Oh. Song Yanjin looked at Chen Xon incredulously. He was just, "Oh. With this lucky plus 1/5 scroll. Don't you know how terrible this lucky value is?" Oh. Chen Xon really doesn't know how terrible this lucky value is, but he knows that the title of Fuxing Gaojiao is terrible. Even the epic title can be uploaded to the legendary title. How can he be luckier than him plus 1/5, right? Seeing Chen Xon's reluctance, Song Yanjin stomped her feet angrily. But seeing that the enhanced crypt was about to open, she had no choice but to give up. 10 seconds to open the portal. Hearing the prompt, everyone turned their attention to the portal leading to the fortified crypt. All I saw was a bright light twisting from the portal, and then turning into a spiral black hole, as if swallowing everything completely. The portal was formed, and many guild members who came to have a try took action one after another, stepping into the fortified crypt. Namo Shan also gave Chen Xon a provocative look, and then also entered the portal. "Hey, how about we run away?" Song Yanjin still couldn't help persuading. "Run away now, as long as Mo Shan doesn't get caught, the guild won't say anything." "Thanks." Chen Xon smiled slightly. "If senior sister believes in me, you might as well press me a little bit." After saying a word, he stepped into the portal without looking back. Buzz. As soon as Chen Xon stepped into the portal, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then the surrounding light dimmed instantly. Before he could take any action, a system notification sound appeared in his mind. Reminder: you have entered the fortified crypt, which is currently the first floor. You can choose any direction to continue digging except upwards. Choose a direction. Chen Xon looked around and was about to think about how to choose. Hint: if you step on an unknown weed, the enhanced crystal will be plus 5. Quote ? Chen Xon is full of question marks, so this is plus 5. He hasn't started yet. He subconsciously let go of his feet and stepped aside. Reminder, you stepped on an unknown stone, the strengthening crystal +5. Is this the legendary lucky star? Is this too photogenic? Chen Xon was not in a hurry to go to the next cave, and started rummaging on the spot. Hint, if you step on a wild flower, the enhanced crystal will be +2. Reminder, you kill an unknown wild monster, the enhanced crystal +10. Chen Xon released all 6 little guys, and began to frantically search for them in this cave less than 10 square meters square. He didn't expect that in the end, only this cave alone would harvest 30 strengthening crystals. It doesn't look that difficult. It's only been so long, and I still have 6 hours to break through 500, so it's not too easy. Thinking of this, Chen Xon waved his hand. Little guys, dig it up for me. It can be dug anywhere except above. Chen Xon wanted to try, if he digs 5 sides at the same time, can he go directly to the 5 caves? But he soon discovered that this secret realm is very special. Even if 5 sides are dug at the same time, as long as one side is dug first, everyone will be directly transported to the next cave. Hint, you have entered a new cave and found the treasure chest left by the goblins. The strange thing is that they, who regard wealth as their life, have gone to the building and emptied it. As soon as he entered, Chen Xon saw a big treasure chest appearing in front of him, and it was still not guarded by wild monsters. Xiao Shui swished over and opened the treasure chest. Hint, you have opened a treasure chest, the enhanced crystal +50. Cool. This feeling of getting something for nothing is really cool. Chen Xon feels that if he keeps going like this, it is possible for him to reap not only 500, but even 1000 this trip. Just when Chen Xon was obsessed with digging treasures, outside the reinforced crypt, everyone was nervously staring at the light curtain. The 6-hour countdown on the light curtain has begun. And the number displayed at the top is the highest number of strengthening crystals obtained by a single person among all the people who entered the cave this time. At this time, at this position, what should have been displayed was Chen Xon's 85 numbers, but it was distorted for some reason, and it was blurred and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the number directly changed to 32 pieces. All go, isn't Mo Shan too lucky this time? It's only been less than 10 minutes, and it's almost 50. It's amazing, but it's a pity that I don't have a lucky scroll, otherwise I would have to give it a try. If this goes on like this, I think he is sure to win. It goes without saying that Chen Xon is too big. I don't know how powerful this lucky scroll is. Tisk tisk, if it were me, I could even control the points, and I don't have to continue digging inside for 6 hours. Just so, winning this bet is almost more profitable than the next few burrows. While everyone was discussing, Song Yanjin shook hands nervously behind. I'm so anxious, this little big brother is really too reckless. This time Mo Shanhei's lucky scroll is at least +20, otherwise how could it be so fast? Chen Xon naturally didn't know what was going on outside, and he was digging with his friends, enjoying himself. It's only been an hour, and he has harvested nearly 300 strengthening crystals. Hint, you were lucky enough to dig through a special crypt, and successfully appeared below the 40th floor. Reminder, you killed an unknown wild monster, strengthened crystal +80. Are there so many? Chen Xon didn't expect that he took a shortcut and came to a deeper cave. And as Feng Lao said, the wild monsters here are generally very weak and can be killed without any trouble. The 40th floor can explode so much, how much deeper? With this in mind, Chen Xon began to dig wildly, harvesting strengthening crystals while looking for a way to go deeper. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but almost every few burrows he passed, he was able to jump directly into deeper burrows. Hint, you were lucky enough to dig through a special cave, and successfully appeared below the 70th floor. Hint, you were lucky enough to dig through a special cave, and successfully appeared below the 100th floor. Reminder, the countdown to the task is over. Congratulations, the record smasher has been completed, and the reward, golden orb. Chen Xon, who listened to the prompt, suddenly froze for a moment. He didn't expect that his task of recording the smasher was finally over. I saw him open the task list, and after a ray of light shone, an orb exuding a strong aura of Gangjin reappeared. ZZ. As if being pulled, the water element orb and the wood element orb emerged from the space at the same time. Then intertwined with each other, directly inlaid with the golden line orb. This time, he had obtained 3 5 elements orbs, and he was only short of the last 2 orbs of earth element and fire element. However, when the 3 orbs were combined, a reminder suddenly appeared in Chen Xon's mind. Tip: there are 3 5 elements, and the orb map has been lit, please check it yourself. Orb map. When Chen Xon heard the prompt, he opened the list directly, and found that there was an icon similar to an orb. When he clicked on it, he found that it was indeed a blurred and simplified map. On this map, there are 2 light spots, one is farther away and the other is closer. Chen Xon zoomed in and inspected it, and suddenly couldn't help but let out an exclamation. No way, the 4th 5 elements orb is here. He felt that today was indeed a day when the lucky star shined brightly. Not only did he harvest the strengthening crystal, but he also got the 4th 5 elements orb. If this is added with the one from the Tianzhou contest, wouldn't it be that the 5 elements orbs are gathered together? Chen Xon was completely excited now. The lucky star really was the lucky star. It just so happened that I came to dig the burrow today. Just at this time the countdown ended, the map opened, I was just below the 100th floor, and the 4th orb was not far away. This is the role of the lucky stars shining brightly, which can bring together all the luck in the dark. Chen Xon feels that if it is placed in the fantasy world, this is the kind of luck, the sun of destiny, the kind where you can pick up treasures if you fall, or you can find a mortal cave when you fall off a cliff. Looking at the location of the 4th orb on the map, Chen Xon asked the little ones to start digging again. Hint: you have found a mysterious tunnel, which leads to the 200th floor underground. Hint: you were lucky enough to trigger a teleportation array and successfully entered the 300th floor underground. Reminder: you have come to the cave world. Alert, danger is approaching. Alert, danger is approaching. Chen Xon found himself suddenly enlightened. In the vast and endless underground cave, there was actually a worm wriggling with no end in sight. The countless tentacles on the worm seemed to connect the entire cave world. And at the moment Chen Xon appeared, all the tentacles seemed to be stimulated for a moment, and they all turned to look at Chen Xon. At this moment, Chen Xon realized that there were living eyeballs growing on those tentacles. Woo! Silent buzzing resounded from the entire cave, and Chen Xon saw those tentacles began to squirm, grow rapidly, and quickly spread towards his direction. Chen Xon frowned, and the eyes of Yuanchu glanced over. Cave Worm Legend Boss. Race: Bug. Level: LV 240. Life: 10 billion. Magic Power: 10 billion. Power: 1 million. Agility: 100,000. Spirit: 1 million. Skills: Endless Devour 8th level, Order Support 8th level, Crystal Transformation 8th level. Battle Power: 9,999 stars. Evaluation: the creator of the cave world has a long lifespan and great strength. The best way to encounter it is to leave. Leave. Chen Xon didn't expect that he came to the lair of the crypt boss by accident, let alone that the boss was so strong that it reached 9,999 stars. But seeing the 4th 5 elements orb as close in front of him, how can he just leave? Partners, fully fire, give me a blast. Chirp. Meow. Ah. Woo. Ho. The 6 little guys nodded at the same time when they heard the words, and the forbidden spells were released. Boom boom boom. The power of several forbidden spells exploded wildly, colliding with countless tentacles in just a moment. The terrifying fluctuations spread, and the power of the forbidden curse completely destroyed all visible tentacles, and even tore off a large piece of flesh and blood from the worm. So far, this is the first time for Chen Xon to see a boss who can't be instantly killed under the power of his forbidden spell. This burrow worm is indeed a must. But if it was before, Chen Xon might have really retreated at this point, but now, with a 500% skill enhancement, he doesn't believe that the burrow worm can stop him from getting the orb back. Come again, give me a blast. The second round of forbidden curses bombarded again. 12 forbidden curses bombarded continuously. It was as terrifying as a world-ending disaster. Along with the worm's flesh being crazily torn apart, Chen Xon began to frantically receive system prompts in his mind. Hint: you have obtained Strengthening Crystal plus 1-3. Hint: you have obtained the Strengthening Crystal plus 1-8. Hint: you have obtained the Strengthening Crystal plus 1-5. Hint: you have obtained the Strengthening Crystal plus 2-1. The dense beeps almost made Chen Xon dizzy to pick up, until suddenly there was a voice resounding. Hint, you have obtained the Earth Element Orb. What? The Earth Element Orb appeared. Chen Xon's eyes froze suddenly, and he saw a khaki orb shining in the direction of On under the bombardment of the boundless curse. It turned out that this orb was completely swallowed by burrow worms, and it was successfully spit out after being bombarded indiscriminately. Just at the moment when Chen Xon got the orb, a sudden change occurred. Ah! A sudden, dull roar resounded from the whole world. At the next moment, Chen Xon seemed to feel an inexplicable surge of power, unexpectedly wrapped himself and all his friends, and sent them out of the underground world abruptly. Buzz! Chen Xon only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the whole person appeared directly outside the portal, and the 6 little guys had returned to the contract space at some point. Huh, what's the situation? Why did it stop? As soon as Chen Xon stabilized his figure, he heard the voices of discussions all around him. No, it's only been more than 4 hours, how come the countdown is over? Look, Mo Shan and the others have come out. The enhanced crypt was terminated early. This situation is simply unimaginable. How is it possible? Over the years, there has never been an abnormality in the Fortified Crypt. Then what's the deal with this gamble? As they spoke, everyone couldn't help but look at the group of people who were forcibly teleported out. Haha, of course it will continue. Mo Shan came back laughing, and raised his finger to point to the number fixed on the light curtain. 218, it seems that I am lucky, and I won the bet. As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Xon in the crowd. How is it? God's favored one, you won't renege on your debt, will you? Hiss. This Mo Shan is really powerful this time, and he has harvested so many strengthening crystals in just over 4 hours. It's outrageous, he's making a lot of money this time. It's miserable for Chen Xon. I heard that it's the first time I came to strengthen the crypt today. I didn't expect to owe a debt. This is more than just 1 ass, 10 asses are not enough. Chen Xon ignored everyone's comments, and then looked at the old man beside the light curtain. Senior, is this bet still worth it? The senior sat on the rocking chair and said expressionlessly, although it is terminated early, the bet is valid. Okay, the senior said so, what else do you have to say? Mo Shan and the others all laughed together. Hee, since it takes effect, it's good. Chen Xon smiled slightly, and suddenly stretched out his hand to Mo Shan. Bring your enhanced crystal, please. 500, no, 1,000, 3 times, exactly 3,000. Quote. What, you want it from me? Mo Shan chuckled, did I hear you right? Can't you see the number on the frame? The number on it. Chen Xon was stunned for a moment, looked up at the light curtain, and then patted his forehead suddenly. How could he have forgotten that he was protected by the imperial decree at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, so that all information was completely blocked? However, since Chen Xon stepped into the 4th turn, it seems that he can achieve a slight control over the Yuanshu edict. Similar to this kind of non-threatening shielding, you can choose to temporarily lift it. You look again. Chen Xon's words directly suppressed a trace of the effect of the Yuan dynasty's decree. In an instant, the originally stagnant 218 number actually began to soar wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can it be? The moment everyone saw the beating numbers, they couldn't help but exclaim. Strange things happen every year, especially today. Who would have thought that a number that has never changed could jump so fast? Almost instantly, the number rose to 300, 500, 800, 1,000, 1,500, 2,500. It didn't stop until it finally settled on 3,183. More than 3,000. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, never expecting such a number to appear in the end. More than 3,000. How is it possible? What is the highest record for a single player since the emergence of the enhanced crypt? I checked the information. The highest is the best, it seems to be only 510. If this light curtain isn't automatically connected to the secret realm, I'd suspect someone is making a fake. Why can't you fake it? Mo Shanhei's eyes narrowed, and he shouted sharply, Chen Xon, did you do something in the burrow to let us come out early? Mo Shan knew that he had to speak up. If he didn't speak up, he would lose completely this time. As soon as he opened his mouth, the others immediately joined in. That's right, although I don't know how you did it, who can guarantee that it wasn't your fault? Yes, we have never even heard of the number of more than 3,000. You have to be more truthful when you are deceiving. That's right. Otherwise, how could you be so sure that the numbers will go up? As the saying goes, all talk makes gold, accumulates ruins and destroys bones. After everyone unanimously corrected, many people also became suspicious. Yes, why did the numbers suddenly go up when it was fine? And what Chen Xon said is that if it rises, it will rise. If this has nothing to do with him, how can it be justified? You guys are too much. How could Chen Xon fake it? Only Song Yanjin stood by Chen Xon's side and kept speaking for him, but unfortunately, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Seeing this, Chen Xon just looked at the old guard calmly. Senior, what do you say? Since the other party intends to collect money, they must say a word for this gamble. No matter how fierce the rest of the people were arguing, it didn't make any sense. It's true that the numbers have changed. The old man thought for a moment, then said blankly, but if you want to convince the public, you need to take out the same amount of strengthening crystals. As soon as these words came out, Mo Shan and the others immediately became excited. Yes, what the senior said is right. Since you let the number jump, you must have obtained more strengthening crystals. Take it out and we will believe you. Hehe, let's see how you end up now. There are more than 3,000 strengthening crystals, and no one believes that Chen Xon can get them out. Because it's just unbelievable. However, when Chen Xon heard the words, he just smiled and raised his hand. Crash! Countless dense strengthening crystals emerged out of thin air like raindrops. In an instant, it piled up into a hill in front of everyone. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock from this scene, and Mo Shan and the others changed their complexions drastically, full of shock. How is it possible? 3,000. Did he rob the treasure house in the catacombs? I don't have vertigo, do I? My God. This time, not only everyone, but even the old man sitting in the rocking chair couldn't help opening his eyes, flashing a look of surprise. How did this kid do it? Aha, I knew that little big brother must be real. Song Yanjin jumped up excitedly, pointed at everyone and shouted loudly, I don't think any of you dare to say that Chen Xon is a fake. At this moment, Mo Shan and the others looked 10 times uglier than the hanged ghost. Looking at the faint smile on Chen Xon's face, he felt like being led by the nose. Look, this bet has come into effect, did you say it yourself? Chen Xon's plain words made Mo Shan feel aggrieved and almost fainted. That's right, even if they hadn't insisted so much just now, maybe this gamble would really be over. After all, since the whole time was terminated midway, there was always an excuse to find. But never expected that Chen Xon would just let them lead the game into the inevitable step by step. It seemed that he was the one who suffered the loss, but who would have thought that everything became his best foreshadowing. It seems that this newcomer is reckless, but he didn't expect his mind to be so quick. Awesome, Mo Shan is completely devastated now, and it is impossible to go back on his word. Yeah, with the senior testifying, no one can renege on their debts. I thought this kid was a newcomer, but I didn't expect him to be a veteran. Be careful, there are more people in the beast familiar lineage now, and it will be lively in the future. 10 minutes later, under everyone's envious and jealous eyes, Chen Xon left here with more than 10,000 strengthening crystals on a calm face. As for Mo Shan, he has become the biggest creditor of the fortified catacombs, and it will take 2 years to repay the debt. Originally, Chen Xon wanted to go to the enchanted vault, but before he arrived, he heard that there was a problem with the enchanted vault, and he could not enter it for the time being. Could it be related to the Burrow worm boss? Chen Xon suddenly realized this problem, and ran away in a hurry. If the other party finds out, it would be bad to ask him to lose money. However, the blood of the crypt worm was really thick, and Chen Xon felt a little strange that it was not killed by more than a dozen forbidden spells. No, maybe it is because it feels the crisis of life and death that it will forcibly expel us all. Chen Xon couldn't help but look at the own talent panel, eager to click on fighting talent again. Now it is only 5 times, if it can be 10 times, 20 times, or 100 times the skill enhancement, maybe a forbidden spell can kill in seconds. After walking out of the teleportation array, Chen Xon returned to the hotel, took a look at the lucky star who still had more than 10 hours to shine, and simply started strengthening his own equipment. He currently has 5 pieces of equipment in total, namely the Time Annihilation suit, and the Craftsman pendant as a job change reward. At present, the Time Annihilation staff has reached the legendary level, and the enhancement has not been activated. The other 3 items are still at the epic level, and the enhancement has not yet been activated. Craftsman's pendant legendary level, the enhancement has not been activated. Now he has more than 10,000 strengthening crystals in his hand, which can be strengthened just once. Chen Xon first took out a Time Annihilation staff, and then took out a strengthening spar, directly opened the own talent panel, and activated the Craftsman's heavy hammer. Reminder: your strengthening is successful, Time Annihilation staff +1. Is this a success? Chen Xon smiled slightly, but anyone who has played Krypton Gold games knows that strengthening and enchanting sounds simple, but in fact it burns the most money. How many Krypton Gold bosses have smashed how many pieces of equipment in order to get more +1, and then Krypton Gold again and again? Fortunately, his talent Craftsman Heavy Hammer does not damage any durability, so even if he fails to strengthen himself, he does not have to worry about the equipment breaking and disappearing. Although the +1 was easily completed now, Chen Xon did not take it lightly, but took out the strengthening crystal and continued to strengthen it. Reminder: your strengthening is successful, Time Annihilation staff +2. Reminder: your strengthening is successful, Time Annihilation staff +3. Reminder: your strengthening is successful, Time Annihilation staff +4. Chen Xon continuously strengthened the Time Annihilation staff to +9 with the strengthening crystal, only one step away from directly +10. Reminder: your enhancement failed, the enhancement level disappears, durability -100. Reminder: the Craftsman Hammer talent is triggered, and the durability will not be lost. Failed. Chen Xon was stunned for a moment. He had been strengthening all the way and finally met his first defeat. It seems that this +10 should be regarded as a hurdle for strengthening. Anyway, Chen Xon had enough enhanced crystals, so he directly took out another enhanced crystal. Reminder: your strengthening is successful, Time Annihilation staff +1. Soon, there was no suspense from +1 to +9, and it was time to +10 again. Reminder: your enhancement failed, the enhancement level disappears, durability -100. Reminder: the Craftsman Hammer talent is triggered, and the durability will not be lost. Failed again. Chen Xon, who has been going smoothly, did not expect that he would experience a second failure. Immediately a little bit up. Come again. Reminder: your enhancement failed, the enhancement level disappears, durability -100. Reminder: the Craftsman Hammer talent is triggered, and the durability will not be lost. Come again. Come again. Come again. Alright. After Chen Xon's 6th +9, he knew that the lucky star may have reached his current limit. If you want to get +10 next time, you can only wait for the final luck. After these few attempts, it took Chen Xon some time to strengthen all other equipment to +9. Sure enough, it was a success without any suspense. Now Chen Xon already has a +9 set with a legendary set just for the Time Annihilation set. Since Chen Xon turned 4, it was finally a relief. He finally set his sights on his attribute panel to check the changes of all the information after 4 rounds. Name: Chen Xon. Occupation: Mythical Beast God turn 4. Level: LV 108. Life: 5,016,000. Magic power: 6,150,000. Power: 5,011. Agility: 3,890. Spirit: 6,150. Skills: God's Contract, God's Gift. Anchor Hand, Anchor Foot. Earth Flame Calamity, Forbidden Curse, Annihilation Starfield, Forbidden Curse, Holy Dragon Ice Cocoon, Forbidden Curse. Contract Beast: Scarlet Flame Fire Phoenix LV90, Frost Holy Dragon LV90, Phantom Leopard LV90, Holy Beast White Tiger LV90, Queen of the Curse LV85, Holy Beast Black Tortoise LV82. Battle Power: 630 stars. Available Attribute Points: 180. Available Talent Points: 54. Did the half-word disappear? Looking at the name, Chen Xon realized that he had become the god of beasts. From the name alone, he could already be called a god. But Chen Xon knew that he must be far from the gods. Just the increase of the 3-dimensional attribute, not to mention the gods, even the worm hiding in the cave is no match. However, apart from the attributes, because of the accumulation of previous experience points, he successfully rose to LV 108, with 18 more attribute values. To Chen Xon's surprise, the talent value that should be 1 point per level is actually directly increased by 54 points. Not to mention, Chen Xon directly added 50 points to the fight, directly increasing the skill strength to 10 times. After reaching the upper limit of LV 100, Chen Xon got a reminder that he could not continue to improve for the time being. Adding the rest of the attribute points to the spirit, Chen Xon strengthened almost everything he could strengthen. By the way, I still have the 5 elements orb. Chen Xon hurriedly took out the 4th earth element orb from the space, and immediately, the 3 beads could not wait to attract each other with the 4th one. When the 4 orbs were completely combined, Chen Xon suddenly received a notification sound that surprised him. Reminder: you have obtained 4 5 elements orbs, and the similarity detection function is turned on. Reminder: it has been detected that there are 3 props of the same type in all Blue Star that are taking effect. Once the other party completes the combination ahead of time, the Mythical Secret Realm mission will lose its effect. What? Is there anyone else in Blue Star who has obtained similar props? Chen Xon was not calm when he heard this. He originally thought that he was the only one who got these orbs in the entire Blue Star, but when he got the 4th one, he actually received such a reminder. No, they are of the same type. Maybe they are not 5 elements orbs, but other props with the same effect. Chen Xon began to analyze. Once the opponent completes the collection of all props in advance, the mission of this mythical secret realm will disappear directly. In other words, this mission is for the whole world. And it is unique and can only be accepted by one person. I have 4 now, to what extent have the other 3 reached? Chen Xon discovered the problem and quickly opened the orb map, but unfortunately, it did not show the location of the other 3 similar props and the progress of completion. This put Chen Xon into a tinge of urgency. Now that I can't see the progress of other people, the only thing I can do is to get the orbs I can have as soon as possible. There is only the last one left, and we have to wait until the Tianzhao contest. Moreover, he learned from Feng Lao that this time the Tianzhao Hegemony tournament jointly organized by several major 9th-tier guilds attaches great importance to this. So this time the rewards will also be kept very secretive. Except for a few top powerhouses, even Feng Lao didn't know where to hide. In this way, all I can do is to improve my own strength as soon as possible. Chen Xon began to think in his mind. There are still nearly 20 days left in a month. He can fill up the quota of the 2 contracted beasts again now, and has a chance to reach the level of LV 120. It is safe to take the title of the champion this time. The Mo Shan he saw today was already rank 5, and he was not the most powerful divinely favored person in Yuling Pavilion. For Chen Xon, who has always believed in sailing 10,000 years carefully, it is definitely good to be able to improve as soon as possible. Just after Chen Xon made up his mind, on a huge island that is not far away from Sha Kingdom, under the sacred mountain of job transfer, which is symbolized by sacred in the Sakura Kingdom, is under the god of fortune mountain. In the palace of the Black Rope Shogunate of the 9th ranked guild, an old man with a mustache wearing a mage robe and sitting on a throne was frowning. A slightly younger middle-aged man next to him was kneeling aside, his face also full of worry. President Ito Tianyu. Just now the 5th Dragon Pearl actually sensed the appearance of Sha Guyu's similar props. Could it be the 6th Dragon Pearl? Kuroda Thorn. Ito Tianyu was silent for a moment, and the frown on his face suddenly dispersed. You are my most proud student, but your performance just now disappointed me. Teacher, Kuroda suddenly lowered his head, and was about to explain, but was interrupted by Ito Tianyu. 7 Dragon Pearl is a mythical secret realm mission unique to our Cherry Blossom country. It cannot appear in other countries. Don't you know this? But teacher, we have collected 5 Dragon Pearls now, and this is the warning contained in the Dragon's Roar. Since it's a warning, how could it be the 6th Dragon Pearl? Ito Tianyu smiled slightly. This can only show that our progress is too fast, so that we were reminded by the 5 Dragon Pearl that there are other potential threats. So, what do you think our next task is? Quote, after all, Kuroda Asagi is a rank 8 professional. After calming down, he suddenly reacted. You mean, we need to hurry up and find the remaining 2 Dragon Pearls? Good. Ito Tianyu nodded appreciatively. This is an unprecedented mythical secret realm mission, and the speed of our Sakura country must not let any other country fall behind. Moreover, since such a reminder is given, it can only be explained that there is a high probability that this mission is a one-time mission and can only be accepted by one country. Quote, so, we must not only seize the time to find the 7 dragon pearls, but also prevent other countries from looking for them. Block other countries. Kuroda was stunned for a moment, as if thinking of something. Teacher, you mean? Hehe, since things are in the country of Sha, some people hope that the country of Sha is good, and naturally some people hope that the country of Sha is not good. Ito Tianyu Jerju clapped his hands on the ground. For example, Abyss. Dark Abyss Guild. That 9th level wizard guild that was boycotted by the entire Sha Kingdom Guild. Kuroda Asahi exclaimed, and then became pleasantly surprised. Haha, as long as we disclose the news to them, those lunatics will definitely not watch Sha Guo gather. Teacher, I will send someone to inform the people in Abyss. As he said that, Kuroda immediately got up and was about to leave. Wait, Tianyu Ito stopped him. Just send a message. Have you forgotten the taboos of Sha Guo? Taboo. Kuroda was taken aback, and blurted out, if you are a god, you can't enter the kingdom of Sha. It's good to know. Ito Tianyu waved his hand. Go. Let Sha Guo liven up. Yes, naturally, Chen Xon didn't know that the 4-5 elements orbs he quietly collected had also attracted the attention of Sakura Kingdom. In the following time, Chen Xon was busy brushing the secret realms of the major epics, while raising his own level. On the other hand, in exchange for various resources, prepare to find a suitable contracted beast. In fact, according to Chen Xon's guess, he already has a rough plan for the direction of his next 2 contracted beasts. One is a contracted beast of the lightning system, which is one of the most explosive and powerful means of attack among the magic elements. Owning one can once again enhance the team's explosive power. As for the other one, Chen Xon prefers water or wood. In addition, contracted beasts of wind, poison, and magic systems will also be considered. There is also a more advanced space, the 2 contracted beasts of time, not because Chen Xon doesn't want to, but because they are too rare to find. Are you sure there is a razor egg in this legendary secret realm? Frost City, Landmal Firm, in the private bedroom. Chen Xon was lying comfortably on a big soft gold silk bed. Beside Lu Xiaoya was sitting there lazily in a black tulle and lace pajamas. Upon hearing this, she leaned over like a bird clinging to someone. Indeed, this time I didn't buy news from the black market, but from the top management of the headquarters. Lu Xiaoya smiled coquettishly. It is said that the secret realm has never been opened since it was discovered. Before, everyone thought it was a dead secret realm, but unexpectedly, there were fluctuations in the past few days. After many guilds investigated discovery as a sign of the opening of the secret realm. Then how do you know there is a razor inside? Chen Xon continued to raise doubts. Razor is a kind of exotic beast upgraded from traditional beasts. He had learned a few times in the information that once this kind of wild monster transforms, it will have a terrifying power of lightning all over its body. Not to mention the lethality is very strong, and there are almost no natural enemies. Just one LV-30 razor killed 3 LV-60 professionals. This is also the reason why Chen Xon was a little moved when he heard that there were thunder snake eggs here. It is said that when this secret realm first appeared, it was possible to enter. A 6th-rank professional escaped in embarrassment within a few minutes after entering. Lu Xiaoya unfolded the document in her hand and explained, it is claimed that a large number of razors were seen inside, and this is exactly why the news came. Where is that rank 6 professional? Chen Xon asked. Died. Lu Xiaoya's answer made Chen Xon's eyes flash. Where is this razor secret realm? The Infinite Mysterious Sea. The Infinite Mysterious Sea in the north of Dongzhou. Chen Xon had heard about it before in Coldwater City, that the Infernal Profound Sea is a huge inland sea within Sha Kingdom. The situation inside is changing, the weather is unpredictable, and there are many powerful and strange beasts hidden in it. Okay. Then I'll go to the Infinite Xuanhai. A few days later, Dongzhou, Mengu Icefield. A giant white wolf with a snow-white body and a length of more than 10 meters is galloping on the ice sheet. Standing above the giant wolf, Yun Zontian looked towards the end of the ice field, and could vaguely see a churning wave beating against the ice field. How many people are here this time? His words sounded, and a strong bald man riding a giant bear shouted beside him. It is estimated that at least 15 of the hundreds of people including the Thunder battleship came this time, but like us, they all brought half of them. Hee, is Lord Chu coming again? Chen Xon chuckled. Before, he had a lot to eat. I didn't expect that he would have such a short memory this time. Who told this to be a razor secret realm? The bald man smiled and said, the Thunder Snake is something that the major guilds outside are scrambling for. For Thunder mages like them, if they can harvest one as a mount, it will definitely be a big help at that time. Captain, do we want to trip them up this time? No need. Chen Xon refused in a rare way. The president's prophecy should not be taken as a trifle. We should try our best to strengthen ourselves, although Mr. Chu's zombie face has a bad temper, but when it comes to war, he is a good fighter. Quote. After a pause, he continued, again, if there are really a large number of razors inside this time, it's hard for those of us to really cooperate. Okay, I understand. A group of dozens of Zontian barbarians galloped all the way, and soon came to the infinite Xuanhai. On the surface of the sea, huge warships have already moored on it. Seeing this, Chen Xon and the others also put away their mounts one after another, sacrificed their war boats, and hurriedly chased towards the infinite profound sea. 2 days later, on top of a huge glacier floating above the infinite sea, an ancient gate is recovering, and a little bit of thunder is constantly shining around it, as if it is charging. Swish swish swish. One after another, figures flew up from the battleship one after another, and all fell towards the glacier. Crash. Suddenly, a huge fish and beast appeared in the endless sea of ice. It was tens of meters long and opened its mouth wide to swallow a figure. However, that figure was in midair and just let out a cold snort. Then he slashed down with a long sword in his hand. Scoff. A terrifying sword ray flashed across the head of the fish and beast. The next moment, the fish just trembled, and it was split in half and fell into the sea. As the blood flowed, countless sea beasts rushed over and ate them up completely. For this scene, the rest of the professionals seemed to have become accustomed to it. After all, those who can travel thousands of miles to come to this place through the endless sea are weak below the 6th rank. Of course, there were also some small nearby guilds who wanted to take advantage of the risk and followed them. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help being amazed. Hee, it seems that the strength of the Jiang troop has improved again. When Chen Xon saw the figure who had just shot, he couldn't help but praise him. It was said that a black figure wrapped in armor and wearing a mask on the glacier glanced at him. What, Chen Xon, do you want to test whether my sword is sharp? Save it. Chen Xon waved his hands indifferently. When you enter the secret realm, the razor inside will let you kill as much as you want. I said you are too old, why can't you even understand the situation? When is this, are you still thinking about internal fighting? Quote. He pouted to the side, look at his zombie face, how aggressive was it before? How honest is it now? Chen Xon, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Lord Chu's face was expressionless and authentic. It's also your idea to let those crane tails participate together. Chen Xon looked at the small guild gang shrunk into a small group in the distance, nodded and said, that's right. What's wrong? HMPH. Useless work. Lord Chu said coldly. What's the use of bringing a bunch of trash there? That's right, Chen Xon, you don't want them to be cannon fodder, do you? The head of the Jiang troop also made trouble this time. Stop talking nonsense to me. Chen Xon glared at him. You too, don't think that just because you were rank 8, you can stand up to the whole world. You don't know about the prophecy, do you really think that the two of you can save the world? To draw in all the forces that can be drawn together to deal with this war that affects the whole world is what we should do. I don't understand anything. Quote, HMPH. Strong words. Lord Chu gave a cold snort, and stopped talking. Yes, your mouth is stronger than a mage. The head of the Jiang troop nodded. Since we're going in, I'm not responsible for their safety. I am very sure of that. Chen Xon glanced at the group of people. I don't expect them to do anything. Since I chose to go in, I have to bear the consequences myself. As soon as the words fell, suddenly more thunder light burst out from the ancient gate, and as the thunder rolled, it seemed that the entire gate was completely ignited. Seeing this scene, the eyes of all the professionals in the regiment brightened, knowing that this secret realm has been completely opened. This is the land reclamation of the secret realm. If you are lucky, the harvest will exceed any time you enter again in the future. Several regiments headed by the 9th tier guild moved into it one after another. After the 9th level guild, several other small guilds also took action. And there is a figure wearing a cloak, which is mixed among the professional groups of these small guilds. This figure is none other than Chen Xon. Razor Secret Realm, I hope you don't disappoint me. Chen Xon looked at the gate of the secret realm surrounded by lightning, and murmured softly. Woohoo! As soon as they entered it, the oncoming cold wind made many people look sideways. This is an ice field that seems to have no end in sight, and there is no sign of Razor activity in sight. It looks rather desolate and vast. What about Razor? Why is there nothing? Chen Xon was among the crowd, listening to the constant discussion of the surrounding people. Something's wrong. Chen Xon murmured softly in his heart, opened his own Yuanshu eye, and began to look around. Suddenly, when he passed by the crowd, he couldn't help but froze slightly. In the crowd, a white-haired old man who looked very old seemed to have sensed it, and looked in his direction inadvertently. Chen Xon's gaze remained the same, and did not change in the slightest due to the other party's investigation. Big fish mixed with dried shrimp. When the old man's eyes turned back again, there was a trace of doubt in Chen Xon's eyes. Interesting. He did not continue to observe, but continued to follow the crowd. And at the forefront, several large groups headed by the Primordial God Association and the Arcane Palace are moving forward quickly. Leader, traces of lightning are found in the direction of 9 o'clock ahead. A professional who is good at scouting flew over to report. Chase. Yun Zontian waved his hand without thinking, and followed closely behind. Yun Zontian, isn't it a bit reckless to chase after him so eagerly? Lord Chu frowned to remind. HMPH. Zombie face, we are all in, do you think there is a problem and you can hide? Yun Zontian sneered, no matter what the problem is here, we can only find everything if we chase after it. Zombie face, what he said makes sense. Captain Jiang nodded in agreement. Lord Chu pondered for a moment, then reminded, be careful, whether it's Thunder Snake or anything else, we can't take it lightly. Thunder battleship belongs to, defense is fully open, advances in battle formation, encounters any changes, does not need to ask for instructions, and goes to war directly. Quote. Yes, Commander. Everyone on the Thundership began to disperse, each with a serious expression, ready to fight. Seeing this, the head of the Jiang group didn't speak, but raised his hand and waved it towards the void a few times. Swish swish swish. The figures of the extreme shadow group spread out like ghosts, and almost disappeared in the blink of an eye. The remaining head of the Jiang group just nodded slightly to Mr. Chu, and then disappeared in front of everyone like a black shadow. What a powerful stealth skill. The professionals from several low-level guilds behind them couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this. Feeling the tense atmosphere, they couldn't help but look around vigilantly one by one. With the battle groups of these 9th-level guilds in front, they naturally did not dare to neglect, and began to wear their own equipment one after another. Even more afraid to separate from the main force. Strange, how come you haven't even seen a thunder snake after walking for so long? Gradually, after I don't know how long it took, some people couldn't help but began to wonder. That's right, didn't the thunder light flash before? Why don't you even see half of the thunder snake now? Could it be that this is all fake? This secret realm has not been revived at all, and even if it is revived, it is still empty. Who knows, but I always feel that this place is too quiet. Is it said that the secret realm is so quiet? Shall we look around, see if we can find anything? Just when everyone was about to move, suddenly on the ice field, a strange building appeared behind a mountain range. This building looks like an ancient palace, but the palace has been abandoned, dilapidated, and there are broken walls everywhere. And at the front of the palace, there is a statue that has collapsed. From the broken head of the statue, it can be seen that it is the head of a snake. Remains. Lord Chu frowned when he saw these palaces. Who left this? The Razor ruins. I don't know. The leader of Jiang didn't know where to appear, and he was also puzzled. However, judging from the whole building, this place should have been a relic palace used to worship snake gods. What? A snake god? Many people exclaimed when they heard it. If there really are god ruins here, maybe you can find mythical materials or even treasures. At that time, this trip to the secret realm will be even more lucrative than the legendary level. For a while, everyone who heard the news became active. Many people have already started to move around, and started to scan around, ready to find a place to attack. Are there any signs of alien beasts? Chen Xon greeted, looked at the ruins in the distance and asked. Not yet, it may have been abandoned for a long time. The bald man replied. Okay, let's search around. With Chen Xon's order, many professionals of the Xontian barbarian group started to act one after another. Seeing that the 9th tier guild battle group had already moved, everyone else couldn't hold back and rushed towards the ruins of the palace one after another. On the ice field blown by the bitter cold wind, in front of the ruins of the collapsed giant palace, many people started the same action as shopping for treasure. Up to now, they have even forgotten about Razor, completely immersed in the thrill of searching for treasures. Chen Xon was among the crowd, looking around casually. Under the blessing of the Eye of Yuanchu, he didn't find anything of value here. I was thinking about whether I should leave here and look for other places. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something. His eyes quickly searched the crowd, and then a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. Where did the old man who was hiding just now go? That is, at the moment when his idea just surfaced, suddenly, outside the ruins in the distance, there was a thunderclap in the sky. Boom, rumble. Above the sky that was originally filled with ice and snow, dark clouds continued to gather, and thunder rays continued to explode in the dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, countless lightning bolts gathered and turned into a pillar of lightning that exploded towards the ice field. What happened? Chen Xon's eyes froze, and he took off into the air instantly with his footsteps. Where did the lightning come from? The figures of Chu Fujun and others instantly appeared beside Chen Xon, and they looked towards the terrifying thunderlight from afar. No, that's not an ordinary thunderlight, you see. Lord Chu raised his hand a little, and everyone looked down from the sky, and suddenly found that a huge and strange rune had formed in the place where the thunder was blooming. There seemed to be countless chaotic energies continuously entangled on the rune, emitting black-purple light, as if it had begun to recover rapidly under the stimulation of thunder. That is, the magic circle. It's not an ordinary magic circle. Lord Chu frowned even tighter. The magic circle will not have only one magic rune, and judging by the size of the rune, it is likely to be only a part of the magic circle. Part of it. Everyone's complexion changed after hearing this. Such a big rune is just a part of the magic circle. If the whole magic circle is revealed, how big is it? How big is it? Mr. Chu and the others were stunned for a moment, and almost subconsciously said, shroud the entire secret realm. Not good. Lord Chu's complexion changed. We have been fooled. Someone wants to plot against us. This is a trap. Boom. As soon as his voice fell, the terrifying light of thunder reappeared above the entire sky. It was as if the god of thunder pushed aside the clouds and pressed the lightning forcefully in the whole world. Boom, boom, boom. 5 streaks of thunderous light tore through the sky and land, smashing heavily on 5 corners of the entire world, plus the one that just surfaced before. It just constitutes a sign of a 6-pointed star. At the moment when the hexagram was formed, the entire ice world trembled violently, and the next moment the sky changed drastically. Buzz. Countless purple-black energies began to gather, spreading like an energy shield, completely enveloping the entire world at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying roars resounded continuously throughout the void, and the violent purple-black energy enveloped everyone in this ice sheet world. What should I do? Lord Chu, you are a lightning mage, so you should find a way. Chen Xon looked at Lord Chu and shouted. It's useless. Lord Chu snorted coldly. It's clear that our route has been calculated, and it won't give us any chance to escape. He looked at the liquid-like purple-black energy above the sky, and spoke coldly. Get ready to fight now. Damn it, if this is the only way to open, does Daddy need to ask you? Chen Xon cursed angrily, turned his head and shouted to the people behind him, the Xontian barbarians obey the order, return to the same way and rush out. But as soon as his words fell, there were incomparably cold laughter resounding above the void. Gia Gia Gia, the barbarian society is the barbaric society, you really don't know how to use your brains. The laughter was sharp, like sandpaper being constantly rubbed, and it sounded like one's scalp was tingling. But Lord Chu's complexion changed when he heard this voice. This voice is the disaster wizard of the Dark Abyss. Dark Abyss. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard these two words. They were all too familiar with this name. Hide your head and show your tail. See if you have the seeds. Chen Xon glanced across the sky and shouted angrily. Chen Xon, don't you think that what you said is all nonsense? That voice was hidden in the entire purple-black energy shield, cold and evil. If you can answer my question, maybe I can consider letting go of one of you. Answer your mother's fart, do you believe daddy me? Chen Xon shouted angrily, and was about to speak, when he suddenly saw Mr. Chu winking at him, and ended up swallowing the second half of the sentence. What do you want to know? Lord Chu looked up at the sky and asked in a deep voice. Jia, I just need you to tell me where the Sha Kingdom's mythical token is hidden now. Mythical token. As soon as these words came out, Lord Chu and the others were stunned. Fortunately, Mr. Chu's reaction was fast enough, but his eyes flickered for a moment, and he snorted coldly. Why tell you? Jia, Lord Chu, do you think you can fool others, including me? The voice suddenly laughed maniacally. I am a great calamity wizard, since you don't know, then prepare to die. You will be the sacrifices for me to summon the calamity monarch, ha ha ha, ha ha. Quote. Zilla. The moment the other party's voice fell, the terrifying purple-black energy began to gather, twisting and protruding from the barrier-like tentacles. The ferocious sharp teeth extended from the tentacles, and the eyeballs opened at the next moment. Ah! Deafening roars resounded through the world, and dense tentacles broke away from the barrier. In an instant, it turned into a reptile-like monster with hideous bone spurs, one eye, and a mouth full of sharp fangs. They are densely packed and endless, turning into waves and rushing towards everyone. Zontian barbarian group, let's go to war. Chen Xon snorted coldly, raised his hand and grabbed a big sword wider than the door, and fell into his hand. Thunder battleship, fire. The magical robe danced all over Mr. Chu's body, and countless elemental powers began to rise. Jiang, hunt, swish swish swish. A series of black shadows began to loom in the void. They held blades, and their figures were as fast as lightning. Hiss. A deep roar sounded, and just as a strange beast opened its mouth, Chen Xon slapped out a sword, which exploded into countless purple-black liquids with a bang. However, in an instant, those liquids twisted, forming a ferocious beast behind it, and it was about to charge towards Chen Xon. Crackle. A bolt of thunder slashed out dangerously, disintegrating it instantly. Chen Xon didn't look back, but he knew that the skills in the Chu family's hands in the sky had just disappeared. However, right in the sky, a strange beast that had just sprouted wings was rushing towards him. It's just that before it got close, there seemed to be ripples emerging in the void, and then all the strange beasts broke into several sections with just a scream. Such a tacit cooperation can only be seen in a high-quality team like the 9th level guild. However, the hidden figure in the void didn't seem to care about all of this at all. The purple-black enchantment in the void trembled again, and then countless tentacles separated from it, turning into terrifying strange beasts, rushing towards everyone like a wave. Jia, let me see how long you can last. Sure enough, under the huge superiority in numbers, the battle group of the 9th tier guild can barely protect itself. And the remaining hundreds of professionals from other guilds began to lose their support under such a fearless attack. Once there is the slightest sign of defeat, it will be swarmed by countless strange beasts, and then completely swallowed up, not even the bones and dregs are left. Chen Xon stood beside the ruins and watched the scene quietly. Any strange beasts disappeared inexplicably before they approached him. And his eyes at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty could tell that these strange beasts with bone spurs were called calamity demons. The biggest feature of the disaster demon is not attack, but that it cannot be killed. As long as the entire calamity barrier is not completely destroyed, it is impossible to kill these disaster demons. And these calamities can kill creatures and integrate them into the Great Barrier as sacrifices. As long as they accumulate enough, the Great Barrier will become a summoning formation, summoning the real calamity monarch. Do you want to make a move? Chen Xon stared at the purple-black calamity barrier in the void but shook his head slightly. Compared with saving people, he wanted to see what kind of existence the calamity tyrant he could summon was like. Puff. Ah, help. No, I'm fighting with you. Ah. Every time there was a scream, a professional was swallowed by countless calamities, and finally became part of the sacrifice. I don't know how long this kind of killing lasted. Suddenly, the entire calamity barrier trembled violently. At the next moment, a crazy laugh resounded. Ha ha ha, I knew that the soul of a professional is the most perfect sacrifice, and my ceremony can begin. Outside the calamity barrier, an old figure wrapped in a strange purple magical robe screamed frantically while holding a staff. The great calamity monarch, please listen to my pious call. Let me be your pious carrier, let you come into this world and create endless disasters. Zizi. As the calamity wizard continued to chant, countless large and viscous energies began to gather in the huge calamity barrier. A series of strange and mysterious runes, which are completely different from ordinary magic elements, emerge from the barrier. Intertwined and spreading, as if connecting to another terrifying space. Oops, this is a calamity summoning technique, it cannot be completely completed, and we will all die when the calamity monarch comes. Lord Chu gave a cold snort when he saw the spreading rune. Thunder battleship, attack with all your strength. Boom boom boom. The moment Chu Fujun's words fell, countless thunder rays began to brew on all the professionals in the entire thunder battleship group. At the next moment, all kinds of powerful lightning skills poured out crazily. Lei Guangtian rushed. Thunder gun. The underworld thunder flash. Austrian law is destroyed by thunder. At this moment, all the professionals in thunder battleship exploded with almost all the power that could be unleashed. In an instant, countless thunderbolts directly bombarded the towering disaster barrier with destructive waves. Boo! All the runes trembled slightly, not only did not receive the slightest damage, but instead swallowed all the attacks as if they were energy. Zila! The purple-black energy began to gather, and tentacles began to protrude from the rune. They are intertwined and intertwined with each other, and in a blink of an eye, a huge human-like shape covered in bone spurs slowly condenses in the void. Ah! The deep roar continued to resound in the calamity barrier, and a pair of devil-like flash wings spread out behind the back. All the surviving professionals looked at this terrifying figure comparable to a boss with expressions of horror. A terrifying body of hundreds of meters, shrouding the heavens, purple-black flash wings covering the sun, and countless tentacles floating around. On the ferocious head full of fangs and sharp teeth, the 8 closed eyeballs kept beating like a heart. And its head is also constantly stretching and beating, as if something is brewing in it. Ha ha ha, the calamity monarch is about to appear. The calamity wizard standing outside the great enchantment laughed wildly. As long as he can completely control the calamity monarch, he can definitely participate in this battle for the mythical secret realm token. However, the final step is still needed for the calamity monarch to completely recover. Shua, the calamity wizard who had been hiding outside the calamity barrier, suddenly appeared above the calamity monarch's head out of thin air. He actually took the initiative to expose his own figure. Seeing this scene, Lord Chu and the others not only did not relax in the slightest, but became even more dignified. Stupid humans, you will witness the birth of the great calamity lord, and I will become the will of the calamity lord, and I will completely leave this ugly human body. With a puff, the calamity monarch's head exploded, and a tentacle full of sharp teeth protruded from the head, piercing through the void in an instant and biting the calamity wizard's body. However, the mad wizard of disaster had a crazy smile on his face, allowing himself to be pulled into his head by the tentacles, and finally merged with the head of the disaster monarch. It was the moment when he merged with the calamity monarch. The 8 closed eyeballs opened in an instant. Ah! A terrifying pressure of calamity was crazily released towards the surroundings. Ha ha ha, I succeeded, I succeeded. With an echo, the calamity wizard, who had completely integrated with the calamity monarch, woke up from the calamity monarch's head. At this time, he has only one human head left, and the rest of his body has been wrapped by countless tentacles and connected to the calamity monarch. Chen Xon stood in the corner of the ruins, looking up with a calm expression. Disaster Monarch, Legendary. Race. Devil. Level. LV 240. Life. 5 million. Magic power. 5 million. Power. 8,765. Agility. 5,940. Spirit. 9,120. Skills. Disaster Suppression, Level 6, Light of Plague, Level 7. Great Disaster Art, Level 8. Battle power. 880 stars. Comment. The devil from the abyss has always had an ambition to conquer the world, but because his will is not complete, he is likely to lose his mind. While Chen Xon was checking the information, the Calamity Monarch that had just formed suddenly screamed. Ah! The purple-black energy turned into huge balls of light like the scorching sun, and the targets began to target the surviving powerful professionals such as Lord Chu. Calamity perishes. The Calamity Wizard let out a low growl, and the next moment's dense purple-black light balls crashed down towards the bottom. Boom boom boom. All the surviving professionals frantically mobilized all their strength to resist the attacks of these skills. After all, as the top battle group of the 9th tier guild, it is impossible to be caught here so easily. However, the weirdness and horror of Calamity magic far exceeded everyone's imagination. The skills of Calamity witchcraft can even devour ordinary magic elements. Damn it, zombie face, you should think of a way. Yun Zontian and Captain Jiang retreated to Lord Chu while resisting. What can I do? The thunder light surged all over Mr. Chu's body, constantly colliding with the purple-black light ball falling in midair. Although my thunder magic has some restraint on Calamity magic, I don't know how long the Calamity barrier here has been prepared. Lord Chu waved countless thunderbolts into a thunderous light curtain that blocked several purple-black light balls one after another. Although his level is only rank 8, he can mobilize all the power of the entire Calamity barrier. Its blue volume is simply thicker than that of the 9th rank. Quote. Thicker than the 9th step. Yun Zontian's face changed when he heard this. Then let's rush out now. You. Lord Chu snorted coldly. The entire barrier is its home field. Do you think you can tear apart its barrier's defense? I can't rush. I can't defend. So what should we do? Yun Zontian is really in a hurry now. We have no other choice but to wait for death. Mr. Chu Fu uttered a fact that was difficult for everyone to accept. It will use the power of the enchantment to continuously consume our magic power, and when we are completely exhausted, it will treat us as sacrifices and continue to perfect the Calamity Monarch. Jia, Lord Chu, you are indeed very smart. Senran laughter sounded from the Calamity Monarch's head. My Calamity Monarch is indeed not perfect. Even if I have prepared enough, I still don't have the ability to let his complete body descend. But it doesn't matter, what's the use even if you know it? Why don't you just stay here and wait for death? His eyes had completely turned blood red. What I want to correct you is that I want to kill you, and I don't need to consume it slowly, ouch. The last word fell, and blood light brewed in the 8 eyeballs at the same time, and countless purple-black rays of light converged. The next moment, it turned into a terrifying mask and fell downward. 9th level skill disaster disc. Countless rays of light entwined with the power of Calamity turned into a huge millstone that almost filled the entire enchantment. The terrible force of the mill will crush all living things in its path. Jia, die, your death is not the end, but the beginning of becoming a sacrifice. The Calamity Wizard whispered madly, as if seeing a wonderful scene where all souls were completely absorbed by the Calamity Monarch. Ka. Under the terrifying oppression, Yun Zontian and others resisted with difficulty, as if a huge mountain was falling down. Even Yun Zontian, a warrior of the 8th rank, was already blushing and trembling. Click. Lord Chu's thunder light curtain couldn't bear it either, and began to crack inch by inch. Puff. Several invisible blades slashed across the void, trying to cut the disc of disaster, but in the end, not even a trace was left. The head of the Jiang group fell heavily from midair to the ground. His mask was covered with cracks and half of it was broken, revealing a pale and beardless middle-aged face. Abyss really wants to be eradicated this time, right? The head of the Jiang group was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the pan of Calamity in the air, he said coldly, the top battle groups of the 3 major 9th tier guilds are buried here, and you will pay the price. Jia, do you think you can scare off my great Calamity Wizard? The dark voice let out a sneer. The dark abyss has long since recovered from the abyss, waiting for the master to appear in this world, that is, when he will dominate the entire Sha country. Unfortunately, you can no longer see it. Speaking of which, the Calamity Monarch suddenly pressed the void, and the disc of Calamity smashed down heavily. Rumble. The astonishing loud noise continued to spread over the entire ice field, but an unexpected scene appeared. The disc of disaster that had originally erupted actually stopped in midair, and no matter how hard the Calamity Monarch tried, he couldn't smash it down. Huh, what's going on? The faces of Chen Xon, Lord Chu and the others change. At this time, who can resist the Disc of Disaster? In midair, the madness in the eyes of the Calamity Wizard who controlled the Calamity Monarch also suddenly stagnated, revealing doubts. But before his voice could be heard, he heard an incomparably flat voice coming from under the disaster disc. Is this the so-called calamity magic? The calm words and slightly disappointed tone stunned all the survivors, including the Calamity Wizard. Hearing this meaning, why do you feel a little down on this disc of disaster? At this time, on top of Chen Xon's head, Xiaowu was squatting on his head, looking curiously at the shrouded disc of disaster. But no matter how much strength the opponent exerted, they couldn't continue to fall even an iota. How dare you despise calamity witchcraft? The Calamity Wizard let out an angry roar. Come out, I will let you taste the most painful calamity witchcraft in the world, and let your soul burn in the abyss of disaster for 10,000 years. Burn. Chen Xon was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looking at Xiao Yan hovering beside him. At the next moment, a figure of scarlet flame fire phoenix tearing apart the world suddenly appeared. Crazy. The sound of piercing gold cracking stone resounded throughout the enchantment, and a fiery breath began to brew from under the disaster disc. The face of the originally eerie Calamity Wizard suddenly changed. How is it possible? How can the power of fire resist the calamity witchcraft? But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a loud noise, and the blazing flames were like a pair of big hands violently pulling under the disaster disc. With a hiss, the disc of calamity was forcibly torn into pieces, and a figure of the scarlet flame fire phoenix wrapped in violent flames emerged from the void. Hey, who is this? He actually tore the disaster disc directly. The head of the Jiang group's eyes were full of horror. As an 8th rank professional, he had tried the skill of tearing the disc of disaster countless times just now. But the more you strike, the more terrifying this skill becomes. Even if Lord Chu said that they could only wait to die here, they were not refuted. But now, such a powerful disc of disaster was torn apart just as the opponent's flame erupted. Is this still the calamity witchcraft that just made everyone helpless? The skills that make everyone almost desperate are as fragile as paper in front of the opponent. Wait, this flame bird seems to be who? Suddenly Chen Xon seemed to think of something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The one from Yuling Pavilion. Master of Vientiane. The Lord of the Chu house revealed the identity of this person in one word. Why is he here? It must be the people who came to solve the dark abyss. Chen Xon's heart relaxed, and a feeling of rejoicing for the rest of his life spontaneously rose up. It is rumored that this Vientiane master beat the founder of the dark abyss to the ground. What? The founder of the Yuling Pavilion to attack the true god? The head of the Jiang group also reacted, his face was full of shock. That's right, apart from his old man, who else can easily break the calamity witchcraft? While the few people were talking, the phantom of the scarlet flame fire phoenix that had transformed in the air had wings, and the blazing flames turned into a second phantom of the red flame fire phoenix and rushed towards the Calamity Monarch. Single forbidden curse. Flame phoenix burning sky strike. Boom. The terrifying flames completely enveloped the huge Calamity Monarch effortlessly, and the terrifying flames instantly erupted countless bloody numbers above its head. Ah! The shrill screams continued to sound from the mouth of the Calamity Wizard. He never thought that the Calamity Lord he had just formed would be so easily injured by the other party. Zzz. Countless flames burned the Calamity Monarch into ashes, and all the survivors watched the huge figure turn into countless cokes in a moment with dull faces. When all the flames completely dissipated, only an incomplete charred corpse remained. Chen Xon stood where he was, looked up at the corpse and whispered to himself. It seems that you can't burn it. But as soon as he finished speaking, the entire barrier suddenly trembled, and countless purple-black energies began to surge. The Calamity Monarch who had been burned into coke actually began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gia, do you think you can kill me? The voice of the Calamity Wizard reappeared. Do you know how much it cost me to set up this enchantment in order to be able to hunt enough sacrifices? The burned skin began to peel off from the head, revealing a pale skin and a more ferocious smile. As long as this enchantment doesn't die, I'm immortal, ha ha ha. He just started laughing when he saw Chen Xon nodded casually. Really? Let's see how long your enchantment can last. After the words fell, the aura of forbidden curses began to bloom. The Holy Dragon Burial in the Ice World. Black Tortoise Force Field. The Gate of Shadows. Annihilate the Star Field. The breath of the 6 forbidden spells emerged one after another. The current forbidden curse is even more terrifying than Chen Xon's forbidden curse before, and with the blessing of the talent fight, its power is 10 times stronger than before. Almost as soon as the breath of the 6 forbidden spells emerged, the entire calamity barrier began to tremble uncontrollably. This is the 6 forbidden curses, and not just the 6 forbidden curses. The fighting talent magnifies the power of each forbidden spell by 10 times, and the sum of the 6 is equivalent to the sum of 60 forbidden spells. What kind of enchantment can withstand the continuous bombardment of 60 forbidden spells? The answer is of course no. The huge purple-black enchantment was completely torn apart by the terrifying power of the forbidden curse in an instant. In an instant, everyone who was originally blocked by the enchantment regained their freedom in an instant. Let's go. We can't resist the attack of the Vientiane Master. Seeing the barrier collapse, Chen Xon was the first to run out desperately. He didn't want to have just survived the crisis of the Calamity Monarch, but turned around and died in the hands of his own people. At the same time that Chen Xon moved, all the other survivors reacted and used all the skills they could, and began to flee crazily. Caw. Numerous cracks spread across the barrier, completely tearing the entire barrier open with huge gaps. And the Calamity Wizard who had just recovered was extremely surprised when he saw this scene. How is it possible? You were able to break my Calamity barrier. Swish. Countless tentacles shot out from the Calamity Lord's body, covering the huge phantom of the 6 flickering shadows in the midair. However, before it got close, it was completely torn apart by the terrifying power of the forbidden curse. Puff. With just a soft sound, the huge body exploded into countless fragments like a bubble. Even when he died, the Calamity Wizard didn't understand why Chen Xon could erupt with such terrifying power. Reminder: you killed the Calamity Monarch and gained plus 13.97 million experience points, and your contracted beast gained plus 1.26 million experience points. Reminder: your level has reached LV 120, after which all experience points will be forcibly reduced. The Calamity Lord allowed Chen Xon to directly surpass the sum of his upgrades during this period of time, and directly obtain the full level of 4 ranks. Boom. The Calamity Monarch has fallen, but the power of the forbidden curse released by the Chen Xon contracted beast continues to spread towards the surroundings like a wave. This caused the ruins that had already become ruins to collapse one after another under the ravages of this power. In the distance, the faces of Lord Chu and the others who saw this scene were shocked. That's it, is that the solution? Chen Xon said softly in disbelief. If not, Mr. Chu Fu said expressionlessly, to you, it's a threat of death, but to the senior, it's just a joke. HMPH, zombie face, it's as if it's not a death threat to you. Chen Xon retorted unceremoniously, who told us to wait to die before. Quote. Lord Chu was too lazy to bicker with Chen Xon, so he withdrew his gaze and was about to leave the legendary secret realm. Hey, zombie face, don't you want to know why that senior came? Seeing this, the head of the Jiang group suddenly asked. I don't believe he came here to save us. Whether it's a special trip or not. Mr. Chu's figure paused slightly after taking 2 steps, it's not something we can get our hands on. After saying that, he left the place without looking back. Seeing that Mr. Chu had taken his people away, the head of the Jiang troop also took a look at the forbidden curse storm that was still spreading in the distance, and left here unwillingly. When everyone dispersed completely, the aftermath of the forbidden spell gradually quieted down. Chen Xon looked at the ruined and disfigured ice field around him, and couldn't help rising slowly. Razor didn't find it, and I wasted several forbidden spells. He also scanned the entire ruins, trying to find some clues about Razor. But at this moment, suddenly, his eyes froze, as if he saw something. With a swish, Chen Xon's figure instantly appeared at the position where the broken statue was before. The statues have completely collapsed. Under the ravages of the forbidden spell, all the statues and even the ground below the statues have been destroyed into gullies. At this time, a deep passage unexpectedly appeared below the ravine. This channel is actually hidden in the depths of the ice field at least tens of thousands of meters below the base of the statue. If Chen Xon's forbidden spell hadn't been too destructive, it would have been impossible to reveal the location of the passage. Chen Xon frowned. Could it be that there is something else here? After hesitating for a few seconds, he directly summoned the 6 little guys to his front, and after confirming that his mana was full, he approached the passage. The passage is mottled and deep, filled with traces of ancient times. Moreover, the mural patterns left around are somewhat similar to the palace above. It can be judged that it is a product of the same period as the palace ruins. Chen Xon walked all the way in, and soon found a place that looked like a tomb. However, there is no coffin in this tomb, but an altar. On the altar, there was actually a gray stone egg the size of a human head enshrined. This egg probably wasn't turned into stone many years ago, but it has completely lost its vitality over time. What's this? Chen Xon looked at the past with the eyes of Yuanshu with doubts. Egg of the Thunder Feather Snake legend, an egg of the son of the snake god who has long lost its vitality, was originally the last hope of the snake god, but now the hope is gone, only a stone egg remains. Is it really the egg of the thunder snake? Chen Xon did not expect that in this tomb, there was actually a former thunder feather serpent egg. The raptor, while not the same as the razor, sounds like it might be more powerful. It's just a pity that the thunder snake's egg has been completely turned into stone, and there is no way to revive it. Recovery. Wait. Chen Xon suddenly moved his palm and took out the 4 5 elements orbs he had obtained. If it's just that the vitality disappears, maybe the own wooden orb can give the thunder feather snake a glimmer of life. After all, when he was in the secret realm before, the ancient tree of life of the natural elves was completely revived by the wooden orb. Once this idea rises, it grows uncontrollably. Try. What if it succeeds? While thinking, Chen Xon pressed the 5 elements orb directly on the stone egg. With a buzzing sound, the wooden orb began to emit light, and the terrifying vitality began to pour continuously towards the stone egg. Seeing this scene, Chen Xon was overjoyed. He knew that if there was no chance, wooden orb would not have reacted. Chen Xon pressed his palms against the pebbles, and gradually felt a trace of recovery in them. Plop, plop. Suddenly, a faint heartbeat began to emerge from the stone egg. Successful. Chen Xon smiled slightly. He didn't expect that his method would actually work. But before his smile bloomed, he suddenly discovered that the faint beating sound began to weaken rapidly. No matter how the wood element orb injects its own life force, there is no way to stop this heartbeat from weakening. At this moment, Chen Xon couldn't help frowning slowly. He came here to find a suitable contract beast, and thought he would return empty-handed, but he didn't expect to come across such a thunder feather serpent egg. But I just thought that I could save him, but I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. If I miss this time, I'm afraid I don't know when I will be able to find a suitable contracted beast next time. While his thoughts were churning, Chen Xon's heart suddenly turned sideways, his palm on the pebble trembled slightly, and he directly activated the contract of Own God. Even if he gave it a go, he would give it a try. Hint: your contract is successful. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Xon activated it, he received a notification that the system contract was successful. For a moment, Chen Xon could feel a faint desire constantly rising among the pebbles. It was the desire for life. However, even if the contract is successful, he can only feel the longing, and the disappearing vitality is still unstoppable. However, Chen Xon's eyes flashed, but he did not let go of his hand on the pebble. Because he has another way. God's gift, Chen Xon said silently in his heart. The next moment a dazzling light began to bloom from his palm, and poured into the stone egg in an instant. God's gift. This is Chen Xon's last reliance. This skill can turn ordinary pets into powerful beasts with mythical blood. Then maybe it can directly repair the wounds suffered by the thunder feather snake in the stone egg. Sure enough, at the moment when the light shrouded it, the dilapidated stone eggs began to vibrate, and layers of ancient stone skins began to peel off from them. Fresh egg shells are exposed. The originally weak heartbeat finally began to beat strongly. Click. A crack began to emerge from the egg shell, and then quickly spread towards the surroundings. Then, under the watchful eyes of Chen Xon and other friends, a small python with dark purple lines broke out of its shell. Not only that, Behind the neck of the purple python, two wings-like wings extend backwards, which looks quite magnificent. Just looking at its appearance, this little boa constrictor is indeed quite capable of fighting. Chen Xon's eye of the first yuan, which he had prepared a long time ago, swept over directly. Thunder Feather Python, Myth. Race, Python. Level, LV39. Life, 859,000. Magic Power, 1,083,000. Power, 682. Agility, 719. Spirit, 883. Skills, Lightning and Lightning Flash, Level 7, Thunder Shun 3000, Level 8. Thunder God's Wrath, Forbidden Curse, Thunder Disaster Great Millstone, Forbidden Curse. Battle Power, 120 stars. Loyalty, 100%. Evaluation. It was born bathed in thunder and lightning, it controls the thunder in the world, it is the Queen of Thunder, it brings disasters and destroys everything. Sure enough, it is the Master of Thunder and Lightning, haha. When Chen Xon saw this gorgeous panel, the expectation of the contracted beast finally returned in his heart. At the same time, the Thunder Feather Python, which had just opened its eyes, but its arms were short, slowly swallowed the snake letter and climbed up along Chen Xon's arm. It quickly occupied the position where Xiaoya should have been. Ah! Xiaoya's eyes widened, and the rudimentary flesh wings on his back trembled slightly, and he started to frighten the Thunder Feather Python. Chen Xon flicked Xiaoya's head, and the other party calmed down immediately. Don't be scared, it's also a girl, let's call it Xiaoyu from now on. Chen Xon touched the little guy's head, and at this moment, the system's notification sound began to emerge in his mind. Hint: you have triggered the feedback of the gods, and you will get rewards. Strength plus 200, Agility plus 220, Spirit plus 240. You have acquired skills. Thunder God's Wrath, Forbidden Curse, Thunder Calamity Great Mill, Forbidden Curse. 2 more forbidden spells and hundreds of attribute points were added to the account, and it was also the lightning forbidden spell that Chen Xon needed very much. This wave of gains made him very satisfied. Hiss. Xiaoyu coldly licked Chen Xon's face with the snake letter, as if telling him something. Huh, you said you were hungry. Chen Xon looked around. We can't find food for you until we leave here. What? You say you know where to eat? Can you smell it? As soon as Chen Xon finished speaking, he saw Xiaoyu's figure flashing out like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Chen Xon had no choice but to chase out with the other little guys. Soon, he saw Xiaoyu start to fly over the entire ice field. It itself is a beast that controls thunder and lightning. Not only can it fly in the void, but its speed is as fast as lightning. Soon, it appeared on the edge of a ruin hundreds of miles away. Hiss. Xiaoyu, who came to the ruins, rushed in with a flick of her tail, and then Chen Xon saw that there were residual thunder lights dancing around the ruins, as if she was attracted by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu stood in the middle of the thunder and lightning, and began to devour it crazily with the opening of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Chen Xon was suddenly stunned. It turns out that this was once the location of the core rune left by the Great Barrier of Calamity. It is the position of the hexagram that appeared before. Chen Xon was thinking about how the Calamity Wizard had arranged such a huge barrier by himself. Only now did I understand that it turned out that the remaining lightning power of the entire secret realm was gathered to become the energy source for the barrier. And Xiaoyu found this place because she felt the smell of thunder and lightning. Hiss. The huge lightning energy was quickly swallowed up by Xiaoyu, but a look of unsatisfactory flashed in its eyes, as if it couldn't eat enough from this place alone. But just as it was about to leave, it suddenly thought of something, and swished into the ruins. Xiaoyu. When Chen Xon was wondering, he suddenly saw Xiaoyu's figure appear again. And this time, the other party actually held a black statue in his mouth. This is the statue of the Calamity Monarch. Chen Xon looked at the shape of the statue, showing doubts. What is the statue here for? After pondering for a moment, he opened the guild list directly, and began to search for information about disaster wizards from inside. Soon, he found out that the statue was actually an important token for the other party to set up a barrier. Moreover, through this token, rituals can even be held to communicate with the Calamity world, and even summon the Calamity Monarch. This enchantment is composed of 6 pointed stars, so there should be 6 statues in total. Knowing this information, Chen Xon suddenly had a bold idea in his mind, a bold idea about another contracted beast. If I can collect these 6 statues, maybe I can connect to the Calamity world, and then I can find a Calamity devil that can be contracted from there, so I can master the Calamity witchcraft. Chen Xon feels that the idea of own is very bold, but very attractive. Although the previous Calamity wizard's strength was mediocre, Chen Xon admired the strength of Calamity magic itself. After spending nearly several hours, Xiao Yu not only successfully devoured all the participating thunder power, but also directly found the statues of the 6 Calamity Lords. It's just that Chen Xon still doesn't know how to summon the Calamity Lord to appear. We can only leave this secret realm first. After bringing the 7 little guys into the contract space, Chen Xon directly activated the anchoring feat, and disappeared without leaving the secret realm. When he reappeared, he had already returned to Frost City. Old Feng, do you know the Dark Abyss? Chen Xon, who dialed the old man's video call, asked directly. Dark Abyss. The old man Fengling's expression changed when he heard it, and he exclaimed, have you met someone from the Dark Abyss? Chen Xon nodded, a Calamity wizard who claims to be from the Dark Abyss. What? Calamity wizard? The old man Fengling's face turned green when he heard this. Where are you? Are you trapped? Hold on, I'll find a way to save you. Help me. Chen Xon looked at the incoherent old man Fengling strangely. Old Feng, I killed him. What are you doing? You killed him. The old man Fengling's eyes were wide open. That's a Calamity wizard. All witchcraft with a disaster attribute greatly suppresses ordinary magic. You were able to kill him. It's too. The old man Fengling didn't even know how to describe his inner feelings. Feng Lao, I feel that this Calamity wizard is quite weak. I can't do it with one skill. Quote. The old man Fengling looked at Chen Xon's plain expression, and his heart was completely messed up. At the beginning, he had dealt with professionals from the Dark Abyss more than once, and each time he almost encountered a life and death crisis. But now, Chen Xon actually said that he killed the opponent lightly, and also said that the Dark Abyss was weak. Ahem, Chen Xon, the Calamity wizard you may encounter is not strong enough. The old man Fengling thought for a while, and felt that it was necessary to remind Chen Xon solemnly. Chen Xon, this Dark Abyss is also the 9th level guild born in our Sha Kingdom, and it is a top-level guild with the same reputation as the Barbarian Society of the Arcane Palace. The old man Fengling said solemnly, all members of this guild are wizards who master witchcraft. Most of these wizards' skills are mainly devouring souls and flesh and blood, and they are even good at large-scale Calamity magic. 9th rank guild, why haven't you heard of it before? Chen Xon asked. As early as the beginning of the Dark Abyss, Shaguo's professionals did not notice them, but as time went by, more and more professionals discovered that these wizards were lunatics. All their magic is used to torment the soul and create disaster. And with the promotion of the level, their personalities began to change, becoming more bloodthirsty and cruel, and often regarded themselves as the people of the demon god, and hated their human bodies. Quote. As the oldest giant in Yuling Pavilion, old man Fengling knew more than Chen Xon thought. It was only later that we discovered that many of the mass disappearances and even deaths of human professionals were actually related to the Abyss. In the end, all the 9th tier guilds joined forces and began to wipe out all the professionals in the Dark Abyss. Quote. As he spoke, he sighed lightly. But we did underestimate the speed of the development of the Dark Abyss. At that time, I remember that the previous president of the Arcane Hall led several 9 cycles professionals to fight against the wizards of the Dark Abyss. In the end, it cost 3 9 cycles professionals death that they severely damaged the Abyss. Quote. Even so, in the end, the master of the Dark Abyss relied on a Calamity skill to drive everyone back, and disappeared with the remaining wizards of the Dark Abyss. The old man Fengling frowned and said, we have not given up on eradicating the Dark Abyss all these years, but even so, many wizards choose to join them every year. So far, there is no way to solve this huge hidden danger. Quote. Originally, if the Dark Abyss hadn't made much action, the 9th tier guilds would not have spent too much effort to find their hiding places. As he said that, he paused slightly, looked at Chen Xon and said, it's just that the news about the mythical secret realm has been leaked recently, which makes them more active. Mythical secret realm. Chen Xon's eyes flashed, and he pretended to be surprised and asked, "Is there a mythical secret realm?" "No." The old man Feng Ling shook his head and said, "We learned from the Sakura country that their 9th level guild has collected a mythical material called the 7th dragon pearl, and now they have collected 5 pieces. As long as you find the last 2 pieces, you can collect them. Chi dragon pearl, you can open the mythical secret realm. Also, the first guild to accept the mythic secret realm quest will definitely receive the mythic reward." Quote. 7 dragon pearl. Chen Xon's heart moved. Isn't he the 5 elements orb here? How did Sakura country become 7 dragon pearl? That's right. It is said that this kind of mythical secret realm keepsake also appeared in our Sha kingdom, and it has already been collected. It's just that until now, it has always been a mystery who owns this token. So after Abyss knew the news, he started hunting around for all professionals who might have tokens. Quote. The old man Fengling thought for a while and said, "Just now, the Thunder battleship team from the Arcane Palace was almost killed by a calamity wizard in a deserted secret realm. So Chen Xon, if you really meet someone from the Dark Abyss, you must stay away as soon as possible, and you must not take risks, you know. Even if you are favored by the gods, it is impossible to escape from the siege of many disaster wizards." Quote. Thank you Feng Lao for your concern, I will definitely pay attention. Chen Xon nodded and nodded. Because of the appearance of the Dark Abyss this time, I want to know more about calamity witchcraft. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victorious battles. It makes sense. Feng Lao nodded appreciatively. We have indeed studied a lot about calamity witchcraft over the years, and even collected a lot of skill books and scrolls. If you need it, you can go directly to the mall at the guild headquarters to exchange it, but you need a recommender, and you can mention me when the time comes, and I will be your recommender. Quote. Okay. Then trouble Feng Lao. Soon Chen Xon took Feng Lao's recommendation and rushed to the guild mall at the headquarters of Yuling Pavilion again. From it, I exchanged for a skill scroll of calamity summoning. At that time, he only needs to use tokens and scrolls to cast summoning spells directly. Holding the scroll, Chen Xon directly left Frostwind City and found a place in the mountains away from the city. After all, there is uncertainty in this kind of summoning, and it would be bad if you accidentally destroy the entire Frost City. After arranging the 6 statues according to the position of the hexagram, Chen Xon raised his hand and released the skill scroll in his hand. In an instant, a magical aura of calamity witchcraft began to emerge, and a hexagram formation that was only a few meters square began to condense. Buzz. The purple-black energy began to churn in the magic circle, and a desire for sacrifices was transmitted from it. For this, Chen Xon had been prepared for a long time, and saw him stepping forward, stretching out his palm and gently swipe between his fingers. A small wound emerged from the finger. The next moment, a drop of blood emerged from between the fingers. Chen Xon stretched out his hand calmly and lowered the blood on his fingers towards the summoning circle. By offering his own blood as a sacrifice, he can be summoned by the Calamity World, so that Chen Xon can directly appear in the Calamity World. The moment the blood was low, Chen Xon instantly felt an inexplicable force covering his body, as if it was going to pull him into another world. But Chen Xon knew that this was not pulling his body, but pulling his soul. At the same time, the edict of the Yuan dynasty hidden in the depths of the soul began to vibrate, wanting to shine. Seeing this, Chen Xon directly suppressed the reaction of Yuanchu's edict, and then nodded to the little guys who guarded On, and rushed directly into the formation with a tremor of soul. Swish it. Chen Xon felt as if he had passed through a special space, and when he opened his eyes again, he appeared in another space. Boom. Terrible magma is flowing in all directions, and the surrounding purple-black liquid forms a creepy blanket, and tentacles protrude from it, looking around. There are eyeballs on each tentacle. Chen Xon subconsciously looked into the distance, and suddenly saw a huge body that could almost fill the entire world emerging from the sky. This figure is 5 or 6 points similar to the statue of the Calamity Monarch, but in terms of strength, it is far from it. And the moment Chen Xon almost appeared, the tentacles in all the worlds all looked at Chen Xon's soul. In an instant, Chen Xon felt as if he was being watched closely by billions of eyes, and his soul seemed to be falling apart at this moment. Calamity, 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 disaster, disaster. The invisible whisper whispered wildly in Chen Xon's ear as if it had been repeated for centuries. It seems to turn him into a part of the whole disaster. Damn it, this calamity monarch is not a legend, but a myth. Only then did Chen Xon realize that what he had entered was not a world of bosses at all, but a world of gods. The power of this god is billions of times stronger than the burrow worms he encountered before. Now Chen Xon feels like he is just standing there, but he has a feeling of being stared at from a 360-degree angle. Everything seems to be invisible. And what is also invisible is the imperial edict of the beginning of the Yuan dynasty hidden in his body. Countless gazes pierced into Chen Xon's soul like sharp knives, quickly tearing away his countless disguises. If before, the souls of these sacrifices would be completely torn apart by the power of disaster, and then become all the nourishment for the disaster monarch. Chen Xon in front of him, in the eyes of the calamity monarch, will have the same fate. No, to be precise, the appearance of Chen Xon would not even cause the slightest wave of will in the calamity monarch's will. However, at the moment when all eyes tore apart Chen Xon's soul, he directly saw the Yuanshu decree deep in his soul. The mysterious rune wrapped in countless chaotic breaths just floated quietly. The moment it felt the gaze, it trembled slightly. Reminder: you have been attacked by a curse and blocked by the decree at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. Reminder: your edict of the beginning of the Yuan dynasty responded to the attack. The moment the reminder appeared, the power of Mysterious erupted from the edict, and with a pop, all the eyeballs watching the tentacles of the edict burst uncontrollably. The force that made Chen Xon almost tear apart disappeared in an instant, replaced by an extreme pull. That was the protection of the imperial edict at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty to forcibly pull Chen Xon back to his original world. For the existence protected by the decree at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, no god is qualified to sacrifice it. Hey wait, I haven't reaped any benefits yet. Chen Xon let out an exclamation. If he just left, wouldn't he just return empty-handed? But once the decree was launched at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, even if he wanted to suppress this power, he couldn't suppress it. In desperation, Chen Xon was quick to wit, and stretched out his hand to grab the writhing tentacles under his feet. Scoff. The tentacles shattered, while Chen Xon's figure was dragged away by the Yuanshu decree and completely disappeared. When the hexagram summoned the formation, Chen Xon's body trembled and he opened his eyes. With just a click, the 6 statues that had originally become formation hubs seemed unable to withstand the backlash of power, and directly collapsed into pieces and disappeared. The aftermath of the power set off a storm and spread towards the surroundings. Wherever the ripples passed, all the spiritual herbs, even the rocks, were silently turned into dust. Only the 7 little guys beside Chen Xon stood there, looking at Chen Xon with concern. Chirp, ah, meow, woo, ho. The little fellows glanced at each other with puzzled expressions. Master, what's wrong? Why are you standing there motionless? Just as everyone was thinking about whether to help, Chen Xon slowly opened his eyes and looked at his palm. In the palm of the hand, a translucent eyeball is constantly beating on it. An eyeball among the Calamity Monarch's billions of tentacles, this is the only harvest Chen Xon got from the Calamity world. But before he could take a closer look, Calamity's eyeball actually started to twist, and countless bloodshots began to rise from around the eyeball, and instantly turned into a barbed tentacle, about to pierce Chen Xon's palm. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 7 little guys changed immediately. Flames, lightning, and sharp edges emerged one after another, and they were about to shoot at the tentacle. But at this moment, Chen Xon's voice sounded. Wait, this is the treasure I finally brought back. While speaking, Chen Xon directly launched the god's contract on the twisting eyeball tentacles. Hint: the contract is complete. Successful. Chen Xon was overjoyed, feeling the writhing tentacles in his palm calm down. Then he activated the second skill without hesitation, God's Gift. At the same time as the white light bloomed, the stagnant eyeball tentacles began to change. Its body began to lengthen, bone spurs began to emerge around it, and then a pair of miniature flesh wings began to extend from the tentacles below the eyeballs. The eyeballs began to grow larger, surrounded by purple-black energy, and formed a big mouth full of fangs. After the entire eyeball tentacles have completed their transformation, they look like a purple-black tadpole with a huge one-eyed eye. The difference is that the tadpole has a pair of fleshy wings and a row of sharp teeth that seem to be able to bite through steel. And the other party's seemingly illusory body also solidified completely, turning into a solid body. Crack. The little tadpole made a unique sound as it opened and closed its mouth, and looked at Chen Xon with its exaggerated and cute big eyes. Then, with a flick of its tail, the tentacles wrapped around Chen Xon's arm. Crack. If Chen Xon hadn't been sure that the other party was 100% loyal to him, he might have thought he was going to eat him. Chen Xon touched the head of the eyeball. It was slippery and wet. At the same time, the opponent's property panel was opened. Queen of Calamity, Myth. Race. Devil. Level. LV 45. Life. 782,000. Magic power. 1,056,000. Power. 782. Agility. 681. Spirit. 1056. Skills. Calamity Control, 7th level, Disaster Disc, 8th level. Source of Calamity, Forbidden Curse, Abyss of Calamity, Forbidden Curse. Battle Power. 150 stars. Loyalty. 100%. Evaluation. It was originally a part of the Calamity Monarch, but it was out of the shackles of the Calamity Monarch, so it can only become the opposite of the Calamity Monarch. However, there is only one Calamity Monarch. This is a hidden danger. Are you happy now? There can only be one Disaster Master. Chen Xon feels that there is something to be said in the last evaluation. If there can only be one, what about the one in the Calamity Monarch world? In the Calamity world, an invisible law seems to spread in the void, causing huge cracks to appear in the entire world. All the mouths on the hands let out howls crazily, as if seeing something unbearable. And in the middle of the world, the huge figure towering into the sky suddenly grunted, and countless eyeballs slowly opened from the top of the head. Who is it? Want to plunder my calamity? Endless echoes echoed throughout the world, magma churned, and the world collapsed, as if filled with countless disasters. Under the continuous cycle of breaking and reorganizing, the sound full of echoes has just gradually subsided. Then countless eyeballs opened together, as if looking in the same direction. Those eyes seemed to penetrate countless voids, looking for a somewhat immature figure. After a while, all eyeballs seemed to fall into silence and closed again. It seems that you also know that you are in trouble. Chen Xon looked at the Calamity Queen longingly, and couldn't help feeling a little helpless. I had just been missed by the well-known god Athena, and I also provoked a Calamity Monarch. Now he can be sure that the Calamity Monarch has already set his sights on this little calamity. I don't know when the other party may appear in this world. Only one of the two disasters can exist, so war is naturally inevitable. Chen Xon just thought about it for a moment, and then heard the prompt sound in his mind again. Reminder: your contracted beast triggers the feedback of God, and you get rewards: Strength plus 280, Agility plus 200, Spirit plus 300. You get skills: Source of Calamity, Forbidden Curse, Abyss of Calamity, Forbidden Curse. Once again, Chen Xon harvested two powerful forbidden spells, and now the two contracted beasts are full again. And his own attributes skyrocketed by hundreds of points under these two feedbacks. With such a happy event, Chen Xon decided that he had to celebrate. Back in the private room of Demao Trading Company, after Chen Xon left without further ado, Lu Xiaoya slept like a dead pig, and she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. In the following days, Chen Xon had a lot of leisure, while looking for suitable materials to continue to improve the levels of all the little guys. At the same time, he returned to the Mermaid Ancient City to see the Mermaid Queen, and the Elven Queen of the Elven Forest also frequented it. Occasionally brush the secret realm again to accumulate some income. In this way, a month passed quickly, and the day of the Li Tian Pride competition was getting closer and closer. Just before the Tianzhou tournament was about to start, Chen Xon heard a piece of news that made him extremely uncomfortable. The Yuling Pavilion learned from the Bald Eagle Kingdom that they had also found the 7 Holy Grails, the keepsake, and the progress had also reached as many as 5. And on Mount Olympus in Hilla, a mythical token was also found, which was obtained by the 9th level guild, and the specific progress is unknown. If all of these can only make Chen Xon feel a little bit of crisis, what really makes him feel a sense of urgency is the news from the Sakura Kingdom. The Sakura Country Black Rope Soganate Guild actually found the 6th Dragon Pearl 3 days ago, only one step away from the last 7 Dragon Pearls. Chen Xon, this competition will be held in 3 days. You come to the headquarters early, and I will introduce the participating teams to you. Under Feng Lao's instructions, Chen Xon appeared at the Yuling Pavilion headquarters 3 days later. Oh, Chen Xon, why did you come here? How long have I been waiting for you? Seeing Chen Xon appear, Feng Ling said helplessly. Hey, Mr. Feng, you know that the maid at home is disobedient, so I punished her before she came out. Chen Xon sighed softly and said helplessly. Ahem. Feng Lao knew that this kid had no good words to say, so he quickly changed the subject and said, okay, we have to hurry up, the others have been waiting for a long time. As he spoke, he waved his staff, and the giant eagle that Chen Xon had seen before reappeared. Crazy. The two got on the eagle's back, and the speeding giant eagle stretched out and rushed towards the sky. Old Feng, where are we going? Standing on the eagle's back, Chen Xon watched countless mountains pass by one after another. Go to the hunter's tower. The old man Feng Ling pointed to a pagoda that was as high as the mountains in the distance and said, there is the residence of an ancient overlord, and he is also the vice president who leads the team this time. When you get there, you can restrain me a bit, understand? Quote. Eternal Overlord. Chen Xon's eyes flashed. This is the top LV8 boss. According to Feng Lao, the Eternal Overlord who can reach LV8 is not necessarily the 9th rank, but the vice president who can become the Eternal Overlord must be the 9th rank. Yes, this overlord is the top existence of the hunter lineage, but his temper is a bit weird. You will have to call him senior at that time. Just as he was speaking, the flying giant eagle shook its wings and swooped directly from the void go down. Below a towering pagoda, there is an open square area, and countless Taoist figures have been waiting for a long time. When is this? The lineage of the Beast Master is too slow. There were 5 people standing on the square, 4 of them were young and 1 was old. And the person who spoke was a young man wearing animal skins, and he was also the youngest among them. HMPH, a guy who only knows how to fight for character, I really don't know why he can squeeze out the place of our hunter line. On the side, Mo Shan nodded coldly. He didn't have the slightest affection for Chen Xon. The last time he made a bet with the other party, he pre-booked the number of enhanced crystals for the next few years to the guild. As a result, he became the largest creditor of enhanced crystals in the history of the guild. Just this face made him feel ashamed. But even so, Mo Shan didn't think that it was Chen Xon's strength, but the means he used to increase his luck that made him feel deflated. Hee, this divinely favored person just came a little late, why don't Brother Mo be more lenient? Next to him, a gentle young man with a white headdress and a snow-white magical robe smiled and persuaded him. Since you can join us and become a member, you must have something special. Guang Yaozu, what you said is nice, I see if you want to grab the captain's position later. The skin boy curled his lips, showing no real face. Hee. Guang Yaozu, who was dressed in white, just smiled and didn't answer the words. Just at this time, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind in the distance, which attracted everyone's attention. Then I saw a giant eagle spreading its wings from midair. Coming. Haha, Vice President, I was delayed for a while and came late. The giant eagle landed, and the old man Feng Ling laughed from above, and then fell to the ground together with Chen Xon. At this moment, the white-bearded old man with a cane in his hand just opened his eyes from his closed eyes. Feng Ling, is this the favored one you brought? His old voice sounded, and he looked at Chen Xon. Chen Xon also looked at the old man, and even directly used his Yuan Chui to check. Name, Ancestor Hunter. Occupation, Mind Hunter 9 cycles. Level, LV 249. Life, 850,000. Magic power, 1.05 million. Power, 6,550. Agility, 7,800. Spirit, 7,000. Skill. This is the first human 9 cycles professional that Chen Xon has ever seen. Although the opponent's level is not the full level of 9 cycles, his own attributes have also been greatly improved. Moreover, this is the first time Chen Xon has heard of the Mind Hunter profession, and it is obviously not a regular hunter profession. While he was browsing, suddenly the Ancestor Hunter took a look at Chen Xon and said indifferently, Impolite boy, you know that it is not admirable to check others rashly. Ahem. Hearing this, the old man Fengling coughed dryly, and glared at Chen Xon. Stinky boy, this is the vice president, Lord Hunter, hurry up and salute. Chen Xon's eyes flashed, and a wave of waves appeared in his heart. This was the first time he discovered that the eye of the beginning of the Yuan dynasty could be discovered by human professionals during investigation. Obviously, the abilities of 9 cycles professionals are beyond his imagination. But now that he was discovered, Chen Xon could only honestly give cupped hands to the old man with white beard. Junior meets the vice president. Boy, have you seen the old man's message? Li Zhu glanced at Chen Xon and asked suddenly. Ah, didn't see it. Naturally, Chen Xon couldn't say that he had seen it all. He was taken aback for a moment and could only say, HMPH, reciprocity, let the old man teach you what is the real detection technique. Li Zhu said as he slammed his crutch on the ground. The next moment, a dazzling white light rose from his body, instantly enveloping Chen Xon completely. Is this the 8th order exploration technique? Seeing the radiance of this probing technique, the skin boy suddenly showed a look of surprise. The vice president is too powerful, isn't he? The 8th level exploration technique can be instant. There was also shock in Guang Yaozu's eyes, and he said in amazement. HMPH, what do you know? This 8th level probing technique is in the hands of Master Hunter. Not only can it be instant, but it can even forcibly reveal all the information of professionals below the 8th rank. Even if you block it yourself, it is useless. What? So powerful? Isn't this kid exposed all at once? Of course, who told him not to be polite enough to probe Mr. Ancestor Lai? He should learn a lesson now. While everyone was talking, the radiance on Chen Xon's body had begun to condense. In order to give Chen Xon a bad start, Ancestor Hunter could reveal the results of the probing technique. As long as the detection technique takes effect, the white light above his head will condense into a light curtain that records all of Chen Xon's information. The old man Fengling on the side looked a little ugly. He didn't want Chen Xon's information to be exposed, but under the current situation, even if he wanted to make a move, he couldn't do it at all. He could only watch helplessly as the light curtain above Chen Xon's head continued to gather. However, just when everyone thought that Chen Xon's information was about to be fully revealed, the next moment, the light curtain trembled and disappeared suddenly. Huh, how did it disappear? Everyone was a little dazed, not understanding why the probing technique suddenly failed. Even Li Zhu's eyes flashed with surprise. His tried and tested probing technique had no effect on Chen Xon. How can this be? But before everyone came back to their senses, an even more incredible scene appeared. The dazzling white light actually rose from the Ancestor Hunter's body on its own initiative, and in an instant it gathered into a white light curtain, and then displayed all the information on the Ancestor Hunter's attribute panel. Here, how come the message of Mr. Chong appeared? The animal skin boy looked at the light curtain in astonishment. Several other people were also dumbfounded looking at the dense information on the light curtain. Nizu frowned slightly. He never expected that when he checked other people's skills by himself, not only did he fail to find out other people's information, but instead exposed his own information. Chen Xon also pretended to look at the message blankly at this moment, and even looked at Li Zhu suspiciously. Ah, Mr. Vice President, did you miss the target? God so misplaced the target. A few people didn't know what to say after hearing this. Although I don't know what happened, anyone with a discerning eye knows that it must be related to Chen Xon. But the more they understand, the more they can't believe it. What ability can actually make it impossible for 9 cycles professionals to check? Will even expose own information. At this moment, all eyes were on Nizu, waiting for the other party's explanation. Sniper Ancestor pondered for a moment, and said a sentence that stunned everyone. Hee, you are very smart, you know that I misplaced the target. What, did the sniper really miss the target? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if they heard it wrong. But the expression on Zuzu's face was flat. The old man just told you what to do, but the hegemony competition is coming soon, and it is impossible to expose one's own strength. Chen Xon watched Nizu lying there without blushing and panting, and secretly admired him as an old monster who had lived for many years, and his ability to open his eyes and tell lies was even worse than him. Since the other party said so, he didn't need to expose it, he just bowed and said, Thank you for your concern, and Junior is very grateful. There was a slight smile on Nizu's face, but he couldn't help being shocked in his heart. Just kidding, how the hell would he miss the target? Just now, he thought that he could easily see the details of Chen Xon, but he never expected that the probing technique he used not only saw a series of fog that could not be clearly seen, but even a terrifying force. He bounced back his probing technique. This allows the own information to appear uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the presence of everyone, Sniper Zhu would have been unable to control his own demeanor long ago. Just kidding, he is a majestic 9 cycles, and how strong can Chen Xon be? 4 turns, or 5 turns. The 8th level probing technique fell on a professional who had turned 4 and 5, not only failed to find out the information, but was even bounced back by the opponent. What if it is a do-it-yourself attack? Sniper's heart skipped a beat, and an unspeakable sense of crisis surged into his heart. Alright, now that everyone is here, after you decide on the captain, you can start immediately. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Nizu spoke directly to the crowd. As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. The captain is not only a position, but also has the priority to choose rewards, so any of you must think clearly. If you miss this opportunity, you may miss one of your favorite rewards. Sniper Zhu finished speaking and looked at several people, waiting for their reply. Although Chen Xon was the last to come, he understood the meaning from the other party's words. Only by becoming the captain can you get the priority when picking rewards at the end. In other words, not only must he win the championship, but he must also be the captain of the team. Therefore, Chen Xon said directly without waiting for others to speak. I want this captain. What, you want it? Whether it was the skin boy, the white-clothed youth, or a stern figure standing there without saying a word, surprise flashed in their eyes. Mo Shan let out a cold snort, and said directly, who do you think you are? You can become the captain with just one word. The others did not continue to interface, but the intent of their eyes was already obvious. Mo Shan had already expressed what they wanted to say, it just depended on Chen Xon's reaction. Of course not according to my words. Chen Xon said indifferently, I'm just stating a fact. Hee, what a big breath. The animal skin boy couldn't help but said, then I, Xing Xiaohe, would like to learn from you, to see if your facts are true. You, Chen Xon glanced at the boy, shook his head slightly, you're too weak, I'm afraid others won't agree. You, the skin boy's complexion changed immediately, and anger rose on his face. Before he could speak, Chen Xon interrupted, I'm sorry, I'm not saying you're weak, but you all are weak together. Hiss. You. At this moment, everyone couldn't hold back anymore, and they all looked at Chen Xon in disbelief. Did this guy burn his head off? How dare you speak such nonsense? You must know, who can participate in the Tianzhao contest now, which one does not have the existence of the ultimate talent. Being favored by the gods is already a basic requirement. Due to his own arrogance, everyone present, even Mo Shan, who knew he was not as good as other gods, wanted to compete for the captain. But no one is so arrogant that he can stand up to everyone else. But now, Chen Xon directly said that all of them are weak together, which made them simply unacceptable. Boy Chen, you, hey. The old man Feng Ling was so confused by Chen Xon's remarks that he didn't know what to say. He knew that Chen Xon had some tricks, but the others were not easy to use. They still had a chance if they took out one alone. How could so many people fight against it together? Live. However, the expression on Chen Xon's face was extremely calm from the beginning to the end. The reason for his calm was that he felt that he was really stating a fact. Just now, the eye of Yuanshu has already scanned the information of these professionals, and the strongest one is only at the full level of 5 ranks. The animal skin boy was even weaker, and he only reached the full level at the 4th rank. Such a group of guys with disproportionate combat strength, Chen Xon felt that he was being very polite when he said that they were weak together. Hee, it turns out that a hero is born as a boy. Sniper Zhu suddenly smiled at this time, since you are so confident, why don't you compete with a few of them? What, we join forces, Master Ancestor Hunter, this. Master President, I disagree. Yes, this is an insult to us. The 4 of them were filled with righteous indignation when they heard that Nizu actually agreed to Chen Xon's request. From their point of view, even if the four of them join forces, even if they win, they will not have the slightest glory. As for losing, that doesn't exist at all. I don't need it. Chen Xon shook his head slightly after hearing this. I only summoned one contracted beast, and if they can defeat it, I will lose. Contempt. Absolute contempt. The four people's lungs were about to explode when they heard this. Even Guangyaozu, who has always been kind, turned pale. He had never seen such an arrogant person. However, Chen Xon just waved his hand, and he summoned a contracted beast from the contracted space. Seeing this weird contracted beast, everyone was a little confused. It has a long tail, a pair of fleshy wings, and a big eyeball on its chubby head. As soon as it came out, seeing so many people around it, it immediately wrapped itself around Chen Xon's arm in fright. HMPH. Chen Xon, you have to limit your insults. Seeing Xiao Yi appearing, the animal skin boy screamed angrily. I want you to know the price of despising me. Uhu. Accompanied by his low growl, his originally thin body began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a terrifying troll several meters high in an instant. Troll Druid, Xing Xiaohei's special profession, directly breaks the shackles of Raptor Druid and Claw Druid, and can transform into a more powerful Troll Druid. Is this the combat power of rank 4? It seems that this kid is hiding his strength. Mo Shan couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw the red-eyed, muscular troll figure. Amazing. Xing Xiaohei, I remember that he could transform into a bird of prey and a bear with sharp claws before. Didn't I expect that he could also transform into a troll? Guangyaozu nodded slightly in surprise. I'm afraid we don't need to take action, that Chen Xon will be taught a lesson. Ah, Xing Xiaohei, who turned into a troll druid, roared, and rushed towards Chen Xon with two battle axes in his hand. Completely different from ordinary trolls, he who turned into a troll druid still maintains enough fighting intuition and sobriety. Capture the thief first, capture the king first, no matter how powerful the contract beast is, as long as you kill the beast master, everything can be solved easily. However, his body just jumped up, but Chen Xon just glanced at Xiao Yi in his hand. Go to work, Xiao Yi, remember, no killing is allowed. Crack. Xiao Yi nodded timidly when he heard this, and just rolled his eyes to look at the leaping troll druid. Xing Xiaohei only felt his head tremble, and immediately began to spin, his body became unstable, and he fell to the ground with a snap. The two battle axes in his hands flew into the sky due to his feet slipping, and they circled in midair, just landed next to his neck, and plunged into the hard rocky ground. Swish it. The whole scene fell into silence, and everyone looked at Xing Xiaohei who fell on the ground, and couldn't believe their own eyes. The majestic troll druid slipped before he could make a move. If the two axes were slightly out of alignment, they might have directly cut his own throat. At that time, Xing Xiaohei will become the first troll druid to be killed by himself by mistake. If hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't believe it. Xing Xiaohei didn't expect that he would make a fool of himself before he made a move, so he immediately shouted angrily and pulled the two battle axes off. Just when he was about to get up from the ground, he slipped and fell to the ground again. This time, the battle axe in his hand was directly across his arm. With a chirp, a deep bone wound was visible. If it was just a coincidence just now, then the injury this time cannot be described as a coincidence. Chen Xon looked at the little guy on his arm and couldn't help showing a smile. The so-called calamity is not just magic that destroys everything, bad luck is also a kind of disaster. Is this the ability of that contracted beast? Guangyaozu's eyes suddenly fell on Shower who was on Chen Xon's arm. He walked out holding his staff, and his whole body began to emit light. I can feel a terrible dark force affecting him, light bless you. Guangyaozu let out a low shout, and countless runes emitting white light began to emerge from him, and his target was pointed at Xiaoyi. Crack. Xiaoyi opened his mouth wide, and opened and closed it twice in succession. An invisible wave spread from his body, completely covering everyone except Chen Xon. Ka ka ka. Seeing that the skills to be formed suddenly distorted as if something went wrong, and then collapsed directly under Guangyaozu's surprised eyes. How can it be? Guangyaozu had a look of astonishment on his face. That was his most proficient protection of light. As the guardian of light, he has a very profound control and understanding of light. He hardly needs to think about this skill that has been used thousands of times. Can be chanted in full. However, what's wrong now? Pretending to be a ghost. Let's see if you can resist my arrow. Mo Shan raised his hand to grab it, and a longbow fell into his hand, but his figure quickly retreated, and quickly distanced himself from Chen Xon. The ultra-range hunter has an unimaginable range, and his spellcasting skills are almost instant. This is the advantage of hunter-archers. He wants to force Chen Xon to admit defeat with a bow and arrow in an extremely distant place. Call out. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot an arrow, and Mo Shan was 100% sure that the arrow would hit Xiao Yi. However, a scene that surprised him appeared. The arrow that shot out just missed Xiao Yi's side and shot into the rock behind him, and the other party didn't even dodge from the beginning to the end. He even grinned as if laughing at his inaccurate shooting. I don't believe it. Mo Shan roared angrily, flicked his palms one after another, and arrows shot out from the bow one after another. Whoosh. However, not only did none of these arrows hit Xiao Yi, but two of them turned strangely and almost hit Xing Xiaohe, who was lying on the ground. Interesting. At this moment, the young man with a stern face who said nothing suddenly raised his hand. At the next moment, a gigantic giant bear more than 10 meters in size emerged from in front of him. Go, shred it. The young man raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Yi, but his figure retreated as fast as lightning, and then a shotgun-like weapon fell into his hand with a movement of his palm. The young man fired at Chen Xon without even looking at him. There is a giant bear attacking frontally in front, and a musket in the back suppresses it remotely. This is the scary part of the Sunspot Hunter. One person is a team. Oops, how can I stop it now? The old man Fengling's face changed slightly. Even though Chen Xon's contracted beast could withstand the giant bear in front of him, it couldn't withstand the long-range attack. The two are almost in no particular order. As long as one skill takes effect, such a weak shower is definitely not an opponent. Not only that, after a brief adjustment, others have recovered from their misfortune. The troll druid had already raised his battle axe and threw it at Chen Xon. Tier 4 skill, Whirlwind Throwing Axe. Call of Light. The huge golden light group turned into a meteor-like dense light bullet and covered Chen Xon's location indiscriminately. Super range kill. Mo Shanhei's arrow exploded in an instant, more than twice as fast as before. Unknowingly, the four favored ones have already started to join forces. However, at this moment, the little E on Chen Xon's arm unexpectedly soared into the sky. I saw it flapping its fleshy wings and stopping in midair, opening its mouth to the surrounding attacks. The next moment, a howl. Ah! Boom! 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 Before the arrow approached, it was invisible, torn apart by a terrifying force, and all the light bullets were annihilated in midair with just a tremor. The fastest musket bullets exhausted and fell before they could even approach. The giant bear running at the front trembled violently, and its head was torn apart by a terrifying force. The huge body flew out uncontrollably, and directly smashed the flying whirlwind axe. Gululu. The giant bear's body rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. Woohoo! Except for the gust of wind caused by the aftermath, there was silence. Lai Shen, who made the shot, even forgot about his dead partner, staring fixedly at the seemingly harmless Xiao Yi floating in midair. Is this a skill it can emit? It's also a skill. Why doesn't it sing when it casts spells? And it's too powerful, right? Does this little thing have LV30? How come the explosive skill is stronger than LV130? Calamity, is this the breath of calamity? At this moment, even Lai Zhu, who had been standing on the sidelines, couldn't help being surprised. Just now, when the light shrouded him, he actually had a feeling of heart palpitations. A contracted beast that doesn't even look like LV60 can actually make a 9 cycles professional feel palpitations. This is simply unbelievable. It was precisely because of this feeling that he missed the best time for him to make a move, so that the partner of the fierce god, the giant bear, was bloodied on the spot. This kid is too fierce, isn't he? The old man Fengling opened his mouth wide in surprise, and it took him a while to say a complete sentence. Although he had known Chen Xon for the longest time, it was indeed the first time he had seen Chen Xon make a move. But it never expected that such a contracted beast, which seemed to be born not long ago, would burst out with such terrifying power. While being shocked, the old man Feng Ling couldn't help getting excited. Could it be that this time the Tianzhao contest, Yuling Pavilion is going to win the championship? This contracted beast alone was already ridiculously strong. As far as he knew, Chen Xon had 6 contracted beasts. No, this one didn't seem to be anyone he had seen before. 7. Old man Fengling's heart was beating wildly. If all 7 were as vicious as this little guy, there would be no suspense. You control the disaster devil. Ancestor Lai's slightly surprised words brought everyone back to their senses from the shock. It counts. Chen Xon glanced at the flamboyant Xiao Yi, thinking that the Calamity Queen should also be a kind of Calamity Devil, right? It's just a bit strong. How did you do it? Isn't Calamity Devil only summoned by Calamity Wizards? Lai Shen finally understood why the giant bear died so miserably. It turned out that he had encountered disaster witchcraft. I just killed a disaster wizard and got it from him. Chen Xon told the truth. After all, the Calamity Wizard was only rank 8, so he shouldn't be considered too powerful. Kill the Calamity Wizard. At this moment, the few God-favored people reacted, and shock flashed across their faces. During this period of time, the shadows of the Dark Abyss appeared more and more frequently, so that everyone, as the best generation of Yuling Pavilion, had encountered the attacks of the Dark Abyss. Although they all escaped the crisis, they survived only with the protection of the high-ranking experts in the guild. Because of this, they knew the horror of disaster wizards. And Chen Xon said lightly that he killed a Calamity Wizard, which really caught everyone by surprise. No wonder he is so confident. Is it because of this disaster devil? Mo Shan walked back to Lai Shen's side. If we use our ultimate move as soon as we come up, it may not be impossible to resist. It's useless, Lai Shen coldly said. The moment we join hands, we have already lost. Speaking of Lai Shen, he took the initiative to move forward, and arched his cupped hands to Chen Xon. Lai Shen, see the captain. Lai Shendu, the strongest among them, had already done so, and the others looked at each other and bowed in the same way. See captain. Chen Xon nodded in greeting, not at all surprised by this result. Okay, now that the captain has been selected, let's set off now. Li Zhu glanced at the few people and said in a deep voice. Where are you going? Xiadu. Xiadu, the heart of Xiaoguo, is also the location of important branches of several major 9th-tier guilds. Standing on the street, Chen Xon looked at this bustling city for the first time. Compared with other cities, Xiadu is far superior in terms of scale and prosperity. Even above the sky, various flying professionals can be seen shuttling back and forth. Its lively level is several times higher than that of Yunyang City. He opened the eye of Yuanchu, and he was able to see the information of various professionals on the street at will. Rank 5 and Rank 6 professionals, who are rare in other places, are almost everywhere here. Even the doorman at the entrance of the hotel is at least a second-turn professional. In addition, Chen Xon can also see many young professionals, who should be professionals from major guilds who are preparing to participate in this Tianzhao hegemony competition. You can wander around as you like. Today is the audition time for other professionals. We won't have a chance to play until the rematch. Li Zhu said something, then turned around and disappeared into the street. Don't we have to play directly? Seeing the disappearance of the ancestor, Chen Xon couldn't help but look at Feng Lao. You can ask them, old man, I have an appointment with some old friends to meet, so I'm leaving first. The old man Feng Ling just said hello, and left the place in a hurry. Only Chen Xon, Mo Shan and others stayed where they were. The 9th-tier guilds have the privilege of directly participating in the rematch. Wang Yaozu took the initiative to explain, actually, we were just going through the motions in the first 3 days. As the participating teams of the 9th level guild, almost all of them had to meet for the last. What we can pay attention to is that there will be no other opponents except for the team of the same 9th level guild. Quote. Not bad. It just so happens that we can use these few days to study the strategies for mutual cooperation. At this time, Mo Shan took the initiative to say, according to the previous practice of Tianzhao hegemony, we need to hold individual competitions and team competitions. Needless to say personally, but the team competition must be played together. Quote. That makes sense, I agree. Xing Xiaohe nodded in agreement. I agree. Lai Shen also nodded. the first-ranked Arcane Hall and the second-ranked Barbarian Society are very difficult opponents, and we need to deal with them well. All four agreed, and their eyes naturally fell on Chen Xon. Chen Xon glanced at a few people, then nodded and said, "Okay, you guys practice, I'll go out for a stroll by myself." "Okay, we can in, eh? You're not going." Mo Shan was about to talk about his plan, but he suddenly realized and looked at Chen Xon in surprise. "Yes." Chen Xon nodded and said, "You four can just practice, don't worry about me." "Captain, is this inappropriate for you?" Xing Xiaohe stared at Chen Xon and said, "Even if your Calamity Devil is very strong, but what we have to face are all the favored ones from other guilds, so it's not foolproof." "Yes, although you beat some of us, after all, we didn't prepare in advance, and there is no comparison with other teams that have been training for a long time." "That's right, I heard that this time the Arcane Palace is determined to win the championship. It is said that there are two divinely favored people who have been secretly training before, just to make a blockbuster here." Mo Shan obviously made a lot of preparations. He pondered for a while, and suggested to Chen Xon, "I know you are confident, but now is not the time to be blindly confident." "It's not that I'm confident, it's that I don't have to." As Chen Xon said, he turned around and walked towards the distance, ignoring the persuasion of others. "Hey, Captain, no matter how much the four of us practice, what if we fail?" Seeing this, Guang Yaozu couldn't help reminding Chen Xon, "A team battle is a 5-person competition, not a solo show." Chen Xon's figure did not stop at all, but still casually raised the back of his hand and waved it to everyone. "It doesn't matter, anyway, I will make a move." When everyone wanted to talk again, they found that Chen Xon had disappeared into the crowd. "What are you doing? How can you practice without one person?" Seeing Chen Xon disappear, Xing Xiaohe muttered dissatisfiedly. "Should we report this to Ancestor Lai? Maybe only he can convince Chen Xon." Mo Shan said thoughtfully, "No need, we can do it ourselves." Lai Shen, who had not spoken all this time, said suddenly, "Practice by yourself, then what should he do? Leave him alone." Lai Shen turned and walked towards the hotel. "Maybe he really doesn't need us." Chen Xon was separated from the crowd, not wandering the streets. He just inquired and found the location of the job transfer temple. His plan is very simple. Anyway, there are still 3 days to go to them, so why not use this time to pick up the 5th rank transfer task? Starting from the 4th job transfer, each job transfer task is much more complicated than the last one. How many professionals have been stuck in the position of the 4th rank position for a lifetime, and the fundamental reason is that they cannot complete the task of changing jobs. Walking slowly all the way to the job transfer temple, Chen Xon was already planning to line up. However, when he pushed open the door of the job transfer temple, he couldn't help being a little surprised. There is actually not one job transfer hall here, but 5. With such a number, it didn't take long to queue up before it was Chen Xon's turn. Just as Chen Xon was waiting for a job change, on the other side, in the deepest part of Xiadu, inside an old-looking building, figures in different clothes walked into it one after another. Pushing open the door, there is actually a hidden cave inside, and countless strong magic elements fill the surroundings, as if entering another world. And every existence that appears in this world exudes extremely powerful magic fluctuations all over their bodies. If someone can check their information, they will find that the lowest level is more than 8 ranks. And some have even reached the point of 9 cycles. Almost all of them were covered by starlight, and their faces could not be seen clearly at all. "Is everyone here? Let's get started." An old voice sitting above the void spoke slowly. There were more than a dozen figures below who heard the words and nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. "Well, today, with the help of the cover of the Tianzhou Hegemony competition, we gathered everyone here to avoid attracting the attention of the Dark Abyss." The figure was calm and authentic. The Dark Abyss has now begun to appear wantonly around Xiadu, and the rampant heart has been clearly revealed. I called everyone here today to discuss the countermeasures against the Dark Abyss, and how much information the Dark Abyss has on our Sha Kingdom's mythical tokens. As soon as they heard the mythical token, everyone looked solemnly. Since Operation Dark Abyss began, they also received information about the mythical secret realm. But what worries all the 9th tier guilds is that so far no guild has admitted that they have obtained tokens. Didn't the chairman of the Arcane Hall see the token information of the mythical secret realm? Or is it intentionally concealed? A 9 cycles overlord of the barbarian society hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help questioning. In the entire Sha Kingdom, when it comes to the ability of divination and prediction, except for the Dark Abyss, it belongs to the chairman. Old barbarian, what do you mean? Are you suspecting that my Arcane Hall deliberately concealed the news of the token? A rank 8 mage from the Arcane Palace suddenly snorted coldly. Master President has told you all the news, and you still have doubts. HMPH, now that the whole world is paying attention to the mythical secret realm and tokens, I'm just asking a reasonable question. The figure retorted without fear. If there is indeed any information missing, I just remind you that it is necessary to share it. Yeah, in this situation, even Abyss knows that we have a mythical token, but we don't know it ourselves. This is too passive. Someone heard the words and said directly, if it's really in the Arcane Palace, at least let us see what this token looks like. That's right, if it's a surefire strategy, it's best to protect the tokens directly, otherwise wouldn't it be letting the Dark Abyss succeed? I've said this many times. We haven't found any relevant tokens in the Arcane Palace. It's not necessarily true, is it? The whole token is related to the mythical mission. I'm afraid no one will believe what I just said. While everyone was arguing, suddenly a burst of elemental fluctuations emerged in the entire space. The next moment, a slightly illusory shadow emerged from it. Seeing this figure appear, everyone couldn't help but change their expressions. It's the Palace Master. The overlords of the Arcane Palace looked happy, but they did not expect the mysterious lord to finally appear at this time. Hellmaster. Hearing these 2 words, everyone's expressions also changed. This authority is extremely famous in the entire Sha Kingdom, and even many people have slowly stood up and saluted him from afar. This is respect for the strong. I know everyone has doubts. An ethereal voice resounded from the vague figure. However, I have just contacted several other presidents. So far, no one has obtained any mythical tokens. The Hall Master spoke, and everyone did not refute at all this time, but looked at each other in blank dismay. Here, there is no token. Where is the token? Just so, and judging from the news from the Sakura Kingdom, my Sha Kingdom should have more than 1 token, otherwise it would be impossible to arouse the induction between other tokens. Who took the token? After everyone discussed for a while, the Hall Master continued to speak. The old man once started divination on this matter, but he could only see a mist, and he couldn't figure out where the token was at all. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. First, the tokens have always existed in places that can block divination, so I have no way to divination. Second, the token is owned by a very powerful professional, and the other party can even block my prying eyes. He paused for a moment, then continued. Combined with the information I obtained before, it is very possible that the token of our Sha Kingdom is in the hands of the Yuling Pavilion. The one from Yuling Pavilion. This time, even the old man Feng Ling and Lai Zhu became a little puzzled. But just for a moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. My lord, you mean, the one from the Yuling Pavilion, the master of Vientiane? Hiss. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the audience. Master of Vientiane, the senior who has survived for more than 100 years. Then it makes sense. This senior must have succeeded in breaking into the realm of the gods, so that he can obtain the token by himself. With the token in hand, no matter how daring an Yuan is, he can't do anything to that person, right? Yeah, but if that's the case, why do they still act like this? Perhaps, it's for making a splash. The voice of the palace lord sounded again. Back to the east and west. That's right. This time we're holding the Tianzhao contest, which gathers young people from all the guilds in Sha Kingdom. If I were an Yuan, I'm afraid I wouldn't let go of such an excellent opportunity. If all the geniuses are killed, won't Sha Kingdom become the world of Dark Abyss in the future? A strong man suddenly thought of this possibility while his thoughts were churning. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's expression changed immediately. This time, almost all the guilds in Sha Kingdom sent their strongest talents to participate in the competition. The entire Xiadu is now at least close to 100,000 guild geniuses. If the Dark Abyss really did something to these people, it would be equivalent to killing all the geniuses of an era directly. Thinking of this possibility, everyone felt shuddering. So, Today I am asking everyone to come. The hall master looked at the crowd and said, I want everyone to be on guard. The token is in the hands of the master of Vientiane, and there will definitely be no major problems. But these Sha Kingdom's arrogance and future hope need us to protect them carefully, and we must not give the Dark Abyss any chance. Quote. Clear. I will follow the instructions of the hall master. I'm going to call more powerful people here, and I must secretly protect these children. Comma. At the same time, not far away from Sha, in a seemingly dilapidated and desolate valley, a strange beast inadvertently passed by a bush, but the next moment twisted its body and was swallowed by a black vortex out of thin air. When it struggled to open its eyes, it found that it had appeared in a place of destruction filled with sulfur and smoke. In the distance of the land of destruction, in a palace made entirely of unknown skeletons, figures in black cloaks are gathering on the Great Hall. Master Yuanju, today we lost nearly 50 congregants, 34 of them are calamity wizards, and the rest are devil wizards. An old man reported in a hoarse voice. A masked figure sitting on the throne of skeletons said lightly, continue to send wizards to infiltrate the entire Xiadu, and we must make those guilds think that we are going to deal with those Tianzhao of the Tianzhao competition. Master Yuan, is the news from the Black Rope Shogunate accurate? The last token is really in Xiadu. A very high-status old woman asked with some concern. In case they are cheating, then we. The other party didn't continue, but the meaning was already very clear. Once it is really a deception, I am afraid that what Anyuan will face is the situation where all the 9th-tier guilds in the entire Sha Kingdom join forces. Hearing this, Lord Yuan didn't answer directly, but looked at the old woman and asked. Godmother, do you know all the sacrifices that I asked you to collect before? What is the so-called? The godmother froze for a moment, then shook her head slightly. I don't know about myself. The teacher used them to deduce the authenticity of the news from Sakura country, and the result is. Master Yuan paused for a moment, then said lightly, really? What? Everyone's complexion changed when they heard this, and then showed ecstasy. It turned out that the old Master Yuan made a move, so this time it must be foolproof. Yes, as long as we get the last token, we can wait for the other tokens to arrive. Ha ha ha, Master Yuan is indeed far-sighted, we admire you. My lord, what should we do next? Hee hee. You just need to do a good job of owning, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Master Yuan waved his hand, and everyone understood, and they all bowed and left the Great Hall. When everyone disappeared completely, Lord Yuan stretched out his hand and took off the mask on his head, revealing a young and charming face that is overwhelming and alluring. I'm afraid those old guys will never know in their dreams. I will personally participate in the Tianzhao contest, right? Hee hee hee. There was a hint of madness in her eyes. I want to justifiably kill all the geniuses, and also take away the last token with my own hands, heck. As she spoke, her figure trembled slightly, then distorted and disappeared from the spot. Comma. Reminder, check that you have reached LV 120 and meet the requirements of the 5th rank, whether to open the 5th rank task. Open. Reminder, the job transfer task has been opened, please choose the difficulty. Choice is not difficult for humans to complete. Reminder, you have accepted the 5th job transfer task. This task has a total of 27 links, please check the task list for details. Did it triple the complexity directly? Chen Xon frowned slightly. The last time he had 4 turns, there were only 9 links. He thought that twice as many 18 links would be enough this time, but he didn't expect to get 27 links directly. The task has been accepted. Chen Xon did not hesitate too much, but directly opened the task list with a thought. Task name, Taishu. Task link, the first link. Task time limit, 3 months. Task target, kill the legendary Secret Realm Vampire Castle, Secret Realm Boss. Mission introduction. As the strongest branch of vampires, the Dracula family has always possessed supreme glory and strength, but after the death of the last vampire hunter, they became more and more unscrupulous. Punishment for mission failure. All mission progress is cleared, and the cooldown time for job transfer missions is 3 years. Kill the Secret Realm Boss. Chen Xon's eyes flashed, and he was not surprised by the job change task. Compared with the last time, this time the opening task directly rose to the legendary Secret Realm. And the punishment for failure is more cruel than before. Not only are all tasks cleared, but a 3-year cooldown period is directly added. This means that once it fails, even if it does not die, it will take 3 years before it can continue to accept the mission. In the past 3 years alone, professionals have already started to go downhill. Not to mention Chen Xon. It seems that I need to check the secret realm information of this vampire castle first. Chen Xon pushed open the door of the job transfer temple and left. On the way, he directly checked the secret realm of the vampire castle through the guild's database. However, when he found the secret realm information, he couldn't help frowning tightly. Because this secret realm is not in the country, but in a vampire secret realm near Asgard in the direction of Northern Europe. Are you going abroad? Chen Xon was a little hesitant. Since he came to this world, he rarely saw anyone leaving his own country easily. Not only because the country's land area is far beyond what Chen Xon understood in his previous life, but also because once any foreign professional is discovered by other countries, he will almost suffer the hatred of all the guilds of the other country. The reason for this hatred has never been understood by Chen Xon, but it has been like this since the game Invasion. Moreover, it is far away from Asgard. Even if Chen Xon can fly all the time, it will take a long time. As for the teleportation array, for some reason, all countries failed to establish a teleportation array across the country. So besides flying, there can be no second way. As a result, the 3-month mission period was not sufficient for him. Perhaps, besides there are other similar vampire secret realms in the country. Such speculation also appeared in Chen Xon's mind. He decided to suppress this matter for the time being, and go back to check the information. If not, he can search in the whole Sha Kingdom, maybe there is still a chance. For the next 3 days, Chen Xon left an anchor point in the hotel room, while he shuttled back and forth across the Sha Kingdom directly. Keep looking for news about the vampire castle. Unfortunately, his 3-day efforts all ended in failure. The found secret realm either has no vampires, or the secret realm level is not enough. In the end, Chen Xon could only guess that the secret realm that met the mission conditions was most likely in the direction of Northern Europe. In desperation, he could only prepare to complete this Tianzhou hegemony competition first, and then consider the task of changing jobs after collecting all the 5 elements orbs. Boom boom boom. An urgent knock on the door sounded from outside the room. Chen Xon opened the door, and saw Mo Shan and others standing at the door. Captain Chen, are you hiding enough? It's time to play. Xing Xiaohe couldn't help complaining when he saw Chen Xon in pajamas. You captain is really comfortable. We are training hard outside, but you are better off, just sleep in the hotel. Hee hee. Chen Xon smiled and said casually, I can lead you to win the championship, can you? Who can't brag? How do you explain when you lose? Xing Xiaohe was stymied by Chen Xon's words, and couldn't help retorting. Okay, let's say a few words less. Guang Yaozu persuaded, Captain, hurry up, Sir Lizu is still waiting for us. Good. Chen Xon went back to his room, changed his clothes, and went to the arena with Mo Shan and others. When Chen Xon and others arrived at the Xiadu arena, the entire arena was already full of seats. The super large arena that can accommodate 500,000 people is filled with the shouts of spectators everywhere. Captain Chen, where will you be when you play? Have you read the layout plan I gave you? After several people found their positions, Guang Yaozu asked directly. Layout, what's that? Chen Xon looked at him suspiciously, his face was full of blankness. Quote. Guang Yaozu was silent for a moment, then asked again, didn't you read the opponent's information? Adversary information. The bewilderment on Chen Xon's face did not diminish, but became more intense. When did you send me the information? Don't you even read our communication group? Guang Yaozu's face darkened. He really didn't understand what Chen Xon was doing these 3 days, was he just sleeping? Do we still have a communication group? Chen Xon's words completely broke Guang Yaozu. Chen, Captain, what have you been up to these 3 days? I'm busy sleeping. Boom. If it weren't for the overcrowding around, Guang Yaozu and the others would probably fall to the ground in anger. Forget it, we will have a team battle first, you can watch it for yourself. In the end, Guang Yaozu didn't even bother to say anything, and chose to give up. If we can make it to the semi-finals, I think it's God's favor. Seeing Chen Xon like this, Xing Xiaohe couldn't help but shrug. I don't count on the team competition anymore, I can only rely on the individual competition. Mo Shan also spread his hands helplessly. After waiting for half an hour for the opening event, the beautiful host who is in charge of hosting the competition is also a popular star, Ning Xiaowei said with a smile. Next, let's welcome the opening match of this Tianzhou Hegemony tournament, the team battle between the 9th tier guild Yuling Pavilion and the 8th tier guild Tianxiang Guild. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.